You are listening to My Iyashikei Game by I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 151. The sudden scream from the fourth floor shook Han Fei. Then he heard the voice of the boy in the stairwell again.
Why are the three of them doing this again? I should have let Mommy suffocate all of them when I had the chance.
The boy cursed under his breath before he hurried upstairs. As the boy moved away, Han Fei pushed the door slightly outward so he could catch a glimpse of the boy's back. The boy was wearing the school uniform of Yiming Private Academy, but the uniform was several sizes too big for him. After the boy left, the door to the manager's office swung open again. The powerful footsteps returned. It was the hostel manager, who also headed upstairs, with a flashlight. An accident might have happened. This place is much more dangerous than the Happiness neighborhood. Han Fei arranged the info in his mind. Just now it was a boy who stood on the other side of the door. Based on what he said, he should be the one who planted the needle inside the banana. In that case, he probably has to do with those thank you notes as well. The boy was not shocked when the scream occurred. He even said that this was not the first time this has happened. This means that he knows the culprits. From the info that I have, there are at least 4 malicious spirits inside this building, and they know each other. After the hostel manager left, Han Fei walked out from behind the door. He put the landlord's ring back on and headed upstairs. Even though the hostel only had 4 floors, every floor contained many rooms. However, all of the rooms were deathly quiet. Han Fei slunk his way up to the corner between 3rd and 4th floor. He could hear a barely discernible voice coming from upstairs.
I only killed one. Why are there dead bodies all over the place?
A middle-aged woman's voice came from the 4th floor stairwell door. From his vantage point, Han Fei could see that she was dragging a female carcass out from room 401. The body's stomach was unusually flat, like the organs inside had been hollowed out. The hostel manager was incredibly fit. She wrapped the girl up inside the comforter and then hauled the body over her broad shoulder and went down the stairs. Han Fei reacted quickly and slithered into the 3rd floor corridor. The hostel manager's every step jingled as the keys in her pocket jangled against each other. Carrying the body, she did not enter the 3rd floor corridor but headed directly downstairs. After the hostel manager left, Han Fei found his way up to the 4th floor instead. The doors to room 401 and the nearby bathroom are open. Did a tragedy befall someone when they tried to use the bathroom in the middle of the night? But what about her roommates? Are they still alive? Han Fei gathered his courage and stepped into room 401. At first glance, this was a normal hostel bedroom, and it was empty. The small room was littered with objects. Han Fei felt uneasy inside, so he picked up his pace and searched for valuable information. The girl who occupied bed number 1 was called Qiao. There was a collection of love poems hidden under her pillow. A few pages were torn out from the book. The girl appeared to be in a relationship. Some flirtatious remarks were left on the back of her exercise book. Why would she leave these in her exercise book? Isn't she afraid that the teacher will see them? Or are they meant to be seen by the teacher? In any case, Han Fei turned to bed number 2 since he had limited time. The name of the girl in this bed was written on her textbook, Yu Yingying. The girl was a groupie. She seemed to come from a better background. The clothes that were draped over her bed were of a more expensive quality than the rest of the girls. The girl in bed number 3 was called Wang Hui. 2 pairs of sports shoes were placed beside her bed. Her open school bag contained a pass from the school sports team. It appeared like she was aiming for a sports scholarship. Han Fei reached bed number 4 at last. He pulled back the mosquito net and immediately noticed something was wrong. The mattress was wrinkled and the comforter was balled up into a mess. Something unsightly had just happened here. The girl that the hostel manager carried out occupied this bed, but what happened to her? There was no visible wound on her stomach, but her stomach appears deflated. Is the culprit still inside this room? He whipped his body around to check. Before Han Fei could get a good look, the boy's voice came from the corridor again.
I've already planned everything. Why do the 3 of you have to ruin everything? We can do whatever we like. Who are you to boss us around? Stop arguing. All of them are going to die anyway.
The voices approached the door. If Han Fei left the room now, he'd run right into them. He looked around, pulled back the sheet from bed number 4, and scurried underneath it. Holding his breath, Han Fei turned his eyes to the door. It was then that he felt goosebumps coming all over his body. He saw a woman's face under bed number 1. Her curtain of black hair swung to the ground. The girl was trussed up and tied under the bed. Her eyes were wide open even in death. Han Fei clamped on his teeth to prevent the scream from escaping his throat. Soon someone entered room 401. Said person wore a pair of white sports shoes and sat on bed number 1.
Now that all 4 girls have been murdered, Teacher Ma's secret will never be exposed again. He is really a horrible person. After accepting Chiu Chiu's confession, he still went after Chu Xia. I so wish to kill him. Shut your mouths. That is our father.
The boy suddenly shouted.
There is one more person who knows about the secret. When Daddy tricked Chu Xia into the gym, there was someone hiding behind the sports equipment. That person escaped through the gym window before they were discovered. How are we supposed to find this person when there are so many students at this school? You don't expect us to murder everyone at the school just to protect Teacher Ma, right? It'll be impossible to do that. Why don't we change our target and kill Teacher Ma instead? Are you capable of killing him? Just shut up already.
The boy warned dangerously.
I will deal with the rest. Why should the 3 of us listen to you? Of the quadruplet, you're the only one alive. You've sucked away all of the life forces, so the 3 of us became stillborn, and now we still need to listen to your orders? Try us and see if we'll kill you or not. Are you threatening me?
The boy huffed, but he did not get angry.
Indeed, I am weak on my own. How about this? I will find some relics in this school and give them all to you. They will have a lingering presence that you favor. What do you need from the 3 of us?
The 3 other voices were instantly persuaded.
I need you to leave my body and stay inside room 401. Do not wander off again.
The boy said as he unzipped something.
If you promise me that, the things inside this school bag are all yours.
As the bag opened, the temperature in the room dropped. Chill also came from Han Fei's ring. But to Han Fei's surprise, there was a comfort laced within the chill. He turned to look at his finger and realized Su Qin's pet shadow was curled around the landlord's ring. It seemed to enjoy the chill emitted from the ring. This thing has followed me into the map? Since Weep and Li Zai did not have the correct ID, they were blocked outside Yiming Private Academy. However, the barrier appeared to only work on ghosts and spirits. Su Qin's pet was of indeterminate nature. It was not a life form. It was very unique. Its presence appeared to be a bug. The shadow on his finger desired Yin energy. Han Fei could feel its hunger, but he could do nothing about it for now. Han Fei once obtained information from the female student who infiltrated into Happiness Neighborhood. There was a student at Yiming Private Academy who had been possessed by a very scary ghost. It was that student who changed the whole school. Han Fei believed that the boy inside the room with him might be that student. Therefore, he had to be careful. He had to wait until the boy vacated the room before he could do anything. The boy completed the transaction with the 3 other voices. He left the school bag and departed from room 401. After he was gone, 3 small figures materialized inside the room. They started to ransack through the school bag. The boy had his brother stay inside room 401. This is not good for me. If I stay here any longer, they'll eventually find me. Unless absolutely necessary, Han Fei was not going to log off. It's better for me to escape from this room and find a safer place before I log off. His muscles tensed and Han Fei observed the room. When he was looking for a chance, an old pair of glasses fell to the ground. The 3 figures had been fighting over the things inside the bag, and one of the things fell out during the commotion. The glasses looked worn out and had bloodstains on it. It radiated a strong, Yin energy.
How about we share this? Okay, I agree.
One of the boys bent down. It reached out for the glasses when it felt something off. It slowly turned its head to look under bed number 4, and a man's face was looking back at it. Using soul depth touch, Han Fei landed a kick right on the boy's body. Han Fei had no other choice. So far, all he kept getting from the system was passive skill. Even though it was not meant for this purpose, Han Fei had to use the passive skill in an offensive manner to save himself. He toppled the bed frame and plunged forward to swipe away the school bag from the stunned boy. The thread around his fingertip curled around the glasses on the ground. Before the 3 boys could react, Han Fei already flew out the room and raced down the corridor. Chapter 152 Run. Grabbing the school bag was already more than he hoped for. Han Fei charged out of room 401 without looking back. The 3 ghost children in the room did not expect to find a man hiding under the bed, much less him jumping out and snatching the school bag with him. Naturally, these ghosts were not going to let him off the hook so easily. They shrieked pointedly. After a temporary stun, they chased after Han Fei. Holding the bag tightly, Han Fei raced down the corridor. As his legs moved, He reached his hands into the bag, and the system started to work its magic.
Notification for player 0000. You've discovered a grade G item, unreturned library book.
Unreturned library book. Possessed by resentment and despair according to legends, a girl died after reading this book. If you borrow this book home, then she'll follow you home too.
You've discovered a grade G item, surveillance videotape.
Surveillance videotape. Possessed by resentment and despair, this tape records very important things, including your moment of death.
You've discovered a grade G item, red school uniform.
Red school uniform. Possessed by resentment and despair, there is a red uniform placed inside one of the lockers at the changing room. It will only appear when you are inside the changing room alone.
Han Fei shoved every identifiable object into his inventory. The rest, he allowed the shadow on his finger to absorb. Since he could not keep them in his inventory, after he logged off, the remaining items inside the bag would be left for other ghosts anyway. In that case, Han Fei decided to treat the shadow to a feast. He was even more generous than Su Qin. He loosened the shadow inside the school bag and allowed it to suck all the negative energy away from the relics. After much consumption, the shadow, which was only a thread large, started to grow. It crawled on the bag like a black snake.
Eat as much as you can. Don't let anything go to waste.
The most cursed items from the bag were kept by Han Fei inside his inventory, and the energy of the other objects were consumed by the shadow. In other words, there was nothing but trash left in the school bag. When he reached the first floor, without even stopping, Han Fei lobbed the school bag at the manager office's window. The glass window shattered and the items inside the bag scattered all over the office. The hostel door is locked, and there are 3 ghosts chasing after me. If they split up to block my path, I won't be able to do anything about it. It is unwise to log off while they are around either. They might be waiting right for me to return. So the best option now is to find a secluded spot to hide. After making the perfect throw, Han Fei turned into the bathroom on the first floor. The footsteps approached. The 3 ghost children weren't dumb. 2 of them sneaked into the manager's office to retrieve the school bag, while the last one turned into the bathroom to check for Han Fei. Han Fei was hiding inside cubicle 1 when the chill came from his ring. Before he was exposed, Han Fei chose to log off. The blood dropped and Han Fei's consciousness detached itself from the game. Taking the helmet off, the man reached for the cold bottle of water on the table and chugged it down.
That was exciting.
Putting down the bottle, Han Fei crawled to his computer and quickly recorded down a few names. Bed 1, Qing Qiutao. Bed 2, Yu Yingying. Bed 3, Qing Wanghui. Bed 4, Qing Chuxia. Teacher Ma. He scoured the net for a long time before Han Fei found something. Room 401 did exist at Yiming Private Academy, and the girls' names matched. Incidentally, Girl 4, Chuxia, was the female student who got her face scratched by Jin Sheng. It was her boyfriend who committed suicide within the school compound. Based on the staff roster, there was only one teacher with the surname Ma at Yiming Private Academy, and he was the language teacher for Primary 1 Class 1, Ma Manjiang.
Girl 1, Xiao Tao, is from Class 1. That was noticeable from her exercise book. That means that the lovey-dovey messages on her exercise books were meant for Ma Manjiang. The poor girl probably didn't know she had been played a fool by her teacher until her death. As he dug deeper, Han Fei found more shocking information. Ma Manjiang indeed had a child. His name was Ma Bo. There was a psychiatrist report on Ma Bo from many years ago. The boy suffered from schizophrenia, and he had 4 main personas. Everything matched what Han Fei experienced in the game. Ma Manjiang's son had 3 ghost children possessing his body. Everything matches. This Ma Manjiang sure is a pervert. As a teacher, he not only had an illicit relationship with his student, Qiu Tao, but also tricked Chuxia to follow him into the gym. God knows what he had done to her. Unfortunately, his action was encountered by another student who was hiding inside the gym. To protect his reputation, he and his children have been trying to locate that student. Han Fei stared at the screen as the thoughts circulated in his mind. He recorded down everything that he found from the internet. Then he pulled down all the pictures of the human jigsaw case from the wall and replaced them with info from the new case. 4 people have died at Yiming Private Academy in real life. The first victim was the security guard. He didn't seem to be related to Ma Manjiang. The second victim was Jin Sheng's class teacher, a female teacher who was new to the job. Her name is Lu Lina, and she was also Ma Manjiang's wife. The third victim was a ruffian.
He was Chu Xiao's boyfriend, and Chu Xiao was a victim of Ma Manjiang's sexual advances. The last victim was Jin Sheng. At first glance, Jin Sheng has nothing to do with this whole event, so why was he killed? Was he the student who was inside the gym and saw Ma Manjiang's secret?
Han Fei had a hypothesis. All the victims did not die from suicide, but killed by Ma Manjiang and his son.
That still does not feel right.
Han Fei went back to the computer and checked further down the date. He accidentally came across a news that was extremely curious. Long after Yiming Private Academy was locked down, the 4 girls from room 401 died one after another, just like the curse from the ghost story. According to the article, the police confirmed that the killer was Ma Manjiang's son, Ma Bo. As if knowing his ending, Ma Bo committed suicide in his room out of guilt. Everyone who was related to this case had been killed. Only Ma Manjiang did not receive his deserved punishment. The sun was rising. Han Fei had another thought. He took out his phone to call Li Shui. After a few rings, Li Shui's voice came from the phone. She appeared to have just woken up.
Li Shui, can you bring me to meet your teacher today? I have a case that I need to discuss with him. The human jigsaw case has already been handed over to the heavy crime unit. My teacher is not part of it anymore, and you have to understand that he is going to retire soon. This is another case. It's related to Yiming Private Academy. Yiming Private Academy?
That snapped Li Shui out of it.
Teacher's health is failing and he needs to take regular checkups. I'll bring you to meet him this afternoon. Okay, thank you for everything.
After hanging up, Han Fei climbed into bed to catch up on his sleep. Chapter 153.
You're an actor. Is it appropriate for you to have such constant interaction with the police? What if this is captured by paparazzi?
Li Shui rode on her bike and Han Fei sat behind her.
It's fine. I have a good relationship with the paparazzi. In fact, I am thinking about using them as my informant. A celebrity using the paparazzi as informants to solve cases? Well, that's unusual.
Li Shui drove very fast.
The entertainment industry is quite messy. I still think it's better for you to keep a low profile. Before this, I did not have a choice, but now I just want to be a professional actor. If others in the industry want to stand in my way, I will bulldoze over them and then hand them over to the police.
Han Fei suddenly asked seriously.
During new officer recruitment, will the candidate's history of being a good Samaritan help his resume? Well, we'll take that into consideration. Will it matter if that history is slightly bloody? Huh.
At around 11 a.m., they finally arrived at the old city's police station. Originally, Li Shui's teacher was resting at the hospital, but once he heard Han Fei requested to meet him, he immediately changed the meeting location. In his opinion, Han Fei shouldn't get too close to a location like the hospital. When they arrived, the senior officer was already there. He did not like for others to wait for him.
What is it that you wish to discuss with me?
The old man stood beside the table. His posture was straight, unlike someone who was sick.
Sir, I'm just wondering if the police have investigated this one particular person before.
Han Fei cut right to the chase.
Who? Ma Manjiang.
When Han Fei gave the name, the whole office silenced. The senior officer did not answer immediately. He looked at Han Fei strangely before revealing a rare smile.
Where did you hear that name? From the internet.
Han Fei shared his full hypothesis. He believed Ma Manjiang had taken advantage of Chu Xiao, and then to keep his evil deeds a secret, he first threatened and then killed the girl. Han Fei suspected Jin Sheng was the student who was inside the gym when Ma Manjiang assaulted Chu Xiao. Han Fei would not have come up with such a firm hypothesis without his adventure in the cryptic world, but Li Shui's teacher had no idea about the cryptic world's existence. From his perspective, Han Fei was a genius detective since he managed to piece such a perfect hypothesis together just from the information he got from the internet. After hearing what Han Fei had to say, the senior officer's eyes glowed with admiration.
It's impressive that you managed to come up with all these on your own. So the police are onto him as well.
Based on the old man's expression, Han Fei believed that the police were already on Ma Manjiang's tail.
After we got the information from Meng Chang'an, we reopened the case into Yiming Private Academy. Unfortunately, Ma Manjiang has gone missing. Yes, we have people looking for him as we speak.
The senior officer sat down and signaled for Han Fei to join him.
When we pulled up the old case files, we noticed Ma Manjiang appeared much too often with different identities. He was last seen at his father's funeral. Oh, right. Do you know that his father was the founder of Yiming Private Academy? His father was the headmaster? Ma Manjiang's father was an entrepreneur and philanthropist. They built this school in the countryside to provide an education opportunity for those who lived far away from the city, but something about that goal changed. Li Shui's teacher shared the info that he knew. Based on the police investigation, there was a connection between all the victims at Yiming Private Academy. However, unlike Han Fei, they believed that connection to be Jin Sheng and not Ma Manjiang. Jin Sheng was the last victim at the school before it was closed down, and the boy was the turning point in all the cases. Han Fei viewed that case from Ma Manjiang's perspective, but Li Shui's teacher viewed it from the butterfly's perspective. The butterfly liked to toy with humanity, to push kindness to its brink. Of all the victims, the one who fitted the bill best was Jin Sheng. Li Shui's teacher even had a brave supposition that it was Jin Sheng who caused the series of tragedies at Yiming Private Academy. It was Jin Sheng who was targeted by the butterfly. The other victims were murdered because the butterfly intended to expose the world's sin brutally before the child for him to edge deeper and deeper into the abyss. Han Fei speculated that Jin Sheng was the student who hid inside the gym. Li Shui's teacher agreed with him, and he even went one step further to hypothesize that it was the butterfly who lured Jin Sheng in there. The purpose was for the boy to witness the true nature of his respected teacher Ma. Jin Sheng probably would have sought help after that, but no one believed him. Once people did start to hear him out, though, those who trusted him started to die one after another. Perhaps Jin Sheng's death was not the butterfly's goal. They probably wanted Jin Sheng to embrace the darkness, but Jin Sheng had chosen death instead. That was the police's deduction, but ultimately police work depended on evidence. So far they could not even tell why Jin Sheng was targeted by the butterfly. After some interviews, their impression of Jin Sheng was that he was a normal child. The only thing special about him was he liked to tell ghost stories, that was all. Jin Sheng was already dead, so they could not get anything from him. However, it was a different case for Han Fei. He suspected Jin Sheng was still at Yiming Private Academy. He had the chance to get close to Jin Sheng and maybe even be his friends. Han Fei had an advantage that the police did not. After hearing the senior officer's analysis, Han Fei knew what to do next. There was a bond between Han Fei and the law enforcement. Han Fei could glimpse the dead's memories from the cryptic world, and then use these memories to form part of the truth, and that would provide a general picture for the law enforcement to follow up on. The apprehension of the culprit, collection of evidence, or things that required manpower were all left to the police. They were in a symbiotic relationship. One worked on capturing the killers and the butterfly in real life, while the others attempted to bring salvation and release to the dead in the cryptic world. With his superb memory, Han Fei already memorized all the key points even though the senior officer only went through it once. Han Fei planned to search for Jin Sheng in the cryptic world that very night.
Sir, I feel like my mind has cleared after talking to you.
Han Fei was detailed-orientated, but Li Shui's teacher was more a big-picture person. The latter helped put Han Fei into perspective.
I enjoy our chats too.
The old man looked at Han Fei, and he smiled kindly.
I am glad to have met a young man like yourself, but I hope you can promise me one thing.
What is it? I hope that you'll find a happier career. I know you are a great actor and even have the potential to be a great officer, but neither of these careers will help you regain a real smile.
Li Shui's teacher appeared to be able to see through Han Fei's mind.
An actor can make other people smile, but they can never make themselves smile. An officer will be exposed to many sins, and when the weight of the sin crushes you, you'll lose more than just a smile.
The senior officer's words warmed Han Fei's heart. Unfortunately, he had no other choice.
I know the risks, but I can't give up now. I have to capture the butterfly.
Han Fei said determinedly. He was telling the truth. The black box that Butterfly was looking for was in his mind. Even if Han Fei gave up, the butterfly would not. One young and one old, the duo with wildly different backgrounds chatted for a long time inside the office. It was not until the call came from the hospital that Li Shui's teacher was escorted away by another officer. Even Li Shui found it unbelievable that her teacher had chatted for so long with Han Fei. Her teacher usually wasn't such a chatterbox. After the exchange with Li Shui's teacher, Han Fei found his perspective adjusted. Most of his speculations were confirmed by the police. A plan was forming in Han Fei's brain. The killers at Yiming Private Academy included Ma Manjiang and his son. Their suspected victims so far were the security guard, the ruffian, and Ma Manjiang's wife. Han Fei needed to find the other victims to figure out more about the story. Han Fei left the police station and was about to go home when his phone rang. It was Director Jiang.
Director Jiang, How can I help you? 8 p.m. tomorrow night. Twin Flowers will be released on all platforms. We have rented a space, and all of us plan to watch the first premiere together. It's happening so soon? We've already given up on offline premiere. We'll be focusing on online platforms instead. Tomorrow night, we'll know whether all our effort will be worth it or not.
As time advanced, offline and online cinemas branched off into two different product chains. Online movie cinemas were efficient and more comfortable. With that, it carved out a niche for itself. Offline cinemas, though, had the upper hand in visual and audio effects. Going to one was no different from a virtual reality experience. Twin Flowers was a small-budget film. It did not have that many special effects, so online cinemas were more suitable for it.
I will be there tomorrow night.
Han Fei was quite excited. After all, this was his first movie as the main character.
Okay.
Getting Han Fei's promise, director Jiang sounded more excited than Han Fei was.
By the way, I have a friend who wants to meet you. He is quite a famous horror movie director. Tomorrow he'll be there to watch the premiere with us as well.
Director Jiang was sharing his connection with Han Fei. He hoped that Han Fei would walk further on the road of being an actor. Chapter 154.
A famous horror film director?
Han Fei hesitated.
Director Jiang, to be honest, I still wish to be a comedy actor. Compared to bringing people fear, I prefer to bring my audience smiles and laughter. I know that, but we would love to see you smile as well. But at your current stage, I suggest that you stick to your forte of horror film. When you have enough money saved up and don't need to worry about day-to-day life expenditure anymore, you can feel free to explore other film genres. My forte is now horror films.
Han Fei guessed that was true.
All right, I will talk to him tomorrow.
Even after hanging up, Han Fei still found it hard to calm down. His first big movie was going to premiere soon. It would be a lie to say he was not nervous.
To witness my first actual appearance on the big screen, I need to survive in that school tonight.
After a quick meal, Han Fei went to find Li Shui. After much haggling, bargaining, and begging, he finally learned some new fighting skills from Li Shui. The techniques were not complicated, but they were efficient and fatal. Some of the tips could not be found online. They were concluded from Li Shui's own experience on the streets. It was immensely helpful to Han Fei. Before this, Han Fei was just dipping his toes into the pool of martial arts, but now he was seriously considering taking up this skill professionally. Han Fei reached home at 3 p.m. After a shower, he looked through books related to education and then went online to attend a class on educational science. He tried to put himself in the shoes of an educator. Kind, tolerant, patient, respectful, I need to treat all of my students equally. They are all my children, and I only want the best for them. Han Fei studied until night came. Pulling back the curtain, Han Fei stood before his wall of crimes. He memorized all the details he could find on Yi Ming Private Academy. Time ticked by. The layout of the hostel bathroom appeared in his mind. Han Fei took a deep breath and put on the gaming helmet. Blood poured like rain and washed out the city. In the redness, Han Fei opened his eyes. A horrible smell wafted past his nose. Han Fei was still standing inside the cubicle of the first-floor bathroom. It was extremely quiet. Waves of chills came from the ring. Han Fei eased the cubicle door open and then took out the red uniform from his inventory. Once the uniform was out in the open, the darkness in the bathroom corner started to twist. A black snake then slithered out from it.
Seems like you have found yourself a good hiding spot.
Suqin's little pet was extremely good at hiding. It literally had hidden itself from the system's detection, much less the ghosts at this school. But its other skills were not as powerful. The black snake crawled onto the red uniform and consumed the resentment on it. Its body expanded again.
The thing's ability is consumption, but it is still too small now. It couldn't consume anything larger than it.
Han Fei did not have much use for these objects possessed with negative energy. He might as well feed them all to Suqin's pet. If it got larger, then at least it could help protect Han Fei. Han Fei left the snake to its meal while he sneaked over to the bathroom door. The glass shards on the corridor had been cleared away and a new window pane had been replaced. The only difference was there was now a new plaque on the hostel manager's door, admittance of staff only. Han Fei sneaked down the corridor to look through the window. The ceremonial urn that Han Fei hid under the bed was sought out, and it was abandoned alongside many other useless trashes at the corner of the room. 4 girls died yesterday night in this building, but everyone carries on like nothing is out of place. The front door is still locked. The hostel manager was not in again. Han Fei wanted to get inside the room to retrieve Weep's urn and then search the room for spare keys. He just pushed the manager door open when he heard one of the doors on the first floor creak open as well. Han Fei slipped behind the door and peeked outwards. He saw a young man about 16 sneaking his way over to the hostel manager's office. Initially, Han Fei could not see the man clearly, but as he got closer, Han Fei managed to recognize the young man. This was the ruffian who committed suicide by jumping off a building at Yiming Private Academy. He was as skinny as a stick, had a square face, big eyes, and his hair was dyed half yellow, half black. There was a tattoo for the Chinese character, Hun, hatred, on his arm. How did he end up here? The victim was coming closer and closer. Since the man was volunteering himself to Han Fei, the latter naturally was going to welcome him with open arms. The man leaned against the wall and slowly poked his head towards the window. On the other side of the wall, Han Fei did the same. The four eyes met, and the young man stumbled back from shock and fear.
Shush!
Just as the man lost his balance, Han Fei reached out to grab the man by his collar and close his hand over the man's mouth. Han Fei's action was so smooth that it was clear this was not his first time doing something like this. After the young man calmed down, Han Fei loosened his grip.
Manager? Since when did we get a new hostel manager? It's not safe out here. I suggest we continue this conversation in the room that you just came out from.
Han Fei placed Weep's urn inside an electric cooker. He closed the lid and carried the cooker out from the manager's office. They rushed to room 104, which was situated in the middle of the corridor. Han Fei only sighed in relief after the door closed.
Why do you have the key to this bedroom?
Han Fei placed with the cooker under the bed and turned to question the man.
I am a student here, so naturally I have a key here.
The man answered.
Your name is Zhang Guanxing. You're 17 and dropped out from school a year ago. You started to hang out with the ruffians around the school and gave yourself a street name called Wild Hound.
Han Fei had memorized the victim's information.
I know you very well, so I hope you won't lie to me again.
The man did not expect Han Fei to have done a background check on him. He shrunk his neck and fidgeted nervously.
Tell me, how did you get into this hostel? Why are you here? And how did you end up with the key to this bedroom?
Han Fei's voice was not angry, but it was definitely stern.
What does that have to do with you?
The young man rolled his eyes at Han Fei. He appeared to despise figure of authority.
Recently, some bad things have happened here. I am a teacher who just got transferred here. Therefore, I have the responsibility to protect all of my students, even the former ones.
Han Fei stated his intention very clearly. He was not there to harm the young man.
You're a new teacher here?
The man finally lifted his head. He began hesitantly.
I used to stay here before I dropped out. I copied the key for myself. I come back here once in a while when I have nowhere else to put my head down for the night. I do not mean to do any harm. Why won't you have a place to sleep? What do you mean? After my parents' divorce, my father drinks every day. He'd come home to beat me, and I'll have to stay up to clean up his puke. That is not a home. It's worse than the garbage dump.
The boy's hand reached instinctually to his tattoo.
Then how did you get in here?
Han Fei was more curious about that. The front door was locked, and all the windows had security nets.
My best bro lives in room 201. Normally, I'd climb up the net to get into his bedroom before I sneak my way down here.
The man's expression twitched like he was still hiding something.
If there's something that worries you, just tell me. I'm a teacher. I can help you. Actually, I'm now trapped here and I can't leave.
The boy eventually came out with the truth.
I was trying to sneak into the hostel manager's office earlier to steal the key. Trapped here? What do you mean? Can't you just make your way back through the same route you used to come in here? Something has happened to my bro. I can't go back there because everyone in that bedroom. The young man halted for a long time before he uttered, are dead. Dead. Not too long ago, my best bro picked up a can somewhere around school. Instead of throwing it away, he carried the can back to his room and spoke to it every night. Then his school results improved tremendously.
The man said with fear.
I thought it was because he had started to treat his homework seriously, but one day, when I visited him again, I realized not only him, but also all his roommates were sitting around that can.
Their faces were pale. They kept staring into the can, mumbling something at it. They did not pay me any attention, so I did not disrupt them either. However, when I went back a few days later, I realized my best bro has gone missing. However, his 3 other roommates were still seated around that can. They did not seem to notice his disappearance or my presence either.
I was so afraid that I immediately escaped from that bedroom. Then I picked my phone to call my best bro. The call was picked up and my bro sounded normal, but there was an echo coming from his end of the line.
Chapter 155.
An echo? Yes, it sounded like he was trapped inside some kind of empty, small room.
Zhang Guanxing gestured with his hands.
He told me on the phone that he was fine. He was studying in the classrooms. I thought he really must have turned over a new leaf. He used to be the first to escape from the classroom when the bell rang. But now he'd stay to revise his homework after school. No wonder his result improved so much. Hearing the normalcy in his voice, the anxiety in my heart slowly faded away. He even joked with me like usual.
However, the concern returned when I made another call to him at 11 p.m. that night. The voice from his end was blurry. I asked him what he was doing, and he told me he was still in the classroom studying. The classrooms should have been closed by then. The lights were off, so how could he still be studying?
I instantly realized something was wrong. I sneaked out from room 104 and ran to room 201. I tried knocking on the door, and the bedroom door swung open easily. I looked into the room and saw there was only one student left beside the can. His head was lowered as he looked into the can with undetached attention. His expression was unusual. I did not dare to get too close, so I grabbed the broom from behind the door and pushed him lightly with it. He turned around, and his expression instantly turned back to normal. He smiled at me and told me to be quiet as he gestured for me to get closer to him. He told me to join him. Apparently, there was something interesting inside the can.
To be honest, I was quite curious. The can appeared to have some kind of magic, and it pulled my attention. My legs moved involuntarily forward. When I snapped out of it, I was already inside room 201. The student beside the can continued to smile at me, but there was something fake about his smile, like he was not the one smiling, but someone was pulling his facial muscles into a smile.
Wary of him, I didn't get any closer. Instead, I called my friend's name loudly, but there was no reply.
I knew then my friend was not inside the bedroom. There was no reason for me to stay inside that bedroom anymore. I couldn't wait to leave. As I turned to exit, I took out my phone and called his number. The phone was picked up after one ring. I shouted into the phone, but a moment later, two echoes of my friend's voice appeared inside the room. One came from my phone, and the other came from inside the can.
I was stumped. When I turned back to look, I saw a pair of hands were around the neck of the student beside the can. The pale arms slowly dragged the student into the can. Blood dripped on the rim of the black can. Then the room was empty, like the students were never there in the first place. My legs went out under me. At that moment, I heard my friend's voice again. He told me to go accompany him inside the can. I had no idea how I got out from that bedroom. In any case, I won't be going back to room 201 ever again.
Zhang Guanxing was clearly frightened, or else he normally would not have been such a model student, and answered every question Han Fei had so obediently.
Sir, can you bring me out of this hostel? Things are getting stranger and stranger around this place. I have a feeling that bad things will happen if we continue to stay here.
After hearing Zhang Guanxing's story, the system sounded in Han Fei's mind.
Notification for player 0000. You've triggered grade G hidden mission, the can.
Mission requirement. Open the can with your own hands and look inside it for 3 full minutes.
Time-limited mission. The mission will automatically end 1 hour after it is triggered. If you have not completed the mission by then, the mission will be considered a failure.
Warning. Yiming Private Academy is a unique map. The completion of each mission will increase the overall difficulty needed to clear the map.
When Han Fei heard the mission requirement, his expression dropped. He knew looking into the can would bring tragedy, but the mission demanded him to do that very exact thing. To quit the game, he had to complete at least one mission and stay for 3 hours. Therefore, Han Fei had no choice but to accept this time-limited mission for now. The moment he did so, the system continued to announce, notification for player 0000. You've triggered Yiming Private Academy's Grade F hidden mission, Jin Sheng's Tales of School Horrors.
Jin Sheng's Tales of School Horrors, Grade F Hidden Mission Challenge, 7 Ghost Stories inside Yiming Private Academy.
Time-limited mission. The mission will automatically end 7 days after it is triggered. If you have not completed the mission by then, the mission will be considered a failure.
Warning. All the missions inside a hidden map will be hidden missions. They provide extremely valuable rewards.
Staring at the mission interface, Han Fei was shocked to have undertaken 2 missions in such a short amount of time. The Grade F mission even directly had Jin Sheng's name on it. The mission had to be the key mission at Yiming Private Academy. I need to challenge 7 ghost stories at this school. Sir, hello?
Zhang Guanxing called him several times before Han Fei turned his attention back to the young man.
Yes, Guanxing.
It was Zhang Guanxing who brought him 2 missions, so he was kind towards the little ruffian.
The name Guanxing was given to me by my parents. I have abandoned it a long time ago. Why don't you call me Wild Hound? I prefer. You're still too young for the streets. After we leave this place, I'll help you reassess your goals in life.
Using soul-depth touch, Han Fei patted Zhang Guanxing on his shoulders. He could feel fear, panic, and hatred towards his father from the boy.
You're the teacher. I'll listen to you.
Before the threat of unknown danger, Zhang Guanxing was as meek as a sheep.
Should we go find the hostel manager or the other teachers now? We'll head to room 201 first. I want to take a look at that can.
Han Fei's words immediately stupefied Zhang Guanxing.
Why? Sir, you don't believe me? It's because I believe you that I have to go there. There are 4 of my students inside that can. You want me to abandon them and escape on our own? Is that something a teacher should do?
Han Fei grabbed Zhang Guanxing by his hand.
Let's go. I have to go with you. Wait. Sir. Let go, please. Shush. There are things more dangerous than the can at this building. You're safest with me.
Han Fei warned sincerely.
I'll worry if I leave you here on your own.
With Zhang Guanxing in tow, they exited room 104 and entered the left staircase. When they were close to the bathroom, Han Fei stopped temporarily. While Zhang Guanxing looked anxiously about, a shadowy snake slithered out from the bathroom and crawled up Han Fei's body. The night was thick. Shadows flickered inside the hostel, and red eyes appeared to open at the end of the corridor. Room 201 was directly next to the staircase. The door was not closed. It was left open a gap.
How about I wait for you outside the door? How do you plan to join the gang if you're that cowardly? You disappoint the name of Wild Hound.
Han Fei dragged Zhang Guanxing into room 201, and he closed the door. Room 201 looked normal, but there was a wooden table placed in the middle of the room, and on top of it sat an aged and painted black.
Sir, don't get too close to it. Hands will come out from it. You stay beside the door. And grab that broom. Hit me with it if I start acting funny. Okay.
Han Fei took tentative steps towards the can. When he was about to reach the can, he turned back to tell Zhang Guanxing.
If I do not respond to the broom, or I was captured by the ghost and pulled into the call, then do not hesitate and run back to room 104 to hide. Do not wander about aimlessly.
After giving the last advice, Han Fei had Su Qin's pet curl around his arm while he reached over to flip open the can's lid. Chapter 156. Frost came from his fingertip and it seeped into his body before slowly freezing his mind. He lowered his head and the dark mouth of the can started to yawn. The water at the bottom of the can rippled as a pale human face surfaced. The face hid at the bottom of the can. It looked at Han Fei expressionlessly as its facial features started to change.
What is it that you want? What do you desire?
A strange voice came from afar and then echoed inside Han Fei's heart. He refused to answer, but he found his lips moving. The human face inside the water took on a more defined feature as the voice listed out some common human desires like beauty, money, fame. Han Fei did not react to any of these things. But when the human face uttered the word, truth, Han Fei could feel his spirit being drawn towards the water. He raised his hands to grab at something, but there was only himself in the darkness.
You desire the truth?
Han Fei felt enveloped by a chill. The room fell away. Instead, Han Fei found himself falling down a dark hole, his mind tumbling into an icy cold pond. He could feel the oxygen drying out in his lungs. Despite struggling hard, he continued to sink. Han Fei lifted his head, and the face which was previously floating on the surface of the water was now looking down at him, who was underwater. It was still staring at Han Fei, but the facial feature was becoming more like Han Fei's. The lips moved as if wanting to tell Han Fei something. However, it only managed to utter one word when a ghastly wound split across the human face. At that moment, Han Fei's consciousness cleared for a second. He lowered his head to look deeper into the water. Many people were sunken down there. They were like mannequins without soul. They were piled on top of each other, their hairs flowing with the current. There was no light in their eyes. Han Fei's body continued to submerge. Han Fei tried to swim upwards, but his limbs felt leaden. Pain, suffocation, lethargy, his mind started to slow down. If Han Fei was to close his eyes and give up the struggle, he'd be released from all these torments. There were voices in the pond welcoming Han Fei. The pale hands reached out towards him. They were like humanity's endless desire. They closed around Han Fei and refused to let go. His lungs were burning and his head spinning. His limbs were going numb. But even in that state, Han Fei refused to succumb. He needed to survive. Using the last bit of consciousness, Han Fei tried to open the menu. Since he was in an unusual mental state, other than the two talents, Spiritfarer and Resurrection, everything else was grayed out. Just to do something, Han Fei attempted to use Spiritfarer inside the can, but before he could trigger it, the human face on the surface of the water suddenly grimaced in pain. The human face inside the can had to satisfy its victim's desire before it could trap their souls. Han Fei's desire, though, was very special. It was an adamant yearning for truth. To satisfy Han Fei's desire, the human face appeared to have spoken the name of an unmentionable. More cracks appeared on its face. The human face finally decided to abandon its own rules. Without giving the truth to Han Fei, it controlled the bodies at the bottom of the pond and used them to drag Han Fei down. The moment the human face in the can violated its own rules, the lull over Han Fei's mind slowly loosened. The shackles over him gradually weakened. Gritting his teeth, Han Fei made for the surface. When his fingers broke through the surface, a strand of blackness immediately curled around his arm and yanked him out from the water. Ping! A spidery splinter appeared on the black can. Life returned to the eyes of the man who stood beside the table. Han Fei's back was cold. His upper body was tightly wrapped together by Su Qin's pet, while the other half of the snake was extended into the can. That was too dangerous. Han Fei's body was still shaking from the cold. If his desire was not the truth but something else, he wouldn't even have the chance to resist. He remembered that just as he was about to yield, a wound appeared on the human face. It was due to the damage to the human face that Han Fei managed to regain his consciousness. There were not many who desired truth, and even less when that truth involved an unmentionable. The human face in the can was scammed and accidentally incurred the wrath of an unmentionable. Han Fei pulled Su Qin's pet out from the can. To Han Fei's surprise, the shadow drew out a string of old paper notes with it. The notes contained many wishes like "I hope XX will love me. Let me place number 1 in class. I don't want to fail. I need XXX to die." Wrapped within the layer of notes, there was a small piece of bone.
Notification for player 0000. You've completed Grade G Hidden Mission. The can obtained 1 free skill point and special reward, the Can of Wishes.
The Can of Wishes, Grade G cursed item. There is a can buried at the school garden. According to legend, if you whisper your desire into the can, your wish will come true. It was a female student who started this legend. She said she used to despise her younger brother. One day, she shared her wish with the can, and the next day her little brother disappeared.
You've completed the challenge of 1 Tales of Horrors at the school. Completion rate of Jin Sheng's Tales of Horror, 1 out of 7.
After combining the object description and the items he had found, Han Fei believed the girl probably had murdered her younger brother and stuffed part of his body into the can. It was not the can that fulfilled her wish. The so-called Can of Wishes was merely an excuse to hide her malice. This can is essentially someone's grave. Han Fei frowned as he studied the can. The shadow, though, stuffed itself on the negative energy on the notes. The creature never seemed to be picky with its food.
Sir, are you all right?
Zhang Guanxing asked nervously as he used the broom to poke the back of Han Fei's waist.
My consciousness was sucked into the earlier, but I'm fine now. Then did you see my friend inside the can? I'm afraid that your friend has been consumed by the can.
Han Fei picked up the lid and closed the black can. In a way, this Can of Wishes could be turned into a good weapon. Chapter 157. Opening the closet door. Han Fei pretended to place the can inside it, but actually he was trying to see if he could keep the can inside his inventory. He eventually surrendered after failing several times.
Zhang Guanxing, do you know about other strange events that have happened here?
Han Fei hugged the black can and turned to Zhang Guanxing. The ruffian had no idea why Han Fei would ask that question. He did not dare to answer willy-nilly. He thought about it before saying,
I hear from my girlfriend that someone has died in room 304 on the 3rd floor. After midnight, the girls in room 304 would hear footsteps from outside their door, like someone was pacing in the 3rd floor corridor. Perhaps it was the dead girl looking for the way back to her room. Your girlfriend? Aren't you a bit young to be in a relationship? Sir, is that the problem here? The dead have risen again. Even so, that's no excuse to be in a relationship so soon. Anyway, please continue the story.
Through what he said, Han Fei then realized Zhang Guanxing did not know what happened to Chu Xia, so he was not the one who hid inside the gym.
Rumors said that the girl died because her roommates in room 304 bullied and ostracized her. The dead girl was beautiful, but she came from a poor family. She was shy and always appeared so friendly. She would not get angry no matter the things which were done to her, so everyone was surprised when she did what did. Perhaps she was merely holding it all in and did not know to express what she really felt.
Han Fei had Zhang Guanxing carry the can.
We'll look around this bedroom first. If we fail to find anything, then we'll move on to the third floor to take a look. Third floor? But that's the girl hostel. Male or female, they are all my students.
After spending about 3 hours pretending to be busy, Han Fei left room 201 with Zhang Guanxing. By then, Su Qin's pet had grown from a small snake to a twisting python. It had consumed the negative energy on the school uniform, library book, and videotape, as well as the lingering curses on the notes of wishes. It was growing rapidly. Using the left staircase, they sneaked their way to the third floor. Han Fei and Zhang Guanxing hid behind the door as they stared down the deserted corridor.
When I came here in the past, this place used to be very lively. Some students would be up chatting or playing in their rooms through the night. Others would even escape from the hostel to find their entertainment outside of school. But recently, this building feels like it has been hollowed out. It is eerily quiet. Shush.
Han Fei stared at the landlord's ring. There was no chill from his finger.
Something's not right.
Yesterday night, the hostel manager patrolled the building and 3 children ghosts murdered a room full of girls, but tonight they were not seen anywhere. Not even their footsteps could be heard. Have the hostel manager and the 3 ghosts eliminated each other? Yesterday night, Han Fei threw the ghost school bag into the hostel manager's office, and then he logged off when he was hiding inside the toilet. If the 3 children ghosts could not find him, they might seek trouble with the hostel manager. But the hostel manager was not a pushover either. She once admitted that she had murdered someone. Furthermore, she still managed her patrols in a building that was filled with murderers and ghosts, so she had to be quite powerful herself.
We better be careful.
Han Fei tapped Zhang Guanxing on his shoulder.
Why don't you go back to room 104 to hide for now? After I'm done here, I'll go get you. Don't go anywhere else.
If they ran into danger, Han Fei could log off any time, but that would expose Zhang Guanxing to extreme danger.
Sir, I think I prefer to stick with you. It feels safer being around you than to be in the room alone.
Without realizing it, Zhang Guanxing started to trust Han Fei, believing the latter was really a teacher at Yiming Private Academy.
Then I need you to listen to my orders. Do not question them.
It won't do for them to stay at the staircase door forever, so Han Fei decided to take a closer examination. Han Fei and Zhang Guanxing walked down the dark corridor and stopped before room 304. When he placed his hand on the door handle, he felt something sticky in his palm. He lowered his head to look and noticed the handle was covered in a layer of blackened bloodstain. It suggested a pair of bleeding hands used this door often. Creak. Han Fei did not push, but the door opened on its own. Pungent perfume and the smell of decomposition mixed together to form a very disgusting aroma. Pushing his nose into the crook of his elbow, Han Fei glanced into the room. At that moment, the robotic voice sang.
Notification for player 0000. You've triggered grade G hidden mission, knocking at midnight.
Mission requirement. Enter room 304. Do not open the door no matter what happens. Stay inside the room for half an hour.
Time-limited mission. The mission will automatically end 1 hour after it is triggered. If you have not completed the mission by then, the mission will be considered a failure.
Han Fei triggered yet another hidden mission. This was unimaginable in the normal version of Perfect Life. It's another time-limited mission. Grade G mission was difficult even for Han Fei. He did not want Zhang Guanxing to become collateral damage. He was about to order the man to leave when strange footsteps echoed in the corridor. The sound was hard to describe. It sounded like someone's feet were dragging on the ground. Instead of moving on their own, said person was being dragged along by something else.
Someone is coming?
Unable to confirm the source of the sound, Zhang Guanxing zipped into room 304.
We better hide for now.
It was too late to make the escape now, so Han Fei had to follow him in. When the door closed, the hidden mission was activated. Han Fei ensured the door was locked and, as an extra measure, moved the broom over to create another block. The ruffian who dropped out and an actor who was not the teacher stood inside the dark bedroom together. There was no light. The two held their breath and listened to the sound from outside the room. The nails scratched against the floor. The thing was coming closer to room 304, and Hanfei's heart raced. The air became moister, and the horrible smell inside the room thickened. When the two thought it was over, the strange sound moved away from room 304.
It has left?
Zhang Guanxing's voice was quivering.
Don't let your guard down. It'll probably return.
Hanfei took several steps back.
Now is the time to search through this room for clues. We need to find useful information.
Like a professional detective, Hanfei scanned the room and, through the items left behind, started to reconstruct what had happened inside room 304. The four girls who stayed in room 304 came from less than stellar family backgrounds. Other than girl 4, the other girls looked unassuming on their student ID. Girl 4 had fair skin and enviable body proportions. Of the four cupboards, only girl 4's drawers had cosmetics in them. However, they were not famous brands. In fact, most of them were sample packs given at promotional events. Based on the worn state of most of the cosmetics, the girl did not use them that often. However, she did cherish them because she even had a special box to store them. Hanfei picked up a small bottle of lotion. Hanfei tried to squeeze some out, but it wouldn't work. He studied it for a long time before he realized someone had glued the mouth shut. Putting down the bottle, Hanfei found a pack of contact lenses inside the trash can next to bed number 4. The lens also had traces of glue on them. If she had put these on, she'd be blind. Hanfei stood beside bed number 4, and as more details surfaced, the tragedy that had befallen girl 4 slowly formed in his mind. Chapter 158. A pretty girl occupied bed number 4. She came from a poor family, but she would save on her daily expenses to purchase cosmetic products. It was not a fault to pursue beauty, but the prettier she became, the more uncomfortable it made her roommates. After the footsteps outside the door departed, Hanfei pried open the locked cupboard beside bed number 1. He found a diary hidden in a stack of old clothes. It detailed how envy turned 3 normal girls into demons. At the start, everyone was the same. They were all girls from non-spectacular families. However, after some time staying together, their individual personalities slowly revealed. Girl 4 was very kind. She was considered tall among her peers, and she always had a smile for everyone. The source of all conflict began from cosmetics. Girl 4 skimped and saved to purchase a set of cheap makeup. Then she started to follow makeup tutorials online. During classes, the girl would not put on makeup because that was against the rules. She would only put on a very light touch of makeup during the weekends. Whenever there was a group outing, girl 4 would often be the center of attention. To be honest, the girl's makeup skill was not that good. The reason she was well-loved was because she had a nice-going personality. People were naturally drawn towards her kindness, but her roommates thought it was because she was the only one among them who used makeup. They were still too young to have mature thoughts. Girl 4's roommates would sometimes borrow Girl 4's cosmetics. The girl rarely rejected them. She even volunteered to do their makeup. But when everyone had on the same up, it was still Girl 4 who was the shiniest star wherever she went. For the first few times, it did not matter, but slowly, her roommates thought Girl 4 purposely did a horrible makeup on them, so that her beauty would be highlighted. Her roommates stopped going out with Girl 4, but they would still borrow her makeup. There were not many chances for students to use makeup, but even so, a set of cosmetics would not last long when it was shared by 4 people. Later one day, Girl 3 used Girl 4's makeup without asking for the latter's permission. After Girl 4 discovered it, she lost her temper for the first time and got into an argument with Girl 3. Even though they made up the next day, the harmony was only on the surface. The girls in room 304 started to ostracize Girl 4. They would purposely forget about her during group outings. Whenever she wanted to engage them in conversation, they'd turn away and pretend to be busy with something else. They spread nasty rumors behind her back, saying she had a sugar daddy who sponsored her makeups, and she would always come back on weekend nights. The rumors had their intended effect. People started to stray away from Girl 4. She did not know how to explain herself. Even the kindest and most well-loved teacher Ma at the school started to look at her differently. She tried to go to the teachers for help, but that only made things worse. The girls in room 304 hated her even more after they were lectured by the teachers. They mocked her more openly and resorted to harsher forms of emotional violence. Other girls joined in their ranks. They could not tell why Girl 4 was so hated. They assumed since so many people hated her, there must be something horrendous about her. It was thus right to hate her. The ostracization turned Girl 4 more introverted. Things got so bad that she considered dropping out from school. The girl's parents were just normal people, and the tuition at Yiming Private Academy was not cheap. When they found out from the school and the girl's friends that she would wear makeup like a slut and stay out late at night, the first emotion they felt was disappointment and anger. They had sacrificed so much to send her to a prestigious school. Instead of focusing on her studies, she instead became fixated on frivolous stuff like beauty and makeup. The girl's father had an explosive temper. He almost hit her when he heard the news. They refused to allow the girl to quit and insisted on the girl staying at the school. Then things only got worse. In the eyes of the girls in room 304, no matter what Girl 4 did, it was wrong. They would feel disgusted just in her presence. Their failure to chase her away only escalated their actions even more. They turned to more extreme methods. First, they started by ruining the girl's stuff, dirtying her clothes, and then moved on to pouring glue into her cosmetics and onto her contact lenses. But that was not all. In the last few entries of the diary, Han Fei read that one of the girls had found contraceptive pills, grounded them up into dusts, and melted them into the girl's water bottle and thermos. Malice was percolating. It consumed the 3 girls in room 304 and pushed Girl 4 to her brink. One Saturday night, just like the rumors suggested, Girl 4 did come home late that day. The 3 other girls could not have been happier. They giggled among themselves as they came up with the stories to spread the next day. One of the girls even moved the table to block behind the door. They made a pact that no matter what happened that night, they would not open the door. That way, even if the girl had the key, she could not come in. Girl 4 was still nowhere to be seen after 11 p.m. The girls were not worried. In fact, they took out their phones and recorded Girl 4's empty bed. This time, they would have evidence that Girl 4 had been spending her nights outside of school. The implication was that she was with her sugar daddy. At around 3 a.m., the sound of strange footsteps and water dripping came from the corridor. Then the lock of room 304 twisted. Someone was trying to open the door with the key. The person jiggled with the lock for a long time, but it refused to open. The sound had woken up the 3 girls inside the room. They were holding their hands over their mouths, chuckling. The door did not open, and the footsteps slowly moved away from room 304. She paced for a long time in the corridor before she returned to room 304 to try the door again. This was repeated for several times until the footsteps faded away completely. The next morning, the 3 girls hurried excitedly to the classrooms. The gossip started almost instantly. Negative implications about Girl 4 flew everywhere. They showed evidence of her empty bed to support their stories. The rumors spread like wildfire. The students criticized the girl. No one had anything good to say about her. No one cared about her feelings. They only cared that it was not them who was under mockery and scrutiny. Everything changed after the teacher walked into the classroom. The teacher ordered the girls from room 304 out from the room because he needed to talk to them. The teacher informed them that Girl 4 had drowned herself in the river yesterday night. She died around 11 p.m. The girl's footsteps were found on the bank, which suggested that she paced repeatedly before she finally came to the decision to kill herself. At the last moment of her life, she was still hesitating. If someone had shown her kindness, she probably would have been saved. Hearing that, the 3 girls looked at each other, and they captured fear in each other's eyes. If the girl had already died at 11 p.m., then who was the one who came back to try to enter their room yesterday night at 3 a.m.? The 3 girls were very afraid. They did not dare to tell this to others. That night, the girls were unable to sleep. Once they closed their eyes, they could see Girl 4 waving her hands at them at the bottom of the river. At 3 a.m., the strange footsteps returned at the corridor. The 3 girls widened their eyes. The lock was jimmied with again. The sound was like a hand closing over the girls' hearts. They were fearful, and no one dared to get down from bed. They curled up under the sheet. The door remained closed, but soon there was a series of knocking. It carried a certain rhythm with it. The knocking fell on the girl's heart. They started to complain about each other, to push the blame onto the next, but that did nothing to lessen the fear in their hearts. The key was once again inserted into the keyhole, but this time, after a few turns, the door opened. The door knocked into the table, which blocked behind it. Someone was standing outside the door. Unable to stand it anymore, one of the girls screamed at the top of her lungs. The lights on the corridor flickered, and soon the hostel manager's voice arrived. The Annie thought something had happened, so she came to check up on the girls. When the girls heard the hostel manager, they quickly moved the table away. The girls did not want to reveal the horrible deeds that they had done, so they merely said that girlfriend had returned. The hostel manager resisted her urge to roll her eyes at these young girls. She comforted them half-heartedly before she went back to the office. After the hostel manager left, the girls replaced the door. For some reason, the strange footsteps disappeared. The three girls finally relaxed. They were exhausted from their high-strung emotions. They slowly drifted off to bed. But in their dreams, the footsteps returned to haunt them. However, this time the footsteps did not echo outside the corridor, but inside room 304. One of the girls opened her eyes blurrily, and she heard something rustling inside the room. She turned her eyes to the source, and her entire body froze. There was a figure standing beside bed number 4. Her entire body was dripping wet. Her soaked clothes stuck against her skin. The pretty face, which was the other girl's object of jealousy, had been ruined beyond recognition. Chapter 159. Near the end of the diary, there were some apologies from the girls, but they were clearly forced. The diary last entry had a hasty end. Other than girl 4, the other girls were only reminded of the need for kindness when they were faced with death and despair. At the end of the diary, there was a group picture of the 4 girls when they first moved into room 304. It looked so ironic now. Han Fei picked up the picture and turned it over. 4 names were written on the back. Girl 4 was called Su Mengting. She had the gentlest smile in the picture.
Such a kind soul, but she was twisted into a monster by the world.
Han Fei placed the picture into his pocket because he felt negative energy from it.
The environment does influence an individual's personality a lot.
Zhang Guanxing looked at the tattoo on his arm. He empathized with Su Mengting.
Indeed, once upon a time, I too was an innocent boy.
Han Fei placed the can of wishes near the door. If the ghost tried to enter from that door, she'd be stopped by the can. Han Fei did not plan to harm the girl. In fact, he did not think he was capable of hurting the girl in the first place. So his plan had always been to survive for 30 minutes inside the room and then run for his life. 15 minutes had passed since the start of the mission, and so far everything was fine. Han Fei and Zhang Guanxing ransacked room 304 and found no other useful clues.
Sir, I think we should just stay inside this room.
Zhang Guanxing tried to remember what the diary said.
The 3 girls got their comeuppance because the hostel manager came and they had to open the door for her. I believe it was then that Su Mengting also entered the room. So as long as we keep the door closed, we should be fine. You're too naive.
Han Fei shook his head.
The diary was never completed. Clearly something bad has befallen the author. Su Mengting was already inside the bedroom. Wasn't that what I said? Yes, but what if she never left?
Han Fei's question stumped Zhang Guanxing.
You mean the ghost has been in here with us? Then what about the footsteps outside the door?
Zhang Guanxing was covered in cold sweat.
Didn't you realize how strange those footsteps were? It felt more like something was dragged along the floor than someone actually pacing about.
Han Fei pointed out the problem.
That was probably just a method to get us to run inside the room to hide. So this is a trap all along. I believe so.
Han Fei still remembered the mission requirement. He had to stay inside the room for a whole half an hour no matter what happened. So far, the system missions had always asked Han Fei to do extremely dangerous things. The system wanted him to stay inside the room, not because there was a ghost outside the door, but because it wanted Han Fei to try to survive inside a room with a ghost for 30 minutes. Half an hour later, he could walk out from the room freely, provided that he was still alive. The system would always issue the most insane mission in the most casual tone.
There might be ghosts both inside and outside the room. It only depends on which ghost we'd like to face.
Han Fei sat on the mattress. He was becoming better at making deductions.
So we're doomed?
Zhang Guanxing sat beside Han Fei obediently. This ruffian had been turned into a teacher's pet in this Iyashikei game.
Don't worry, after half an hour, we'll be safe.
Just as Han Fei said that, the strange footsteps returned to the corridor. The sound slowly approached, and this time it stopped before room 304. The key eased into the keyhole. The old lock creaked noisily. The keyholder turned until the whole lock shook like it was about to fall off. Han Fei and Zhang Guanxing closed their mouths and turned to stare at the door. Neither of them dared to breathe too loudly. A few minutes later, silence returned outside the door.
Has she left?
Zhang Guanxing asked when the knocking came on the door of room 304. The sudden noise startled Zhang Guanxing. He jumped up and almost knocked his head against the board of the upper bunk. They were reliving the incidents described in the diary. The knocking came at fixed intervals. It rang inside the room consistently. The incessant knocking tortured the people inside the room. She returned to room 304 again and again, fueled by resentment, hatred, and pain. The stench in the room enhanced. A cold draft picked up even though the windows and door were already closed. Han Fei and Zhang Guanxing had no idea what was outside the door. The fear of the unknown was the scariest. With veins popping on the back of his hands, Zhang Guanxing picked up the pen and paper from the table and wrote a note to Han Fei.
Sir, I'll go and open the door. You go and grab the can. When the door is open, you throw the can out.
Zhang Guanxing's idea was not bad, but he overlooked one problem. The can of wishes was one of the few weapons Han Fei had. If he tossed it out, how were they going to deal with the ghost inside the room? Furthermore, the half-an-hour limit was not yet up. Han Fei would not ruin his own chance at completing the mission. Therefore, he replied on the note, "Just stay still and wait for my orders." The ghost inside room 304 wanted to play the long game with them, and that fitted Han Fei's goal perfectly. Zhang Guanxing and Han Fei continued to stare at the door. Slowly, the door of room 304 started to tremble, and the moisture inside the room became more palpable. Zhang Guanxing, who had his attention fixed to the door, suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. He shivered. He reached behind his neck and realized it was wet.
It's leaking, but aren't we on the bottom bunk?
Zhang Guanxing turned his head around in confusion. He looked through the gap in the bed and saw there was a disfigured face looking at him.
Sir. Zhang Guanxing used his shaking hand to touch Han Fei.
What's wrong?
She is just above us.
After saying that, Zhang Guanxing dragged Han Fei and leaped away from the bed. The two of them stood in the middle of the bedroom and turned back to stare at the bed they just vacated. There was no ghost there, but the upper bunk bed was wet. There was a water stain in the shape of a human.
But I saw it. I swear I did. Don't worry, I believe you.
Han Fei signaled for Zhang Guanxing to move behind him. He reached his hand towards the mattress. When his hand touched the human-shaped stain, the sound of a girl crying reverberated inside the room. Han Fei sensed regret and despair from the stain.
You've pushed her to her death, and she's now back to get you. It's entirely fair.
Han Fei did not even consider saving the stain. First, he did not have that ability, and secondly, he believed those who made mistakes should be punished. The smell of decomposition inside the room heightened until it was suffocating. Han Fei's clothes started to bloom with wet stains. The bedroom felt like it was sinking into a dark river. It was getting wetter and colder. The light dimmed. Not one spot was safe. Han Fei inspected his mission interface. He was 6 minutes left to complete the mission. Picking up the black can, Han Fei looked around with alertness. He knew the girl was about to show herself soon. The knocking became more insistent. Han Fei and Zhang Guanxing stood in the room with the greatest alarm. When he was 3 minutes away from completing the mission, the knocking abruptly stopped. Then the footsteps began again. It sounded like the thing outside the door was leaving. As the footsteps faded away, Han Fei's heart slowly returned back to its place, but then he slowly noticed something was wrong. There are 2 sets of footsteps. He whipped his body around. A girl in dripping clothes stood behind Zhang Guanxing. Her skin was devoid of life and color. The water stains on the ground were climbing up Zhang Guanxing's body. The ruined face was painted with resentment and hatred. Her body was bloating.
Behind you.
Grabbing Zhang Guanxing by his arm, Han Fei dragged him back, while opening the can to aim it at the girl. Perhaps the girl was too strong, or the can had been too badly damaged. After the girl saw the can, she only halted for a few seconds. However, in those few seconds, Han Fei had managed to save Zhang Guanxing. The girl's body was melting together with the water stains inside the room. An imposing presence radiated off her. The black can snapped with a crisp sound. Another crack appeared on the can. Han Fei knew there was not much time left.
Keep the mouth aimed at her.
Han Fei handed the black can over to Zhang Guanxing as he took out the red paper doll from his inventory. The situation was too dangerous for Han Fei to communicate with the doll. He cut his palm and allowed his fresh blood to drop onto the doll. Savoring the blood, the doll's eyes slowly opened. The way it looked at Han Fei was colored with a pathologic remembrance. Chapter 160. The paper doll staggered up from the ground. It was made from paper, but the expression on its face was no different from a living human. Malicious energy appeared inside the room. With each of the paper doll's steps, it would turn around to look at Han Fei. There was deep memory, as well as thick desire to murder in the paper doll's eyes. Once the paper doll emerged, The girl's attention was immediately drawn to it. Perhaps because she was cursed and mocked endlessly when she was alive, she despised all kinds of curses after death. Surprising amount of resentment pooled inside the water stains. Harrowing wails echoed inside the room. One after another human-shaped stains were yanked out from the floor and walls. They gathered to form a flowing black river. The river water was cold and reflected not one bit of light. It carried a suffocating despair with it. The river was overflowing with humiliation, rumors, arguments, all the tragedies that drowned out the girl's life. The girl slowly submerged into the black river. Her despair was swallowed by the water, and the waves rushed to cleanse away all the dirty stains in the world. The paper doll was a grade F cursed object. It could resist the negative emotions inside the black river. But as the river gushed at it, the layer of blood on it slowly lightened. The malice in the paper doll's eyes slowly returned. Suchin's face began to unfold itself, and the doll took on a more featureless face. As the paper doll fought with the girl, Hanfei's memory started to overlap with that of the doll. Cruel, creepy images that could easily turn a man insane repeated in Hanfei's mind. Hanfei felt the corners of his eyes becoming wet. The world in Hanfei's vision was turning red.
Sir, your eyes are bleeding.
Zhang Guanxing screamed worriedly, but Hanfei could not allow himself to be distracted. At his stage, it was still not easy to control a grade F cursed item. Based on player level, grade F should correspond to level 10 to 20, but the red paper doll was an extremely rare cursed object. I have to hang in there. Gritting his teeth, Hanfei was reliving the pain and despair the paper doll once suffered. This was a battle between minds. The black river flowed rapidly, but the red paper doll was like rock by the sea. It stood amidst the rapids stolidly. Other than the fading of the color on its body, it did not receive much damage. Inside room 304, it would look like the girl was in an intense fight with the paper doll, but in actuality, this was a fight between Hanfei and the paper doll's memory. A cursed object's memory was like a poison-dipped knife for normal humans. If they were not careful, their own memory and persona would be twisted by the cursed object. With blood trickling out of his eyes and ghosts screaming in his ears, just as Hanfei was about to reach his limit, the system announced that the mission had been completed.
Notification for player 0000. You've completed grade G mission, knocking at midnight. Obtained 1 free skill point. Additional hidden mission reward, Su Mingting's diary.
Su Mingting's diary. It has recorded Su Mingting's secrets. Use it well, and you'll soon be the girl's best friend.
You've challenged 2 Tales of Horror. Grade F hidden mission, Jin Sheng's Tales of Horror, completion rate, 2 out of 7.
Hearing that, Hanfei turned his head around to say,
Guanxing, be prepared to run. I can't hold it back anymore.
Zhang Guanxing moved to open the door. To his consternation, there was another ghost outside the door. It was one of the girls who once lived inside the room. Her body was twisted together and looked extremely scary.
Go and save yourself first.
Hanfei shouted. He had the snake bound around the ghost outside the door to incapacitate her.
Sir, I can't leave you.
Zhang Guanxing hugged the can and uttered with desperate tears.
I need you to go back to your room and wait for me. You can do this.
Hanfei exited the bedroom. He used himself as bait to distract Su Mingting and the other girl. Zhang Guanxing understood what Hanfei wanted to do. Without any hesitation, he said,
Sir, I'll come with you. I can help you.
The ruffian showed camaraderie when it most mattered. With determination, he guarded behind Hanfei's back.
Go.
Hanfei did not expect this to happen. He assumed this would only happen in movies.
I need you to go.
In his desperation, Hanfei kicked Zhang Guanxing down the safer side of the corridor.
Go.
Zhang Guanxing watched as Hanfei pulled the 2 ghosts away from him. He saw the bloody tears on Hanfei's face and the cheeks that clenched from pain. The young man's heart gripped. His drunkard father had never protected him like this before.
Sir, the color of the tattoo on the young man's arm faded. Zhang Guanxing gritted his teeth, held the black can and hurried down the stairs. At the same time, the robotic voice pinged in Hanfei's mind again.
Notification for player 0000. Friendliness level with Zhang Guanxing, Wild Hound, has increased by 40. You have gained Zhang Guanxing's trust.
After ensuring the student had escaped, Hanfei controlled the paper doll to slowly move closer to him. He defended while he retreated. When the doll was close enough, Han Fei snatched up the doll and placed it back into his inventory. Han Fei then summoned the Black Shadow and raced towards the third-floor toilet. Even though Han Fei raced with the top of his speed, Su Mingting already caught up to him before he even managed to get into the toilet. He had no choice but to have Su Qin's pet slither into the toilet while he logged off right in the middle of the corridor. The red world froze, and so did Han Fei's consciousness. Han Fei's heart was pumping as he removed the heavy helmet. He fell weakly onto the bed and gasped greedily for fresh air.
It feels so good to be alive.
Han Fei had never loved life as much as he did in that moment. He had a reason to survive for another day because his first movie would premiere tomorrow.
Even someone like me has found the reason to live for another day.
Han Fei tossed and turned for quite some time before he fell asleep. At noon, Director Jiang called to make sure that Han Fei did not forget about the gathering. To have the director repeatedly call the cast, Han Fei was the first actor to enjoy that privilege. After a quick shower, Han Fei ordered a takeout and opened his computer. He searched for information on Yiming Private Academy. The more he found out about the school, the more curious he got about it. He wanted to see what kind of ghost stories he might encounter next so that he could be better prepared.
There is so little information about this school online. I have to dig deeper because it feels like this school is deeply related to the butterfly.
So far, the butterfly's targets had all been kids, from Little 8 to Jin Sheng. Han Fei believed that the butterfly was trying to model a child that would fit his satisfaction. What was the butterfly's standard of satisfaction? Han Fei did not know yet, but he would find out. Han Fei studied the wall of crime. The information about the human jigsaw case, Han Fei did not throw away after he removed them. Instead, he placed them inside a box.
It is becoming more like a police filing room here by the days. Chapter 161 Xian Lu Old City was particularly noisy that night. People even appeared to have more smiles on their faces. Passing through the crowds, Han Fei took a cab to arrive at the destination given by Director Jiang. It was a rather upscale restaurant. He rode the elevator to the 16th floor. Once the door opened, he saw the floor manager standing at the corridor in his best suit. He happily led Han Fei to the biggest booth on the 16th floor. Before he entered the room, Han Fei could already hear the laughter coming from inside the room. Han Fei had a smile on his face as he pushed the door open. He greeted everyone politely and found a quiet corner to sit down. He did not like the spotlight and was not used to being the center of attention. In contrast, Zhang Yiye was like fish in the water. He helped maintain a lively atmosphere by making people smile. It was little wonder that he was so popular on variety shows. The casts of Twin Flower were easy to work with. Han Fei did not put up airs. Zhang Yiye and Mian Yin were easygoing people too. They mixed well with the crew. At 7:50 p.m., when it was 10 minutes away from the premiere, the waiters pushed the serving carts into the room. The alcohol and drinks were served. The trailers for Twin Flowers were already playing on the large projector screen. But so far Director John's VIP guest was still a no-show. His seat was conspicuously empty.
Director, how about we start on our own first?
The floor manager walked to Director Zhang's side.
Wait a minute, I'll make another call.
Just as Director Jiang took out his phone, noisy footsteps came from outside the booth. Soon the door opened, and a middle-aged man who looked about Director Zhang's age walked in with a handsome male actor. The middle-aged man was short and rotund. He was impeccably dressed, but for some reason, there was something sleazy about him.
Jiang Yi, I'm so sorry for being late.
The middle-aged man shook Jiang Yi's hand.
I've been quite busy later. A few of my films have been nominated, so I've been requested to show up at many different award ceremonies. It's quite annoying. Qin Sheng, I've seen your new film. It's not bad.
The director was called Qin Sheng. He was currently one of the most famous actors in the thriller genre. Even though he did not have any representative titles, he won with quantity over quality. Every one of his projects earned money, and thus many companies were fighting to work with him.
Attending those ceremonies was just something I have to do. The limit of thrillers is right there. There's nothing we can do about it.
The man's voice was laced with pride. When the entire market for thriller movies was less than optimistic, his projects were always able to turn a profit. That was how good he was.
Right? This right here is an actor who just came from a ceremony with me, Wu Li. We've cooperated on many different films. He's also the only actor to be nominated for Best New Actor with a Thriller. Please, have a seat.
Director Jiang did not expect the man would bring an actor with him. Looks like this was the way the director intended to reject Jiang Yi's suggestion. He already had an actor he used to work with. He did not need any other recommendation. The middle-aged director chatted happily with everyone at the table. He was too socially experienced to let the awkwardness settle. However, the male actor beside him clearly was bored by this whole event. Many big films would book an entire floor to celebrate, and the premiere would have a professional host, but Twin Flowers not only did not have a host, the crew's treasurer hesitated for a long time before he cleared the budget to book this booth. After everyone was seated, the projector screen started to show the data provided by the online cinema platform. In that month, there were 47 new dramas and movies being released. The platform had limited resources. Most of the films were like pebbles dropped into the ocean after they were released. They created little ripple and nothing more. That was often the case for many thriller-type horror films. There were only a few which could garner the viewer's attention, but that was only because they were bombarded by negative reviews. Such was the environment for horror-type movies. On the ranking for horror movies, the top 10 was still dominated by the classics released years ago. The competition on the platform was normally within love story, fantasy adventure, family drama, but A Black Horse had cut its way up the most anticipated movie of the month. Its genre of thriller was so markedly different from everything else on the ranking. Without any promotion and with a budget much lower than other projects, Twin Flowers was placed number 2 on the most anticipated ranking. It was just slightly behind Woo Woo Entertainment's Secret Urban Romance.
Jiang-yi, your film has an impressive lead. You'll probably break my film's premiere release record.
Qiansheng praised, but internally he did not think this was that impressive. The man assumed Jiang-yi had thrown money to get on the ranking. Everyone could have done that. Even a pile of shit could get on the most anticipatory ranking with money thrown behind it. The VIP viewership was the real yardstick to decide whether it was a lucrative film or not.
I remember during the premiere of your female hostel number 4, the VIP viewership for the first day was 230,000.
Jiang-yi raised his glass.
Female hostel number 4 was the peak of my career. I was unable to break that record until now.
Qiansheng sighed.
Thriller and horror are after all unpopular subjects. The ceiling is only so high. But your film has such great promotion. I believe you'll break 30,000 VIP viewership easily. Then I hope that you're right.
Director Zhang glanced at Wu Li, who sat beside Qiansheng. He planned to say a few things about Han Fei.
Old Qian, the main character for our project, is very good. His acting skill is perfect. He's one of the reasons why Twin Flowers got so many people talking. I've heard about him, a young man with great potential. But I hear that he's in a legal problem with Woo Woo Entertainment. The latter claims that they are going to investigate his breach of contract or something like that. Rumors, those are definitely rumors.
Director Zhang was about to call Han Fei over, but when he heard what Qiansheng said, his face dropped.
Old Qian, how long you've been in this business already? Couldn't you tell what's real and what's fake? Of course, of course. Come, let's drink.
Qiansheng quickly changed the subject. By then 8 o'clock arrived. Han Fei's first movie, Twin Flowers, was premiering on all online cinema platforms. On the large projector screen, the left side was showing the movie while the right side showed the backstage data for Twin Flowers from all online viewing platforms. In just the few seconds it took for Qiansheng to pick up the wine glass from the table and put it to his lips, the VIP viewership for Twin Flowers had passed 10,000. Many internet users were waiting for this moment. The viewership continued to climb. With ease, it left the other 47 films released in the same period in the dust. With his eyes twitching and his fatty cheeks trembling, Qiansheng placed the wine glass down. His throat burned. His eyes watered. His heart flamed.
TSH. Tonight's alcohol was rather strong. The whole booth was silent. Everyone was staring at the viewership, which was still rocketing. It broke 30,000 in a minute, 100,000 in 6 minutes. When it was at the 19th minute mark, the overall online viewership was already over 230,000. Qiansheng looked at the projected data dumbly. He could not believe it. His presumed ceiling was just the starting point for Twin Flowers. Picking up the napkin, Qiansheng wiped away his sweat as he looked around to locate Han Fei. As a professional commercial flick director, he sniffed the smell of money. Half an hour after its premiere, Twin Flowers' overall online viewership had broken through the 300,000 mark. Secret Urban Romance, which was placed second, only had 200,000. Furthermore, the viewership for all the other films were already slowing down, but the one for Twin Flowers was still growing. Initially, they were focusing on the ranking for thriller and horror movies, but now Twin Flowers had appeared on the overall ranking. In just a short hour, Twin Flowers' viewership had surpassed 500,000. Han Fei, who played both roles, also appeared on the popular searches. The last time he managed that was through his actions with the police, but this time, it was because of his acting. The man had perfectly characterized the dual character of Meng Chang'an and Meng Changxi. Even the smallest details exuded the contrasting character's personality. The viewers were shocked that a comedy actor could have such a wide acting range. His characters were complicated, maddening, but absolutely charming. On the popularity ranking, both Han Fei and Twin Flowers continued to climb. Inside the booth, Director Zhang's phone suddenly rang. It was a very famous experienced director within the country. Director Jiang answered the phone in front of Qiancheng. The old director very politely congratulated Director Jiang and then asked about Han Fei's scheduling information. The director's latest film had to do with criminal psychology, and he had a character that he believed was suitable for Han Fei. While Jiang searched for Han Fei, both Mian Yin and the floor manager's phones rang. The previously quiet booth became so rowdy.
Mian Yin, pass your phone to Han Fei now. Ask for his intention to join us Yulong culture. We are open for all kinds of negotiations.
Hi, we are from Qianding Entertainment. We would like to talk to Han Fei. He hasn't signed to any other company, right? Yeah. Is your film's male main character there? I hear he hasn't joined any agency. Brother Liu, you're the floor manager for Twin Flowers, right? Give your phone to Director Jiang. His line has been busy.
The booth was chaotic. Everyone was searching for Han Fei, but Han Fei was not around. The wind ruffled his hair. Han Fei had long left the booth. He walked down the corridor and stood beside the open window. He could hear the phone ringing from inside the booth and his name being mentioned repeatedly.
Now I should have the qualification to tell everyone I'm an actor, yes?
Staring out at the beautiful city outside the window, Han Fei's eyes eventually fell on the glass. He looked at himself inside the mirror and was reminded of his past. He'd spent a decade honing his craft. Finally, it had come into fruition. Chapter 162 for most internet users. The name Han Fei was very unfamiliar. His fans followed him on social media not because of his acting, but because of his act of heroism. But as Twin Flowers premiered, everything changed. The explosive result shocked everyone in the industry. When was the last time a horror flick surpassed the films in the other genre in viewership? The talent scouts and managers kept contacting the crew. The audience who was swept off their feet by Han Fei's acting skills searched for the actor's information online. Helping the police close a cold case from a decade ago, saving a reporter and managing to apprehend a fugitive. Ability to not lose his cool during the less-than-stellar online reception at his movie press conference. Any of these things would have been turned into great publicity fodder by other celebrities, but Han Fei did not once try to make a topic out of himself. The more they found out about this man, the greater the public curiosity. There appeared to be endless secrets on Han Fei. There were practically no details on Han Fei's personal life. There was no gossip on Han Fei. This newcomer who was not affiliated to any agency practically dropped out from the sky. Some of the bigger entertainment YouTubers and bloggers were approached to be interviewed on Han Fei, but they too were stumped. These people knew that Han Fei had once assisted the police, but they had no idea he had such good acting skills too. There was no one in his age range that had his acting capability. The actor carried a unique presence about him, a presence that no one else could have simulated. Only he could play the characters, or rather, only Han Fei could bring these characters to life. Beyond the normal internet users, many paparazzi were set loose into the waters. They wanted to grab the first big scoop on Han Fei. Facing the wave of private messages and bribery to purchase Han Fei's dirt, finally a senior entertainment reporter released a public statement on his public platform.
Please do not come to ask me about this actor's information anymore. This actor is really something else. Since he started the shoot, I've spent a whole week trailing him, but the man spends most of his time either at work or at home gaming. The man has no social activity, so where are we going to get any scoop? On the day of their wrap-up party, I thought he would finally loosen himself, but reality proved that I was too naive.
That day, I stayed under his building until 3 a.m. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I went to the nearby convenience store to grab a can of coffee. I noticed someone was also watching Han Fei's building. I assumed it was one of us, so I went to greet them. The first thing I was asked was whether I knew a butterfly or not. I thought this butterfly was a new celebrity. It'd be so shameful to admit that I wasn't following on the latest news as an entertainment reporter, so I grumbled a yes. But 30 seconds later, I kid you not, 2 police cruisers came rolling down the streets.
I still shiver thinking about it. That was my first time riding in the back of the police cruiser, and it was because I bragged to the plainclothes police that I knew someone whom I did not.
These testimonials only got the public even more interested in Han Fei. To have a paparazzi post a public statement to shield his reputation, this Han Fei was one of his kinds. The popularity of Han Fei and Twin Flowers continued to climb. It was worth noting that this was only the first day of the premiere. Less than 12 hours had passed. Han Fei's own social media account had surpassed 10,000 followers. The growth was unimaginable. Han Fei considered opening a membership option. Reading the comments left on his wall, the praises and compliments he just received in the past 1 hour was more than the compliments he had gotten in the past 25 years. Many comments warmed his heart, and his inner shield started to lower imperceptibly. Han Fei was honestly nervous about how people would react to Twin Flowers, but seeing the positive reviews and comments, Han Fei felt joy. He tried but failed to form a sincere smile, but at least he knew he was experiencing happiness. It was at that moment that the black box in Han Fei's mind started to change. Only those embraced by misfortune could carry the black box, and their life would worsen after gaining the black box, but Han Fei appeared to be an exception.
Big brother, why are you standing out here alone? So many people are looking for you.
Director Jiang and the floor manager ran out from the booth, holding their phones. They searched the whole booth, but failed to find Han Fei. They were the first to think about searching for the man outside.
It was rather noisy in there, so I came out here to take a breather.
Han Fei answered with the usual placid smile on his face.
There's a big director on the phone for you. He wants you to be a part of his new film. Quick. He's been waiting for a long time already.
Director Jiang hurriedly passed the phone to Han Fei. Behind Director Jiang, there was a long line of people looking at Han Fei with phones in their hands. Since Han Fei was spotted outside the booth, most had come out to find him. Therefore, the corridor became quite crowded and the booth rather deserted. Staring at the viewership that was still growing, the young actor, Wu Li, coughed drily before reaching out to nudge Qian Cheng.
Director, did you bring me here so that it wouldn't be so awkward after you've made such an embarrassment of yourself? What do you mean? Have I said anything wrong?
Qian Cheng put down the glass and glanced at Wu Li beside him. With a sorry smile, Wu Li answered honestly.
Basically, everything that you have said was not right. Earlier, Jiang, Yi just got a call from Director Zhang. The great director has personally named Han Fei to join his cast. Wait, the director Zhang who sat in the front row at the award ceremony that we attended this afternoon? Yes, the director Zhang whom you tried to take a photo with, but was halted by his security.
The more Qian Cheng thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He dragged Wu Li and sneaked to the exit. At that moment, he heard Han Fei reject Director Zhang's offer on the phone.
Director Zhang, thank you so much for your kindness, but I have to stay at Xianlu City because I need to cooperate with the law enforcement. Before the real culprit is captured, I need to stay at Xianlu City within their protection.
Han Fei was telling the truth, and his reason was very objective. Director Zhang gave his understanding, but hoped that they would have a chance to cooperate in the future. When the people in the corridor heard Han Fei reject Director Zhang, they could not believe their ears.
Han Fei, are you sure about this?
Jiang Yi was thinking of Han Fei's future.
Safety first. I will only take projects shot within Xianlu for now.
Without even knowing it, Han Fei had morphed from someone who was picked to someone who could pick. His attitude changed.
We should go back. We shan't block the corridor. It'll disturb the patrons in the other booths.
Han Fei led everyone back into the booth. Everyone followed him, and they ran into Qian Cheng and Wu Li who were leaving. Being stared at by so many eyes, Qian Cheng's lips twitched awkwardly. He teetered between leaving and staying behind before he walked over to Han Fei.
Congratulations. Your movie's viewership today will form a new record, and it'll be hard for other horror films to surpass it. That's incredible. Well, records are just data. Furthermore, aren't records meant to be broken?
Han Fei walked past Qian Cheng and started to discuss a new movie with Jiang Yi. To return justice to the souls in the cryptic world and to gain their friendliness, Han Fei planned to start a series of movies inspired by real-life cases. He wanted to bring light to cases related to the cryptic world. Then he'd find people to help him bring the movies into perfect life surface world. Using Spiritfarer, Han Fei would have these players transport the movie into the cryptic world. This was a long and time-consuming process, but to bring a little hope to the souls in the cryptic world, it was all worth it. For many people, they had to try very hard not to be changed by the world. But Han Fei had chosen a path even harder. He tumbled into the cryptic world like a moth flying into a flame. In the place forever claimed by darkness, he would raise a touch to show those in the dark there was still light in this world. Chapter 163, taking in Han Fei, who stood before him. Jiang Yi's heart filled with emotions. For most actors, when they reached a certain level of fame, they would try their best to turn that into money by taking sponsorship, advertisement. They'd actively go searching for a director with better resources to join a bigger crew. However, Jiang Yi did not feel such an intention from Han Fei. After a project was completed, no matter how famous it got, the man's first concern was to work on the next project.
Director Jiang, perhaps we can turn more similar cases into a series. Human Jigsaw Puzzle Case will be our first. We can consider working on a story inspired by Yiming Private Academy's Ghost Stories next. All the films will be connected by the butterfly. We'll work on it part by part.
Han Fei shared his own plan.
With the experience from adapting the Human Jigsaw Case into Twin Flowers, the succeeding adaptations will be a lot easier. Furthermore, with the result from Twin Flowers, I believe Sister Long will be willing to support us. After all, I don't think anyone will purposely go against money. Han Fei, you didn't just reject Director Zhang because you wish to adapt these cases, did you?
Jiang Yi admired Han Fei, but the director wished for the man to have a bigger stage to shine.
No, I was not lying when I said that I could not leave Xian Lu.
Han Fei did not continue this topic, but instead he pulled the balding scriptwriter over.
Guys, I hope we can familiarize ourselves with old cases that happened at Yiming Private Academy. We should start on them as early as we can.
The balding writer initially had many issues with Han Fei, but the latter's deeds convinced him that Han Fei only had professional concerns, so he had no problems with the actor now. Since they did not get together in a relaxed environment often, the crew chatted and enjoyed themselves. Han Fei did not rain on their parade by rambling on about work. He too joined in their celebration and stayed until 11 p.m. When he reached home, Han Fei splashed himself on his face with cold water to clear his mind.
The money from the movie should come soon. I'll use the money to buy an actual gaming hub. That should enable me to stay in the game longer without hurting my posture.
The gaming hub designed by Deep Space Tech and Immortal Pharma had many functions. It was good for health as well. However, it also came with a preposterous price tag. Han Fei sat on his bed at around 11:30 p.m. He connected all the wires. When he was ready to enter the game, his phone suddenly vibrated.
Jun, how can I help you? Congratulations on the premiere. Brother, you've blasted right through the stratosphere. Jun sounded very excited. Even as a senior paparazzi, Han Fei's career trajectory was something he had not encountered before.
Thank you. Is there anything else?
Han Fei was about to hop into the game.
My people just got another call. Woo Woo Entertainment is doubling their offer just to get some dirt on you. They've approached other paparazzi as well.
Jun chuckled bitterly. As I've said, they'll be kicking themselves if your movie gets famous. But now, from what I hear, your former agency is not only kicking themselves, they're crazily mad. The movie, Secret Urban Romance, that they've invested in has 13 times your budget just on promotions and advertisements alone. But even so, their result is so much worse than yours. I doubt any of them will be able to sleep tonight with the ball of rage burning inside them. Let them rage.
Han Fei said calmly.
Just keep them dangling for now. After a while, I will leak some news to you. I won't make life hard for your people.
Han Fei managed to survive for so long in the cryptic world because he had a quick mind. He already had a plan forming. He'd leak false news and allow Woo Woo Entertainment to make a big deal out of it. After they helped him get people talking, he'd come out with a counterattack.
Woo Woo Entertainment is considered a rather famous company within the industry, but you are still alone. For the sake of security, I think you should join a company.
Jun really cared about Han Fei to say these things.
That's not within my plan for now. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm going to hang up now, okay? You have to be careful. Woo Woo Entertainment has poured a lot of investment into Secret Urban Romance, but everything that they should have gotten was taken away by Twin Flowers. They will do everything within their power to knock you down. To be perfect honestly, this industry is much dirtier than it appears. No one other than the paparazzi knows better.
Jin Jun reminded Han Fei again.
I'll be careful.
After Han Fei hung up, he just sat back down when his phone vibrated again. This time, the caller was Huang Yin.
Brother Huang, how can I help you? I just watched your new movie. It's so good. Is the story inside it real? You were helping the police with the human jigsaw case, weren't you?
Huang Yin was as excited as ever.
Yes, the plot is adapted from the actual case. To have helped the police with such a dangerous case. Brother, I knew I was right to place my trust in you.
Huang Yin guffawed heartily.
I never believed in destiny, but now I realized everything happens for a reason. What reason? Do you still remember the cryptic world that I told you about in Perfect Life? The hidden map that I found?
Huang Yin lowered his voice like they were discussing something highly confidential.
I do. Brother, I've decided to share my biggest secret with you.
Huang Yin took a deep breath.
The passage that goes to the hidden map is right at my house's toilet. If you're free tonight, we can go explore it together. Tonight? Yes. That hidden map is a nightmare. It is filled with ghosts, monsters, and murderers. I really don't have the guts to return there on my own, so I wish for you to join my group.
Huang Yin said seriously.
Brother Huang, I am so sorry, but tonight is my crew's celebratory party, so I won't be in game. But if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely party up with you.
Han Fei was already trapped inside a hidden map. He couldn't leave it even if he wanted to. But he could summon Huang Yin into Yiming Private Academy so they could have a reunion there.
Understood. You deserve the break. Enjoy yourself. We'll schedule this another time. Thank you, Brother Huang. By the way, I heard that in another half a month, Perfect Life will end its 6th CB. We'll have to try to enter the hidden map again before the OB begins.
Huang Yin dropped another news for Han Fei.
The game will enter OB in another half a month?
Han Fei's eyes slowly narrowed. After the photon computer took over the management, the era of Han Fei would truly begin. If he survived, he'd live to welcome a new world. After finishing the chat with Huang Yin, Han Fei glanced at the time and put on the gaming helmet. Blood soaked everything. When the familiar chill curled around his heart, Han Fei opened his eyes. In the darkened corridor, there was still a light echo of strange footsteps. This was the third-floor hostel corridor. Sneaking into the bathroom, Han Fei took out the red uniform from his inventory and called Su Qin's name. Hearing Han Fei's voice, Su Qin's black shadow poked its head out from the corner. While Han Fei was offline, it must have consumed something else because it had grown bigger. It was now a large anaconda.
Don't just eat. I don't see you charging ahead in battles.
Han Fei chided the shadow as he rubbed its head. He sighed.
You're best at eating, there's no doubt about that.
The giant snake snuggled up to Han Fei, and it was lazy to move. It allowed Han Fei to mold its head into different shapes. After having the shadow trail around him, Han Fei led it downstairs.
I wonder what has happened to Zhang Guanxing. I hope he's fine.
Han Fei did not need to walk so far down the stairs to smell the blood in the air. He looked around and realized there were more blood stains on the walls and steps.
When I first arrived here, the interior at least still looks rather normal. The hostel manager and Ma Manjiang's son still possessed the appearance of normal humans. There were also lights in the corridors.
On the second day, the lights in the corridors went out. The hostel manager and the kids have all gone missing. All that remains were only ghosts and Zhang Guanxing, who accidentally stumbled his way into this place.
Now, on the third day, something has changed in the hostel again. It feels even more dangerous than before.
Chapter 164. Blood slid down the gaps in the wall. The smell lingered in the air, and the corridors were eerily quiet. Han Fei did not know what happened at the hostel after he got offline, but things felt extremely ominous. Afraid of staying at a place for too long, Han Fei found his way down the stairs carefully. When he reached the landing between the second and third floor, an indiscernible sound came from the fourth floor. It sounded like flesh splatting against the floor. The sticky and wet sound repeated uncomfortably down the steps. The smell of blood in the air thickened. Han Fei closed his mouth and nose. He moved faster, but when he reached the second floor and glanced down the steps, his body froze. There was someone standing in the landing between the first and second floor. He stood right there in the staircase, facing away from Han Fei. His body was strangely contorted. Something doesn't feel right. Walking alone inside a creepy building was already scary enough, but the scarier thing was to run into a stranger during your exploration. Instead of approaching the man, Han Fei silently retreated. There are staircases on both sides of the corridors. There is no reason for me to accost him. My most immediate concern is Zhang Guanqing's safety. That was Han Fei's plan, but when he turned his face to look down the second-floor corridor, there was also a person standing in the middle of it. Similarly, this man stood facing away from Han Fei and did not budge. The fuck? Focusing his eyes on the man's back, Han Fei slowly noticed a problem. Even though the man had not conspicuously moved, somehow he had gotten closer to Han Fei. Is this the same man as the one inside the staircase? He's very different from the other ghosts I've met in this hostel. Han Fei was a peaceful person. He'd rarely go on the offensive, especially when his own safety could not be guaranteed. Han Fei moved his eyes slowly back towards the staircase. The man who previously occupied the space in the staircase had disappeared. But when Han Fei turned his head back, the man inside the second-floor corridor had moved closer. Han Fei was reminded of a game he once played at the orphanage. It was called the traffic light game. Basically, one person was to act as the red traffic light. Whenever he turned to face the other players, they would have to stop. The game was over when one of the players managed to touch the traffic light without being caught, or all the other players were caught moving during the red light. With his eyes fixed on the man, Han Fei walked backwards down the stairs with his hands on the wall. Due to the extra blood and dirty stains, the walls of the staircase were slippery. The strange sound from the fourth floor was still there. The smell of blood became more pungent. Under such circumstances, Han Fei kept a safe distance from the other man. He slowly nudged his feet until he reached the first-floor corridor. When he arrived, he noticed that the smell of blood was thickest at the first floor. The entrance of the hostel was posted with many things, including unfinished exam papers, stained clothes, and unknown talismans. The hostel manager's office, which was closest to the front door, was not spared. The windows were all shattered. The previously clean and well-made bed was covered in bloody handprints. The notes of appreciations were torn into pieces, trampled fruits scattered on the ground. Han Fei's original plan was to enter the office to find the key, but with the man on his tail, he could not afford to let himself be distracted. With his eyes on the man's back, Han Fei moved backwards down the first-floor corridor. He maintained a constant safe distance with the man, silently counting the number of the rooms he had passed. When Han Fei reached the door of room 104, he knocked on it lightly.
Zhang Guanqing, are you in there?
There was no reply. Something wouldn't have happened to him, would it? It was dangerous to stand there in the corridor. Fixing his eyes on the man following him, Han Fei whispered again.
Guanqing, it's really me. I've once said that I would not give up on any of my students, no matter whether they are males or females.
After Han Fei said that, footsteps came from inside the room and a gap eased open.
Sir, it really is you.
Zhang Guanqing hid behind the door. The expression on his face changed from anxiety to excitement. It was like he had just reunited with his long-lost family.
Caution is a virtue. You have done well.
Han Fei entered room 104 with the snake. After the door closed, he sighed slightly in relief.
Sir, I really didn't think I would ever see you again.
Zhang Guanqing was happy to see Han Fei. His joy was undisguised.
What exactly happened here when I was gone?
Han Fei leaned against the door and perked his ears to pay attention to the sounds outside the room.
Everyone at this hostel has gone insane.
Fear entered the man's eyes.
Screams echoed down the corridors, and inexplicable things emerged from darkness. Some of the bedroom doors were forced open, and none of the students managed to escape. How did you manage to survive if it was so dangerous yesterday night?
Han Fei was quite impressed.
I've hidden myself inside this room. Yesterday, people came to knock on my door. They pretended to be students asking for help. I almost fell for their tricks, but I managed to keep still and didn't move. I recognized 3 distinct voices. They were boys, arguing and fighting with each other. They were cunning and cruel.
That has to be Ma Manjiang's 3 sons. Han Fei was not too worried about those 3. He was more concerned about Ma Manjiang himself. According to the police, Ma Manjiang had gone missing. Han Fei had no idea whether he'd run into the man in the game or not.
The 3 kids appear to purposely go after Yiming Private Academy students. They have some way of telling their locations. I was spared probably because I was already expelled and wasn't considered a student here anymore.
Zhang Guanqing was very careful and clever. He had a bright future. He merely took the wrong path.
When did the chaos stop? About a few hours ago. Zhang Guanqing thought about it and added, before it settled down, the front door was opened and something entered the hostel. We have some new arrivals with us?
Han Fei thought about the man he encountered in the stairwell.
Guanxing, have you heard any story about a man with his face always turned away? I encountered such a man when I was coming down the stairs earlier. He has been following me since. You know what? I think I heard something like that from a first-year student before, but I always thought it was just a story. A story told by a first-year student?
Han Fei believed that first-year student was Jin Sheng.
Do you mind telling me more about it? There was a senior who had a crush on a girl at school. The girl reciprocated his feelings, so they got together quickly. The male senior came from a bad family. His parents were divorced, and his father had serious violent tendencies. For the senior, his only family was not his father, but his girlfriend.
He shared his pain and humiliation with the girl and promised to give her happiness. But after the school found out about their relationship, it became a big deal. In the end, the senior voluntarily dropped out from school to protect his girlfriend. He took on all the blame.
After the senior dropped out, he maintained contact with the girl. They promised that they would work hard and get married after they both had stable careers. It was a sweet and innocent promise, but they both really put their hearts into it.
However, the couple's happiness was broken again. One day, the senior was unable to contact his girlfriend. He sneaked back into school to ask for an explanation. If the girl had moved on, he would take it in stride. He didn't want to hold the girl back either.
Nonetheless, the senior was unable to find his girlfriend. People whom he asked refused to talk to him. Eventually, one of the girl's friends passed him a note. It said that he should go to the rooftop of the education block that night.
The senior did not think much of it. He just wanted to see his girlfriend. No one knew what happened up there, but the next morning, there was a body discovered inside the school the next morning.
The senior fell down from the roof. His spine snapped and his neck was twisted 180 degrees as his eyes stared transfixed at the rooftop of the education block.
From that day onwards, some of the students claimed they would run into a person standing facing away from them in the corridor. Chapter 165.
Guanxing, what happened to the tattoo on your arm?
Han Fei took a silent step back.
I don't know.
Zhang Guanxing was confused.
After I got separated from you, the tattoo became lighter and lighter. When the hostel front door opened, the tattoo faded away fully. When the hostel front door opened,
Han Fei used soul depth touch to examine Zhang Guanxing's arm. The young man before him was indeed Zhang Guanxing. The emotions that Han Fei read from him were similar to before.
Guanxing, that ghost which you mentioned, has it ever appeared inside this hostel building before? Never. Since the senior died at the education block, the students only saw him at that block. Apparently, he was still roaming the education block, looking for his girlfriend. In other words, the senior probably got into this building when the hostel front door opened yesterday night. And after he did that, the tattoo on your arm fully disappeared? Yes, I guess you can say that.
Zhang Guanxing had no idea what Han Fei was trying to imply.
Why did you get that tattoo in the first place?
Han Fei lowered his voice and sat on the bed with Zhang Guanxing.
Our age difference is not that big. SP, I hope you won't see me as a person of authority. Please treat me more like a friend. I promise I will not reveal your secrets to others.
After a long hesitation, Zhang Guanxing answered.
It's because of my mother. She abandoned me and my father, and left me to fend for myself against my father. My father only knew how to turn to drink and then vent his anger on me. My former friends turned against me when they found out about my family situation. They mocked me, calling me names.
Zhang Guanxing's fists tightened.
I hate all of them, and I hate this world. Why should I bear all the misfortunes? I do not wish for anything too impossible. I just want to be like a normal kid, but it won't even give me that. The world will only bully me again and again. I see no hope at all.
Reaching out to pat Zhang Guanxing on his back, Han Fei gave a few words of consolation and then added.
You said you hate everything about this world, but I'm sure there are exceptions. What about your girlfriend, Chuxia?
When the name Chuxia was mentioned, Zhang Guanxing's expression softened.
I don't hate her. She is the only one who is willing to believe in me. Of course, sir, I don't hate you either.
Zhang Guanxing had completely blanked out on his own death. He only remembered the good memory he shared with Chuxia. Narrowing his eyes, Han Fei noticed the similarity between Zhang Guanxing and Meng Si. They had both forgotten about their deaths, their most despairing memory to retain their humanity. Han Fei suspected the previous manager had done something to Zhang Guanxing as well. If that was the case, he might be able to find the clues about the previous manager from Zhang Guanxing. When Han Fei heard the story told by Zhang Guanxing, he already noticed something was wrong. Zhang Guanxing was telling his own story. The monster that faced away from people was probably the manifestation of his own resentment and hatred.
When the thing who faces away from people appeared, the tattoo on your arm disappeared. Could there be a connection between the two of you?
Han Fei prompted.
A connection?
Zhang Guanxing slowly moved his eyes to his arm, like he could not remember having a tattoo there in the first place. He was about to shake his head when something slammed into the door of room 104. It was not a soft knocking. It sounded more like someone had slammed their entire body into the door.
Notification for player 0000. You've triggered grade G hidden mission. The face facing away from you.
The face facing away from you. I exposed my back to you, but you pushed me down the abyss. You were so afraid when you saw my neck move, but to tell the truth, I merely did that because I wanted to take one last look at you.
Mission requirement. Do not let it stick to your back in the next half an hour.
This is a time-limited mission.
When the system rang out, Han Fei instantly became highly alert. Do not let it stick to my back? That sounds horrifying. Sir, what's wrong? Be careful. The thing is just outside the door.
Han Fei dragged Zhang Guanxing deeper into the room. Bang! Another heavy slam into the door. The door shivered like it could fall down at any moment.
The door won't hold on much longer.
Han Fei moved the bed, table, and other furniture to block behind the door. While he was doing that, he noticed blood leaking through the door. To make things scarier, the sound of bones snapping came from outside the door. The monster seemed to possess the ability to freely transmute its body. The smell of blood was the thickest it had ever been. The blood and crushed bones squeezed through the gap. They dripped onto the ground and dyed room 104 red. Han Fei and Guanxing retreated until they were up against the balcony. The heavily rusted anti-theft net trapped them inside the room.
Sir, what should we do now? I need you to stand behind me. Do not move from my back no matter what happens. Leave the rest to me.
Han Fei still could not leave the game, so if he failed this mission, it would be game over. He was more nervous than he had ever been. His heart pounded and his hands were slick with sweat. The monster's flesh and blood squeezed through the gap. The rotten flesh wiggled within its pool of blood. The sight of it numbed Han Fei's skull. The heady smell of blood dulled their mind. The broken flesh and bones slowly meshed back together. A twisted figure appeared inside room 104. It stood facing away from Han Fei. Its back was slanted to one side, as if its spine was bent. The small bedroom was oppressively silent. The monster slowly sucked up the blood on the ground, and its body became more complete. Being in such close proximity to the monster, Han Fei realized the monster was indeed similar to Zhang Guanxing, but the monster wore a Yi-Ming Private Academy uniform. Han Fei's eyes slowly moved to the monster's arm. Underneath the tattered clothes, Han Fei managed to make out the tattoo of the word, hatred. The tattoo was carved out by fingernail. The wounds did not heal, and it oozed out black blood. Why would it have the same tattoo on its arm as Zhang Guanxing? Han Fei was about to move back further when he felt his back bump into Zhang Guanxing. Han Fei heard Zhang Guanxing turn around. Unbeknownst to Han Fei, the young man was staring transfixed at the monster inside the bedroom. The light in his eyes rapidly faded, and in its place was confusion and pain.
I have not seen this person's back before, so how come he feels so familiar to me? I can see his despair and pain. Every single bone in his body is broken. He cannot control his own movement. Listening to the wind howling in his ears, even if his neck would break, he needs to turn his head around.
Zhang Guanxing's voice darkened. He gripped his arm, and his nails dug into his skin.
I remember him. I know him. The bones creaked. Zhang Guanxing's body was twisting into the abnormal shape of the monster. Han Fei stood between the two of them, and his face was pale. However, he chose to trust Zhang Guanxing. In spite of the strange behavior of the young man, he did not turn around but kept his eyes on the monster before him.
Guanxing, there are people who are willing to place their belief in you. There is someone who is willing to offer up their life to save you. You are not alone anymore. Chapter 166. Resentment and pain were like chains piercing through flesh and skin, trapping the monster's soul. There was nothing but hatred left in his eyes. The tattoo on his arm bled as rancor ran through his veins. As his body slowly pieced together, the monster lifted his head to look at Han Fei. His arm creaked noisily as he raised it up. The next moment, he disappeared. The bleeding visage then materialized before Han Fei, their noses almost touching. Han Fei was not expecting this lightning speed. Han Fei needed to focus on Zhang Guanxing behind him. Han Fei needed to persuade the young man to calm down, to help him win over the resentment in his heart, to retain his humanity. The monster appeared to have read Han Fei's thought. Instead of playing the cat and mouse game, he decided to end the problem now. Han Fei could feel murderous intent from the monster. His every nerve shivered from the threat. Fear and death were literally right before his eyes. Han Fei's throat trembled. His fractured mind quickly calculated how he was going to survive against the onslaught in relation to the remaining mission time. Zhang Guanxing was not yet complete. The humane part claimed the spot behind Han Fei, while the inhumane part stood before him. However, even if the monster was only operating on pure hatred, he was as powerful as a normal lingering spirit. Han Fei could not think of any other idea than to rely on the blood-red doll to stop the man. Staring down the face, Han Fei could read unresolvable resentment within the man's bleeding eyes. The eyes contained nothing that could be called human. It was a monster standing before Han Fei, a monster who had been stripped of his humanity. The horrible smell crawled into his nostrils. The cracked skull echoed hollowly as black blood trickled down the bridge of the nose. The monster swung his raised arm at Han Fei's head. In the middle of the arc, the bone within the arm snapped to form a sharpened bone pike, which lanced at Han Fei's forehead. Han Fei did not flinch despite his fear. Using an efficient self-defense technique, he raised his arms to block the incoming blow. The moment Han Fei's arms knocked away the monster's attack, the bones cracked noisily. Han Fei staggered back a few steps until he bumped into Zhang Guanxing. His left arm dangled weakly, a wide bruise surfaced on the skin. Pain jolted through him. Han Fei did not even have the chance to inspect the extent of the damage as the monster's arms flew and bound around Han Fei like ropes. The black blood slathered Han Fei's skin. The hands twined around Han Fei's body before they met around the man's neck. The monster was going to crush Han Fei's air pipes. The monster could change his body at will. His bones and flesh could be reshaped depending on their purpose. But more than that, the monster's black blood and flesh also carried its own kind of poison. Han Fei's skin, which had come into contact with the monster's black blood, started to darken. Energy seeped into Han Fei's body. Zhang Guanxing's resentment was changing and influencing Han Fei. Pain came from all parts of his body. Han Fei could feel his mind wavering as oxygen was cut off from his brain. They were not on the same power level. Han Fei would be injured the moment he touched the monster, and on top of that, the monster could manipulate his body at will. This was a landslide victory for the monster. Han Fei felt the pressure around his neck. He knew he could not hold on much longer. He opened the inventory and tried to summon the red paper doll when he heard a wail come from behind him. Zhang Guanxing's arm was clawed until it dribbled with blood. The wound formed the Chinese character for hatred. Zhang Guanxing behind Han Fei dug his 5 fingers into his flesh. His eyes were turning a murky red. Pain, despair, and endless hatred squeezed out the rationality in his eyes. His precious humanity was being consumed. His face kept twitching as he stared at the other version of himself inside the room. The tattoo was replaced by a ghastly wound. When the monster saw the change to Zhang Guanxing, he tossed Han Fei easily away and strode to stand before the other young man. Zhang Guanxing appeared to see himself in a mirror of death as he stared at the bloody and ruined face. He saw his fated ending. The forgotten memory rushed back like waves. He reached out to grab the monster, to grab his own back. There was not one bone that was not splintered. Yes, he remembered it now. Someone pushed against his back down the side of the building. His head was turned to look at his aggressor. As his body met the ground, he saw the face of the person at the rooftop. He died because no one was there to look over his back. His nightmare was now reconstructed in a different way. The monster's head, which was turned 180 degrees, cackled shrilly. As a manifestation of pure despair and hatred, he strode forward. The backs met, and the monster's flesh and blood began to combine with Zhang Guanxing. The light in the young man's eyes dimmed. No matter how loud Han Fei called at him, he did not respond.
No one trusted you in the past, but I do now. I've always shown my back to you. Even when I thought I was going to be killed, I didn't turn my back away from you.
Everything connected for Han Fei then. The mission description referred to the sad reality of Zhang Guanxing being betrayed by someone he trusted, someone whom he'd show his back to. Han Fei used the same method hopefully to show that he had complete trust in Zhang Guanxing, and he was literally not going to turn his back from the young man. Han Fei hoped to use that shared experience to stabilize Zhang Guanxing's humanity, but he underestimated the young man's depth of hatred. His words and actions had no effect on the merging of the two Zhang Guanxings. As they mixed, the resentment deepened. I have to stop this. After they join together, the Zhang Guanxing that I know will disappear forever. Han Fei forced himself up with his right hand. He had to complete the mission not only to save himself, but also for the sake of the poor boy. The blackened skin prickled like needles. The bruises contained the lingering poison of the monster's flesh and blood. They tormented Han Fei nonstop. The pain shot through his heart, but Han Fei was surprisingly calm. He studied his body and noticed the skin covered by the ghost tattoo was unharmed. He tried to summon the ghost tattoo, and a light hue of Yin energy surrounded his body. It helped lessen the pain somewhat. This is not enough. Reaching towards the dark corner, Han Fei pressed Su Qin's pet shadow onto his ghost tattoo.
Since you're not going to fight, mind lending me some of your power?
The shadow seemed to understand Han Fei's intention. After all, they were in the same boat. If Han Fei died, it would not survive on its own. The giant anaconda slithered out from the shadow. It slid along the ghost tattoo. A piercing chill shocked Han Fei's system. His own heartbeat was the only sense left in Han Fei's world. The beating was loud as drums. He tore off his shirt, and it revealed a black anaconda gliding on his body. Chapter 167. Han Fei listened to his slowing heartbeat. His blood froze and black fog lingered around his eyes. Misfortune and curse danced around the man who was standing at the brink of insanity. The monster turned to look at Han Fei. He was close to merging with Zhang Guanxing.
I know you hate this world. You know what? Sometimes I hate too. That is why I won't ask you to put down that hatred. I merely wish that you do not torture yourself because of it. No matter how hard you punish yourself, those who hurt you will not feel a shred of guilt. The world will not shed a tear for you. If that is the case, why don't we try and attempt something else?
Green veins popped on the back of Han Fei's hands as the Yin energy around him grew. As if talking to himself, he walked to the bedroom door and picked up the black can.
I know it's hard to walk away from the past on your own, so let me help you. Allow your teacher a chance to help you overcome your hatred.
Han Fei gripped the rim of the can and darted at the monster. The arms gelled from flesh and blood swiped at Han Fei. The latter bent over to evade it, and then pounced high into the air and smacked the can right against the monster's head. The grade G cursed item crashed into the monster's skull. The collision caused both the can and the monster's skull to echo. Notes with wishes fluttered down to cover the monster's body. They got soaked by blood and stuck to the monster's flesh. During the process of assimilation, the monster's head was caved in by Han Fei. He screamed shrilly. The head swiftly turned to its target. The monster's arms were twisted into an impossible angle to grab at Han Fei. This time Han Fei did not choose evasion. Instead, he rushed into the attack and slammed the can into the offending arms. Today, either the can or the monster would end up broken. The black blood and flesh splattered on Han Fei's skin. They pierced through Han Fei's skin like needles. Even with the snake's protection, Han Fei could still feel the pain. However, the pain was within his acceptable threshold, or rather the pain inadvertently helped pull the man back from the precipice of madness. Han Fei powered his way forward. As the monster's fingers drilled into Han Fei's body, Han Fei reached out to put a vice around the monster's neck. No one would have stood there and allowed his enemy to perform an offensive maneuver dumbly in combat. Han Fei only managed this by trading damage with his own body. The arm suffused with Yin energy curled around the monster's neck. Han Fei combined soul depth touch with the negative energy inside the ghost tattoo. He applied his passive skills into practical martial arts. Before the monster could morph to slither out from his chokehold, Han Fei grabbed the monster's head and slammed it against the ground. Zhang Guanxing was pulled along by the force. At the same time, the monster managed to inflict incredibly deep wounds on Han Fei's body. Without the black snake's protection, he would have died from the infiltration of Yin energy already.
Zhang Guanxing.
Han Fei leaned into the attack and the black can flew at the monster's head again, but this time the monster was prepared for it. His arm was contorted into a strange angle to grab at the can. However, Han Fei was already one step ahead of the monster.
Do you think I'll be dumb enough to use the same trick twice?
As the monster reached for the can, Han Fei let go. Then he snaked his hand as quickly as possible towards the monster's mouth. Resisting the pain that came from the wounds, Han Fei took out the paper doll from his inventory. He had prepared so long for this moment. Everything before was preparation and distraction. His real goal was to send the paper doll into the monster's body and had it go berserk. The plan worked. Crimson blood leaked out from the monster's mouth, and he struggled like mad. He wanted to dissolve his body, but paper scraps appeared in the seams of his broken flesh and refused to budge.
Enjoy this grade F curse.
Han Fei landed relentless punches on the monster's body, not taking any chances. His punches carried negative energy and prevented the monster from recuperating. Screams reverberated inside room 104. No one would have thought there was someone punching a ghost inside it. After swallowing the grade F cursed object, strange things happened to the monster. He tried to escape, but Han Fei was not giving him any opening. The monster did not expect things to turn out like this. His hatred slowly faded away as the red paper doll feasted on him. Han Fei turned to face Zhang Guanqing. The child had merged with part of the monster. While part of the monster's energy was siphoned away, it also awakened the young man's death memory. His eyes slowly turned red. There was no light, there was only pain.
Open your eyes. We are already living at the lowest realm of hell. We have nothing more to lose, so why allow yourself to sink further?
Pulling on Zhang Guanqing's collar, Han Fei landed a powerful punch on Zhang Guanqing's jaw. The black snake moved on Han Fei's back, the ghost tattoo radiating an extremely cold energy.
If you hate them that much, then go take revenge on them. Let them know your pain. Let them have a taste of despair. Only by letting them know how much pain they've caused you that they would understand the damage they've done. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That is only fair.
The punch lashed out like a snake's jaw. Han Fei did not hold back and sent Zhang Guanqing flying against the wall. Pain finally brought emotions to Zhang Guanqing's face. His murky eyes slowly turned as he looked at Han Fei. The bare-chested man stood inside the bedroom, covered in wounds and blood.
Sir, as the monster representing Zhang Guanqing's hatred was consumed by the paper doll, Zhang Guanqing regained his rationality. However, his eyes lost his previous innocence but had an extra trace of maturity and undisguised pain.
It's great that you've snapped out of it.
Han Fei was already at his limit. He found his way to Zhang Guanqing's side and hugged the young man.
I know you are in great pain. I can't take the pain away from you, but I can help you find ways to help alleviate that pain. I need you to know that you can trust me, okay? Chapter 168. When Zhang Guanqing regained his death memory, he also combined with his past hatred, but most importantly, he did not lose his sanity. By then, Han Fei had reached his limits. His arms weakened and his body toppled backwards. His fall was cushioned by the snake that slipped out from Han Fei's back. His limbs couldn't stop shaking and his heartbeat was still too slow. Imbibing too much energy caused serious damage on Han Fei. His blood almost froze and his temperature was dangerously low. My stamina is still too weak. Lying on the hostile bed, Han Fei found it difficult to even move a finger. This was his first time fighting head-on with a lingering spirit. If not for the red paper doll, he would not have won. I can survive for about 100 seconds in energy enhanced state. During that time, I'll be able to resist some degree of damage and my physique will improve. It is actually more suitable for making an escape than in a fight. The ghost tattoo faded in and out. The wounded Han Fei laid in bed. His state was bad, but his mind was calculating how to apply this skill to make his future endeavor more effective. The half an hour finally passed, and Han Fei received the system notification.
Notification for player 0000. You've completed grade G hidden mission. Face facing away from you. Obtained 1 free skill point. Friendliness level with Zhang Guanqing increases by 20.
Mission completion rate is 100%, so you've obtained double EXP and hidden mission reward, a sturdy back.
A sturdy back, personal passive skill, cannot be upgraded, increases posterior defense. Damage received from the back, from both curses and spirits will decrease to a certain degree.
You've successfully challenged 3 Tales of Horror. Grade F hidden mission, Jin Sheng's Tales of Horror completion rate, March 7th.
After all that, he had finally completed a mission. Han Fei's heart slowly eased back to normal. Now he only needed to hang around for 3 hours, and he could quit the game. Zhang Guanqing stayed guarded beside Han Fei's bed. He didn't know what to do. Other than appreciation, he also felt guilt towards Han Fei. The culprit who harmed him was still on the loose, but he had instead accidentally injured someone who wanted to help him instead.
Sir, Maybe I should get to the school infirmary to look for things like bandage or medicine.
No, just stay right here. Now is not the time to go blundering around.
Han Fei forced a smile.
I'm not able to defend myself. This building is extremely dangerous. We better not split up. But sir, your wounds. I'll be fine. You better go and check on the can of wishes.
Han Fei leveled an apologetic gaze at the can.
There's quite a few new cracks on it, but it shouldn't break anytime soon. After all, this is one of the oldest curses at this school.
After Zhang Guanxing gained his memory, he became a lot more reliable.
Grade G cursed objects possess many different individuals' malice and negative emotions. In other words, they are formed from human malice. So even if they are broken, they can be fixed through absorption of malice.
Zhang Guanxing closed the lid and placed the can beside Han Fei's bed.
But, I have to be honest, that was the first time I saw someone use a cursed object that way.
Zhang Guanxing was referring to how Han Fei used the can to bash against the monster's skull. Han Fei was truly someone very unique.
I didn't have any other weapon at hand. The plan was to break the can and then use its broken pieces as a makeshift knife, but the can is sturdier than I thought.
Han Fei tried his best to raise his arm to touch the black can. He still could not move the can into his inventory. Looks like it still hasn't accepted me as its owner. Well, can't blame me for rough handling it then. Zhang Guanxing had no idea why Han Fei was treating the black can so badly. He assumed it was because the black can had once tried to consume Han Fei.
Guanxing, go and close the door and window. I have questions that I need to ask you.
Han Fei thought about it before saying,
Have you ever encountered an old man at the school? He has the same teacher ID like I do, and he was once a staff here. An old man? He's very kind and always has a smile on his face. You mean Teacher Fusheng?
Zhang Guanxing sat down beside the bed. There was a new emotion on his face. It was fear.
Among the school teachers, he is the oldest. He looks about 60 plus. He is kind and fair to every student, but unfortunately, he has gone missing.
Fusheng? That's homophonous to revive in Chinese. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He finally had a name for the previous manager, although he knew this might be a fake name.
Teacher Fu and I are neighbors. The main reason I've applied for a post here is to come look for him. You're here to look for Teacher Fu?
Zhang Guanxing shook his head.
I'm sorry, but I don't know where he went. Can you give me your impression of him? Have you interacted with him?
Zhang Guanxing's expression shifted and the fear in his eyes deepened.
In a way, sir, you are very similar to Teacher Sir. When I almost lost my control the first time, he kindly reached out to help me control it. Control it? How? He beat me until I almost died, and when I was at my weakest, he stripped all the resentment and despair out of me. The process was immensely painful, and the scariest thing is, Zhang Guanxing continued, when I woke up, I had forgotten about my death memory. Honestly, it was not until a few moments ago that I remembered he had made a punching bag out of me. I remember meeting him again after the fact, without that part of my memory. I thought he was affectionate and amiable.
The previous manager chose to destroy the cryptic world so Han Fei could understand his rough teaching method. Fusheng's ideology was simple. After destroying all the despair, only the positive humanity would remain. The way he treated the spirits were similar to how a medieval medical practitioner would treat a problem, by dissecting the infected part and calling it a day. While Han Fei was more like a mix of both surgical and curative treatment, he provided healing both externally and internally.
Is that all you can remember about that teacher? Has he done anything strange at school?
Han Fei's work ID was left behind by the previous manager. After he stepped into the hidden map, he was directly transported inside the hostel building. The previous manager would not have set that up for no reason. There might be something important for Han Fei here. It was at this place that Han Fei ran into Zhang Guanxing. Yiming Private Academy was a large school with a sizable student body, but so far, it appeared like the previous manager had only reached out to Zhang Guanxing and done something to him, so Han Fei felt like Zhang Guanxing was the key. Everything was connected. It was a test and an opportunity.
Teacher Fu's a peacemaker. He never gets into petty arguments. All the students like and respect him. Oh wait, there is a student who is deathly afraid of Teacher Fu. Who? A boy from Primary 1 Class 1. His name is Jing Sheng. Do you know where the boy is now?
The main mission at Yiming Private Academy was surfacing.
After Teacher Fu was done helping me, he locked up my death memory inside a cupboard under a lectern on the 4th floor of the education block. I remembered this now after fetching it from the other me's memory. After some time, Jingxing opened the cupboard. He let the other me out, and he went inside the cupboard to hide instead.
Zhang Guanxing provided Han Fei with a valuable clue. Now that Han Fei knew Jingxing's hiding spot location, he reminded Zhang Guanxing not to reveal that information to anyone else. There were still many people looking for Jingxing at this school. Chapter 169. With Han Fei's current condition, he could barely walk, much less go and find Jingxing. So he waited for his health to heal. He'd wait for the 3 hours to pass first. Pulling up the menu, Han Fei added all the skill points into Soul Depth Touch, making it beginner level 4. During the brawl, Han Fei discovered the accidental usage of this skill. It lived up to its potential of a skill provided from completing a grade F hidden mission. Han Fei believed that there was still room for this skill to grow. Perhaps at max level, he could move parts of spirits as easily as pieces of puzzle. With that favorable hope in his mind, Han Fei inspected his inventory and skills. Eventually, he took out Su Mengting's diary from his inventory. According to the item description, if used well, it would greatly increase Han Fei's friendliness level with Su Mengtong. The diary had a light red cover, and the pages seemed soaked in water. The entries were blurred out due to water spots. Han Fei read on as best as he could with a frown. The diary recorded everything from Su Mengting's perspective. After she was ostracized, she felt abandoned, like she was inside a maze. There were paths leading away from her, but none led to the exit. She was troubled by pain and despair. In that moment of darkness, someone reached out to her. When she entertained the thought of self-harm for the first time, she ran to hide in the mountain behind the school. She wanted time away from the world to cry herself out. It was there that the school security guard found her. The security guard was an aged gentleman the students called Oli. It was he who accompanied Su Mengting back to school. Oli knew that people were bullying Su Mengting, and he tried to help the girl by reflecting this issue to the staff. Unfortunately, the staff he approached was Ma Manjiang. After the man knew about Su Mengting's problems, he promised to help her, but in reality, though, he only made things worse. Su Mengting got increasingly fearful for her life. Oli only realized his mistake when it was too late. The security guard is the first victim in the case of the foretold deaths. Perhaps he'll know more secrets about this school. Han Fei got to know the guard uncle better through Su Mengting's diary. For one, he found out about the uncle's usual haunts. Han Fei believed this security guard was a good person he could make into an ally. After finished reading Su Mengting's diary, Han Fei turned to Zhang Guanxing. The previous manager was too singular in his goal. He refused to really accept and understand ghosts. However, Han Fei was different. Ever since the start of the game, Han Fei has tried to befriend every kind of ghost. As he gained help from them, he'd help lessen their pain as well. Han Fei had not gone far enough down his journey to tell whose approach was better, but just from efficiency alone, Han Fei's was markedly better. Han Fei studied Zhang Guanxing's closely. It was extremely rare for a lingering spirit to retain their rationality. After all, Wei Youfu had to give up all of his power and become an animated regret just to keep his humanity. The deeper the resentment, the stronger the ghost, but the harder it would be for them to grasp onto their humanity. Han Fei would have a hard time conversing with them as well. Therefore, Han Fei came up with another solution. He would cultivate them from when they were still weak. Both Drake and Zhang Guanxing were lingering spirits with great potential. But more importantly, they trusted Han Fei unconditionally. It was hard to find a friend like that in the real world, much less the cryptic world. Zhang Guanxing's murky eyes filled with confusion as he noticed Han Fei's scrutiny on him.
Sir, is there a problem? Since I'm your teacher, I feel a responsibility to teach you something.
Han Fei said after some thought.
So I hope you'll remember these lessons. Okay.
Seeing how serious Han Fei had gotten, Zhang Guanxing became solemn as well.
I'm not going to lecture you on actual subjects. Instead, what I wish to impart on you are lessons on how to be a better person and how to survive in this world.
It had been some time since Han Fei landed in the cryptic world. Different from the natives who were dominated by pain and despair, Han Fei spent every moment thinking about how to survive. When survival was hard, one's potential would be activated. Han Fei shed his old self and grew into a realer version of himself in the cryptic world. In the next 3 hours, Han Fei helped counsel Zhang Guanxing, and then using his own experiences as examples, Han Fei described in detail how to face danger and how to identify hazards within a situation. In this world filled with ghosts and monsters, blind kindness was no different from suicide. To survive, One had to arm that kindness with cunningness, logic, and ruthlessness. However, these were just armaments. To survive in this world, one needed an unshakable heart, a heart that contained light and the basic values of humanity. No one had given such lessons to Zhang Guanxing before. After Zhang Guanxing understood what a man was and how to be a man, Han Fei analyzed for the young man some acting skill and trickery so that he would not fall so easily for them. Zhang Guanxing picked them up quickly. Even though the young man was a dropout, he was actually incredibly clever. At that moment, Han Fei was like a real teacher. He planned to train Zhang Guanxing to become an independent individual. As Han Fei's plan included a continued expansion of his influence, he would need reliable and trustworthy partners to help him manage them in the future. Zhang Guanxing learned a lot from Han Fei, and the murkiness in his eyes cleared. Even though Zhang Guanxing still did not believe and hope in the cryptic world, at least it was no longer a world of pure darkness. An educator was like a candle burning himself to bring light to others. Perhaps one day, after Han Fei perished in the game, Zhang Guanxing would remember his light and share that light with others he met. After 3 hours, the yin energy in Han Fei's body finally dissipated and his life points slowly returned to normal.
In a while, I will have to leave this room. Remember what I've told you. I'll come back to find you tomorrow midnight.
Han Fei was ready to go offline. Even though his life points were recovering, his mind was too exhausted to continue.
Sir, I don't think you should leave in your current state. If you have something that needs done, I can do it for you. It's okay. Just promise me to stay inside this bedroom.
Han Fei massaged his limbs and slowly sat up from bed. He had the black anaconda hide inside the room while he opened the bedroom door. There were more blood stains out in the corridor. The sound of children's argument and dull footsteps came from upstairs. A stench lingered in the air. Han Fei did not stay for long. He silently closed the door behind him and opted to leave the game. Chapter 170. After removing the helmet, Han Fei felt his body thawing. He tried to raise his arm, but even that simple action took a toll on him. His skin was startlingly cold. It was not until moments later when his blood circulation returned to normal that the chill faded away. My body can't stand this much longer if this state continues. I'll have to purchase that gaming hub as soon as possible. The gaming hub would be able to help protect the body and relax the mind while the player was in the game. Take, for example, Huang Yin. Even though he too played the game deep into the night like Han Fei, in fact his gaming hour was often longer than Han Fei, Huang Yin was able to wake up energized the next morning. That was the benefit of the gaming hub. Pouring yin energy into the ghost tattoo can temporarily increase all of my attributes and decrease the damage I take. After I obtain the Midnight Butcher profession and have my own blade, then survival should be much easier. I hope that the gaming hub will be able to lessen the pressure on my physical body so that it will not be so taxing after each gaming session. There was no player like Han Fei who would spend all of his money and put his life on the line just for the sake of a game. Turning on the heater and curling inside the comforter, Han Fei took out his phone to search for the name Fu Sheng. The biggest reward from his latest gaming session was the acquisition of the previous manager's name. But sadly the search came up with nothing. Han Fei slowly drifted off to sleep as the words danced before his eyes. At 9 a.m., Han Fei was woken up by the vibrating phone. He looked at the caller ID. It was Huang Yin. I keep hearing from this brother recently. Is it because Perfect Life is going to end its 6th CB soon? Before Han Fei could speak, Huang Yin's voice blasted out.
Brother, are you free today? I just gained contact with a former employee from Immortal Pharma. There are things we should discuss. A former employee at Immortal Pharma? Do you remember that madman whom I told you about? The tester who accidentally got into the cryptic world during testing and ended up butchering a whole neighborhood. I remember him. Has he been released from the mental hospital?
Han Fei jumped up immediately. He wanted to meet that tester more than anyone else.
No, unfortunately he has died. He's dead. Yes, the cause of death is still unknown. The police have opened an investigation into it. The employee that I'll have you meet today is the former colleague of that man. He knows a lot of secrets. I will be there in a few minutes.
After hanging up, Han Fei took a quick bath and hailed a cab to get to the intelligent city. 1 hour later, Han Fei arrived at an underground alley. After scanning his ID, he entered an inconspicuous coffee house. The place was appropriately named Corner Coffee. The smell of coffee permeated the small space. The first floor was empty other than an aged barista manning the counter.
Han Fei. Yes, They're waiting for you upstairs.
Han Fei needed to scan his ID again. This time he had to use facial recognition before he could enter the second floor. Compared to the first floor, the second floor was more retro-inspired. There was no high-tech device in sight. It was like a time capsule from the past.
Han Fei, you're finally here. Let me make some introduction.
Huang Yin pulled Han Fei to the table and pointed at the man who sat at the corner.
This is Feng Ziyu, also known as Absurd Mask on the internet. He's one of the earliest testers from Immortal Pharma to participate in the Perfect Life project.
Then Huang Yin gestured at Han Fei.
This is the man I told you about, Han Fei. He's an actor. I've seen him on the news before. He has helped the police with cases and has even personally apprehended a fugitive.
The man stood up to shake Han Fei's hands.
Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure. So why are we here?
Han Fei sat down at the table. He studied Feng Ziyu casually. The man was only 30, but he looked like he was in his 50s. He was in quite bad shape.
I own this shop, so there is no worry that we will be overheard.
After making that declaration, Huang Yin took out his phone and projected the information given by Feng Ziyu onto the wall.
The tester who died in the asylum was Brother Feng Sr. When the tester slipped into the cryptic world, Brother Feng was beside him, and he witnessed everything.
Huang Yin signaled for the man to speak. After some hesitated, Feng Ziyu finally uttered.
I still feel the chills thinking back to what happened that day. At the time, Brother Zhang and I were testing out a mission. Everything was fine at the start. But when we entered Funereal Street next to the neighborhood for a supernatural side mission, an accident happened. What kind of accident?
Han Fei memorized the location name, Funereal Street.
The side mission was called Ghostly Encounter. It was about an old man's memory of his dead wife. On the day when the gates of hell opened, he ran to the fourth building in the neighborhood and called his wife's name. His wife was killed there by a petty thief. After he got home, he felt a strange weight on his shoulders, and he felt weirdly exhausted. He died not so long after that. Based on the mission description, the old man failed to call his wife to return, but instead had unwittingly summoned a wandering soul.
After the old man passed, the ghost took over his house and started to go after the old man's family. The old man's son, daughter-in-law, and daughter all felt under the weather. In the end, it was the youngest granddaughter who saw the ghost. She said it was not grandma, but something else living with them. The mission required us to use various items and aid from the little girl to dispel the ghost that no one else could see.
As a hidden mission, Ghostly Encounter was understandably hard, scary, and exciting. In fact, we did this test mainly because we wanted to see if it would be too traumatizing for the players. Technically speaking, many tests have already been done on the mission and there shouldn't be any accident. But as we followed the mission's trail, we noticed there were small changes here and there. I assumed at the time, it was just the programmer trying to add flavor to the story.
The incident still affected Feng Ziyu to this day because other than confusion, there was barely concealed fear in his voice.
With the granddaughter's help, we finished the mission and the family returned to normal, but the completion rate given by the system was very low.
I did not think much of it. I merely wanted to get off work and go back home. Brother Zhang, though, felt something was off. He reset the mission and did everything by the books, but the system still gave a low completion rating. I urged Brother Zhang to move on to the next mission, but Brother Zhang told me that there might be some bugs with this mission and he would need to fix it.
It was like something came over him. He kept repeating the mission. On the 14th instance, he murdered the youngest granddaughter at the start of the mission. I could not even describe what I felt back then. But to make things even more shocking, we got the system notification that the mission had been completed after the girl was killed.
Do you know what this means?
The ghost was not following the programmed plot. It had possessed the granddaughter. The ghost had been playing along with us and repeated the mission at least 10 times.
But that was not all. After the mission was supposed to be over, Brother Zhang's expression changed. He'd look normal one moment, and then started to giggle like a little girl the next. I persuaded him to leave the game, but he did not seem to realize there was something wrong. He was still resetting the mission. In the end, I had to force both of us to quit. Back in the real world, Brother Zhang returned to normal. We compiled our reports and planned to send it to our supervisors the next day. Since my home was in the old city, Brother Zhang told me to get off work earlier like usual.
But when I came to work the next day, I realized Brother Zhang had gone back into the game. A bad feeling surrounded me then. When I entered the game, it was already too late.
Feng Ziyu took a very long pause.
Brother Zhang has killed all the NPC in that neighborhood. He was covered in blood, and his mental state was highly unstable. He kept talking to himself like there were different personas inside him. That was the last time you saw him. Did he tell you anything else?
Han Fei stared at the man.
I have never told anyone this secret before. I hope that you will live up to your promise of bringing me with you to the cryptic world after hearing this.
Feng Ziyu pursed his lips before he made the decision to reveal.
At the time, Brother Zhang was already half crazy. It was like he was under some kind of hypnosis. He kept shouting something about the cryptic world. I tried to approach him, but when he saw me, he raised the knife and plunged it right through my chest. He screamed into my face, "Have to kill Fu Sheng! Have to kill Fu Sheng! Have to kill Fu Sheng!"
I didn't even understand what he meant, but I realized now Fu Sheng might be a code or a name. I looked online for information. After years of digging, I finally found out Immortal Pharma's CEO, Fu Tian, had an older brother when he was young. The little-known brother's name was Fu Sheng.
After hearing that, Han Fei's heart was raging. During the previous manager's manager mission, Han Fei met the manager's family. The previous manager had a younger brother who was well-loved by ghosts.
Brother Feng, do you remember that neighborhood's name?
It doesn't really have a name. In the mission, it was called the Ziggurat, but the map where the neighborhood was located has been wiped out from the system. It is impossible to enter the cryptic world through it now. Ziggurat.
The name struck a bell. The red paper doll and the bride were headed to the Ziggurat that one time. Chapter 171. The normal version of Perfect Life had already removed the map where the Ziggurat was, but the building still existed in the cryptic world, and it was Han Fei's impression that it was one of the most dangerous buildings around. The tester from Immortal Pharma found out about Fu Sheng and the cryptic world's existence at the Ziggurat. He went insane and murdered all of its residents. From his various actions, Han Fei suspected there was a channel that might connect the two worlds of Perfect Life at the Ziggurat. This was an important find for Han Fei. If he could locate that channel, Han Fei could travel between the two worlds freely. That would open up even more options. Han Fei's attention was fully on the Ziggurat, but Huang Yin and Feng Ziyu's focus was on Fu Sheng. They believed Fu Sheng was related to the tester's spiral into madness. In fact, Fu Sheng might directly cause the tester's mind to break.
I have no idea Immortal Pharma's CEO had an older brother. There is no such news at all about him. The company CEO is already shrouded in mystery, but his elder brother even so.
Feng Ziyu flipped through his phone.
I worked as one of the internet security experts at Immortal Pharma. Ever since Brother Zhang's incident, I have been collecting information on the side. But even now, I've only gained one new piece of information. Fu Sheng has been through psychological treatment. Other than that, there is nothing else that I can find on him, not even his picture. He's more like a ghost. Probably other than the CEO, no one really knows who he is. Is it possible that Fu Sheng is only in existence in the game? In terms of technology, as more breakthroughs are achieved by computer science, virtual immortality is no longer a dream.
Huang Yin took a sip of his coffee.
That's impossible. In fact, I suspect the cryptic world is where they store the data of the dead.
Feng Ziyu turned to Han Fei and Huang Yi.
The reason Brother Zhang lost his mind was because his consciousness was taken over by different personas. I could not explain these personas' origin. The only logical explanation is that there is a hidden world inside this game.
Compared to the other players, these three individuals at Corner Coffee had their own reasons to believe in the existence of the cryptic world. Feng Ziyu witnessed how his colleague went insane and came to that conclusion. Huang Yin accidentally found his way into the cryptic world and had personally experienced its horror. As the owner of the black box, Han Fei was the one who understood the cryptic world the most. It was quite a coincidence that the three of them managed to meet together.
Perfect Life will enter OB in another half a month. I plan to attempt to enter that hidden map again tonight.
Huang Yin tapped on his phone.
But the main problem is I still have no idea what is the condition to trigger that hidden map. I've not succeeded in entering it again since that last time. I know all the available conditions necessary to trigger any in-game missions. We can go through them one by one for these next few days. Okay.
Huang Yin then took out 3 ID cards from his pocket.
In the future, we should meet up in this coffee house. Take these cards. They'll grant you access to the second floor. After the OB starts, the three of us should start a group that focuses on exploration of the cryptic world. Maybe the team can be called Corner Coffee. We shouldn't discuss anything related to the cryptic world with anyone else. Everything should be contained to this coffee house.
Feng Ziyu looked at Huang Yin and Han Fei before he shared another gaming secret.
Even though Perfect Game promotes itself as an Iyashikei game, the game has a fighting system that mirrors the one in real life. So when you choose your profession, do not pick those that lack fighting capability.
Then he turned to Han Fei and elaborated.
Out of the three of us, you should be the best fighter, so I'd suggest you to go for the profession of a private investigator. The profession can be built in any way you wish, and the profession talent will improve your observation, analytical, and tracking skills. At the same time, it will buff your fighting-related skills. It is a perfect fit for you. The prerequisite mission for private investigator is to participate in some investigations before you reach level 10. Later, I will give you the plot details of those investigations. I know some of them, but not all. What about me?
Huang Yin wanted to hear Feng Ziyu's opinion.
The profession of a doctor will be hard to master, and it does not provide any fighting ability, but a healer is instrumental in any team.
After some thoughts, Feng Ziyu added.
Actually, I have heard of a unique hidden profession. It'll help greatly in our exploration of the hidden world, but it'll be hard to unlock that hidden profession. What profession is it? A blood doctor.
Feng Ziyu added carefully.
Blood doctor? I'm a medical practitioner. I've not heard of that in my life. The blood doctor is actually a profession based on an in-game character. This NPC was originally a forensic doctor, but he was fired from his job due to unknown reasons. After that, he opened his own dentistry clinic. Due to his skills and friendliness, both the business and the man were well loved by his neighbors. But in reality, the man was crazy. He made his hobby out of hunting his customers. After his evil deeds were exposed, he became a fugitive. Despite the police's effort, he managed to stay underground and was a notorious criminal in the virtual world.
Feng Ziyu shared the plot.
To become a blood doctor, you'll have to enter his shop before level 10 and save all of his victims. Finally, you'll have to personally apprehend that NPC. And then, at the very end of the quest line, you'll be given a choice to hand the blood doctor to the police or to kill the blood doctor. After you murder the blood doctor, he will curse you with his death.
Feng Ziyu tapped against the table.
Normally, the mission would have ended here, but I know of a well-hidden Easter egg. If you dismember the blood doctor's carcass, you'll be put under his curse and take his place as the new blood doctor and assume the man's destiny. Are you for real? It sounds so dangerous.
Huang Yin said worriedly.
Blood doctor, Huang Yin, it sounds weird just saying it. After you become the blood doctor, both your intelligence and stamina will increase. The blood doctor has many professional talents. In any case, the profession has great potential. There is no free meal in this world. What is the price to pay for so many perks? The price is you'll have to be careful when you wander around the city during the day. The police have their eyes on you because since you've desecrated the body of the previous blood doctor, you're now their prime suspect. You'll be seen as the mastermind who has been manipulating the previous doctor.
Feng Ziyu shared the mission details with Huang Yin and then many other in-game secrets with both Huang Yin and Han Fei. Chapter 172. The trio exchanged a lot of information. Han Fei benefited a lot from it. He realized there were many rules in the game that he could use to his own advantages. Han Fei left the second floor of Corner Coffee around 2 p.m. Once he did, his phone started to vibrate. The second floor even screens phone signals. Han Fei turned to glance up the stairs before he swiveled his attention back to his phone. Most of the messages were from director Jiang. Yulong Culture was very interested in the series of Doka movies. They wanted to draft an official collaboration contract with Han Fei. With the popularity from Twin Flower, Yulong Culture now had full confidence in Han Fei's vision. Flower of Sin almost got cut due to budget issues, but now before the new script is even ready, we already got the sponsor. After making the replies, Han Fei asked about the payment cut from Twin Flower. He was eager to make the purchase of the high-class gaming hub. Walking down the street, perhaps because Perfect Life was going to enter OB soon, its advertisements could be seen all over the intelligent city. Due to its Iyashikei nature, players of all age groups were excitedly discussing the upcoming gaming phenomenon. This game would be a cultural reset.
Hopefully nothing happens after the OB.
Han Fei was in no place to worry about others. The moment he mentioned anything related to the black box, his brain would explode. The only thing he could do now was to get strong and survive in that horrid world. Han Fei reached home around 4 p.m. He sat down to study and then committed a series of martial arts practice. Han Fei lived a monk-like lifestyle. He abandoned all bad habits and focused on strengthening his body and will. When it was around midnight, Han Fei stood beside the wall of crimes and picked up the gaming helmet from the table. I need to clear Yiming Private Academy's map as soon as possible. I worry about my neighbors after being separated from them for so long. I hope everyone is fine. Putting on the gaming helmet, his world was dyed red.
Welcome to perfect life.
Opening his eyes, Han Fei was inside a dark corridor. There was no sound, no light. He reached forward to push at the door before him. Han Fei barely applied any force, and he frowned. The door's not locked. Han Fei lowered his head and noticed the lock of room 104 was broken. The handle was sticky with dark red residue. Han Fei strode into the room, and Zhang Guanxing was missing. There is no sign of struggle. Looks like he has left before the threat arrived. Han Fei took out the red uniform from his inventory and walked around the small bedroom. He visited all the corners, but Su Qin's pet did not come out. Did it leave with Zhang Guanxing? The shadow was a master at concealing itself. If even it had slipped away, it meant that something incredibly scary had been to this place. Putting away the red uniform, Han Fei closed the door. Honestly, he was slightly panicking. When he was around Zhang Guanxing and the shadow, at least they could watch each other's back, but now he was all alone inside the bedroom. The building is incredibly quiet. It's like it has been deserted. He had no idea what presence was responsible for that. He could not even be sure if the thing was still inside the building or not. Han Fei's heart raced thinking about the perils that he might need to face on his own. Should I stay here or try to leave? While he teetered between the two choices, Han Fei busied himself by searching the bedroom. When he opened the cupboard, he found the rice cooker sitting inside it. Weep's urn was still kept safely inside, and there was a paper note edged underneath it. A message was hastily scrawled, "Second floor bathroom at the cafeteria." Did Zhang Guanxing leave this note? But why has he gone to the cafeteria? Han Fei had to be careful. He had to consider the possibility that the note was faked. Studying the note further, Han Fei suddenly realized the handwriting looked strangely familiar. As he placed them, chill tingled up his spine. I've seen this handwriting before. Han Fei's powerful memory lined up the handwriting on the message with the appreciation notes he had previously found inside the hostel manager's office. One of the appreciation notes was written in this exact handwriting. This note is left behind by the ghosts. They want to harm me. Wiping away his cold sweat, Han Fei was thankful that he remembered those details. He really could not be too careful in this world. One wrong step, and he'd be dead. The real note probably has been swapped out for this fake one. This means that room 104 is no longer safe anymore. Someone has been in here. Han Fei looked around, as if anticipating a ghost to jump out from the shadows. It was pointless to wait inside the bedroom now. He might as well leave while he still can. All the windows on the first floor were sealed up behind anti-theft nets. The only exit was the front door or the window that Zhang Guanxing used on the second floor. Placing Weep's urn back in its place, Han Fei sneaked out from room 104. The corridor was eerily silent. Han Fei felt extremely unsettled. Even though he experienced no chill from the landlord's ring, there was no telling when something might suddenly decide to show up from the dark. The blood stain on the front door has darkened. The talismans and papers have basically glued onto the door. It hasn't been in use for a long time already. Leaning against the wall, Han Fei slipped into the stairwell. He climbed the steps and felt something slippering under his feet. Curious as he was, Han Fei knew he did not have time to stop for a close examination. He just wanted to leave. The atmosphere at the hostel was too creepy. It was as if he was the only one alive still remaining at the building. Invisible creatures appeared to crawl in the thick darkness. The oppressive tension pressed down on Han Fei. Holding his breath, Han Fei arrived at the second floor. He carefully made his way to room 201. When he reached out to open the door, Han Fei's hand touched something wet on the door handle. It was blood. Han Fei's every nerve tensed from this discovery. The blood was still very much liquid. It meant that someone had used their bloody hand to open this door less than a minute ago. It meant that they were still around. His heart palpitated heavily. Han Fei did not dare to enter room 201, afraid that the thing was waiting for him inside it. Outside the door, Han Fei slowed his breathing. Using the lightest step, he moved to the door of room 202 without making any noise. The door handle of room 202 was also stained with blood, but the stains had almost dried. Han Fei moved down the corridor before finally stopping before room 204. The corridor beyond that was so dipped in darkness that Han Fei was convinced that the darkness would claim him if he moved any further. The door handle of room 204 was relatively clean, but the lock had already been broken. Han Fei held the handle and eased it open very slowly to limit his sound production as much as possible. When he was halfway through the motion of opening the door, a piercing chill came from his ring finger. There was no warning. The frost almost froze his finger off. He whipped his head around and realized the door to room 201 had been silently opened and something was coming out from it. I need to run. With no time to hesitate, Han Fei bolted into room 204. With adrenaline pumping through his veins, Han Fei leaped over the balcony of the second floor and landed among the bushes. The fall scraped Han Fei's arm, but that did not stop the man. He picked himself up from the ground and continued to run. After he believed he had put enough distance from the hostel, Han Fei only then dared to turn back to look. There was a man standing inside room 204. He radiated malice. His face was painted in blood, and a sadistic smile hung on his face. Due to the distance, Han Fei could not get a good look, but the man's body size and frame reminded Han Fei of Ma Manjiang. Is it really him? Chapter 173. Is that really Ma Manjiang? When Han Fei tried to focus harder on room 204, the shadowy figure had disappeared. Ma Manjiang has escaped from real life into the cryptic world? Does this mean that the man is dead? An indescribable malice followed that man. After Han Fei made sure he was not being followed, he slowly calmed down. The enemy this time is very cunning. If I was a second slower, I'd be dead now. Han Fei could not leave the game yet, so if he was captured, death would be inevitable. He was waiting for me inside room 201, but why would he choose that particular room? Why would he know that I'd go there? Ma Manjiang was different from any ghost Han Fei had encountered in the past. He had his own children leave the node in room 104 to lure me into a trap. This is not something a normal lingering spirit could plan. What has happened to Ma Manjiang? Or is he the butterfly? Li Shui's teacher once predicted that the butterfly was related to doctors and teachers. Coincidentally, Ma Manjiang was a teacher at Yiming Private Academy. In any case, Han Fei did not have enough clues to come to any conclusion. Instead, what he needed to do now was to get as far away from the hostel as possible. He turned to look at the school gate. Yiming Private Academy's walls and gates were decorated with symbols drawn out in blood. Whenever Han Fei got closer, the landlord's ring would chill as if something bad would happen if he ventured too close. Since he was unable to leave, Han Fei could only face the trial as best as he could. Ma Manjiang is the source of all the pain at Yiming Private Academy. In other words, he is the scariest presence here. Now that he is at the hostel, it means that the other buildings are temporarily safe. Han Fei planned to make use of this opportunity to get to the education block to find Jin Sheng. Normally, a person would lean towards escaping or hiding after experiencing great trauma, but Han Fei was different because he knew such actions were futile in the cryptic world. Jin Sheng should be Jing Sheng. He is the key to the missions at this school. Despite Yiming Private Academy's reputation, its campus was quite large. Many parents were fooled by its appearance and sent their children here. Making his way through the bush, Han Fei kept his body as small as possible. However, he soon realized the bushes were not safe either. Han Fei did not need to go far when he noticed he had company. Not far away from him, there was something moving inside the bush. It was incredibly thin. It looked like a monkey or a disfigured gnome. The thing radiated misfortune and curse. Han Fei stayed a distance away to observe it. It was tearing at something for a long time before it slipped away. Han Fei slowly approached the spot it vacated. When he arrived, there was only a tattered school uniform and a wrinkled student ID left on the ground. That thing earlier is a student here? But why does he look that way? What has happened at this school? The school appeared particularly uninviting in the night. The place was incredibly quiet. Han Fei eventually walked out from the bushes, crossed a cement path, and reached the education block. Yiming Private Academy's education block was in an L shape. It was attached to the office building. Perhaps due to the imperfect management at the school security office was located at the deepest part of the education block's first-floor corridor. It made dealing with student bullies much easier. Normally, the security guards would take their shifts at the gate, but during breaks or when they needed to check the security tapes, they would visit the security office at the education block. Han Fei entered the education block from the back door, so the first room he encountered was the security office. Su Mingting's diary has once mentioned an uncle guard. He is one of the victims in the case of foretold death. From the diary, he sounds like a nice person. Han Fei's plan initially did not involve a trip to the security office. He wanted to get to the 4th floor as soon as possible, but he only entered the education block when the chill came from the ring. He did not hear any strange voice nor see anything out of place, but the ring would never lie to him. The chill intensified. Something was approaching. For the sake of security, Han Fei did not use the stairs. It would make himself too conspicuous. He took several steps back, opened the door to the security office, and temporarily hid inside it.
Notification for player 0000. You're in possession of the victim's tape. You've successfully triggered Grade G Hidden Mission Surveillance Tape.
Mission requirement: stay inside the security office and watch the tape for a whole half an hour. This is a time-limited mission. Chapter 174. The woman flashed across the camera at the 4th floor of the office building. She appeared to be heading somewhere else. The light from the computer screen lit up Han Fei's face, making it look paler than usual. The woman first appeared at the 4th floor of the office building, and the surveillance tape was from the camera at the 4th floor office as well. That can't be a coincidence. Why is she wandering there? Is she a former staff member here? Or she's a student looking for a teacher? Many questions floated up in his mind as Han Fei stared at the screens. The black and white surveillance screen appeared to capture a different world, framing the horror inside the school at night. About 10 seconds later, the woman once again appeared on the computer screen. This time, she was on the 3rd floor. Drenched in blood, she shuffled past the camera. She seemed to float on air. The woman's body is covered in blood, but I see no visible wounds. However, her hair is heavily matted. Perhaps that has hidden the fatal wound. She is quite maturely dressed. She should be one of the teachers here. Han Fei tried his best to place that ruined face. It was not a pretty picture, but Han Fei went over the smallest detail in his mind. Her face was too dirty and scarred to tell who she is. But one thing's for sure, she must have been through hell before she died. Han Fei turned back to the death tape in the hope of gaining more information. Furthermore, the mission required that he kept his eyes constantly on the video. The banister at the staircase is about 1.2 meters tall. In comparison to the height of the banister, she should be about 2 meters tall. While Han Fei made these observations, the woman flashed down the corridor and moved from the office building to the education block. There was a camera that sat at the corridor which connected the two buildings. When the woman strode past, she stopped to look right at the camera. Her head slightly tilted, and through the curtain of hair, a pair of red eyes leered out. She knows I'm looking at her. Inside the small security office, chill crawled up Han Fei's spine. The woman was coming towards him. Via her movements through the surveillance screens, Han Fei knew she was getting closer and closer. The feeling of impending doom grasped at the man's heart. She has already entered the education block. It won't take long for her to get here in person. The chill from the landlord's ring had not abated. There was still something else loitering outside the security room. If I leave this room, I'll fail the mission and I might need to face 2 threats at once. In that case, I might as well stay in here and get the hidden mission over and done with first. Han Fei was like a man dancing on the tip of the knife. He knew escape was not an option, so he might as well take a bet and stay. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei returned his attention to the surveillance screen. Time appeared to have slowed down. This was a veritable torment for Han Fei. Forcing his eyes to stay on the screen, at the 25th minute, Han Fei finally saw the woman appear on the 1st floor of the education block. She walked out from the stairwell and, with her head lowered, made her way towards the security room, which was at the end of the corridor. Her matted hair swung behind her. Dark red footprints surfaced in her wake. Her reflection was conspicuously missing from the windows. Han Fei's eyes were fully drawn to the computer screen. He knew that there was less than 10 meters between himself and the woman. When the woman disappeared from the screen, there came an immediate knock on the security room door. There was no lapse in time at all. The sudden knocking caused Han Fei's whole body to tense. He did not dare to make any noise as he kept his eyes on the tape. The mission was about to be over soon. A very strange smell permeated the air. It was not particularly smelly, but inhaling it caused Han Fei's stomach to twist. It was like the smell of stale meat. Where did the smell come from? With cold sweat pouring down his forehead, Han Fei held on with sheer willpower. He did not allow himself to be distracted and continued to fixate his eyes on the playing tape. The smell thickened, but the knocking stopped. Just as Han Fei was about to sigh in relief, something worse happened. The sound of a key being pushed into the lock came. Han Fei heard the spring click, and the locked security door was opened. The old axle creaked creepily like an old man groaning for help. The stench filtered into the room. The chill from the ring was immense. Han Fei gritted his teeth and hid his hands behind him. He silently opened the inventory and readied to take out the red paper doll.
Who are you? Why are you here? And why did you lock the door?
An old gentleman's voice began. The person did not go on the aggressive immediately. This was good news for Han Fei. His brain started to spin at full speed. The information fell into place in less than a second. Since this newcomer had the key to the security room, then most likely he was one of the security guards. The man's voice was aged. Han Fei put him around 60 years old. There was only one person who fitted these descriptions in this school's horror story, the first victim, Oli. The security guard once made an appearance in Su Mengting's diary. He was one of the few who was willing to help her. It was unclear what happened to him after death, but at least he was a good guy when he was alive. Just from one simple sentence, Han Fei had analyzed many things. That was the fruit of his labor from his survival in the game.
Hey, I'm talking to you. I haven't seen you around the school before. Who are you?
The stench became unbearable after the guard entered the room. Han Fei almost suffocated, but he kept his eyes on the running video.
I'm a new teacher here. This is my work ID.
Without turning his eyes around, Han Fei took out the educator's ID and dropped it on the table. A pale arm reached into his line of sight. The person picked up the ID and studied it for a while before adding,
You're right. In any case, why are you here? Is there something wrong?
Staring at the television screen, Han Fei assumed easily into his character. He asked in a normal tone,
Do you still remember the name Su Mengting? Who? I've not heard of that name before. No.
Han Fei thought to get more secrets about the girl from the guard, but the old man could not even remember her name.
So why exactly are you here? Are you really a staff member here?
The voice dipped with suspicion. As he approached, the smell seeped into Han Fei's body, and the temperature inside the room dropped to freezing point.
Something bad has happened around the school recently. I'm trying to be a lookout for my students.
Han Fei split his attention into 3 parts. While he replied to the guard, he stared at the tape and paid attention to the mission interface in his mind. The countdown was near its end. The ghost from the surveillance tape did not show up after all. Could the biggest challenge of this mission be facing the unknown fear the woman had roused within my heart? The woman is actually not real. I was merely scaring myself. Han Fei soon got the notification that the mission was over. Compared to other grade G hidden missions, this one was surprisingly easy.
Hey, don't just leave things hanging. What do you mean by something bad has happened around the school?
The guard demanded as he moved to stand beside Han Fei. Since the mission was already over, Han Fei moved his gaze and turned towards the guard. When he did, chilblains broke out on the back of his neck. The guard was indeed Li. Han Fei had seen the man's picture when he did his investigation on Yiming Private Academy. Li looked precisely like himself in real life, but the problem was the man was draped in many unholy objects and creatures. But beyond that, there was a woman following behind him. It was the woman with the hung head and ruined face. She stood on tiptoe, and her chin was practically laying on Li's shoulder, but the latter did not seem to notice it at all. Even for Han Fei, his expression stalled for a moment. He took an involuntary step away from Li.
Well, why aren't you saying anything? What has happened at this school?
Li repeated concernedly. The senior guard took his job seriously. He cared about the students here.
It's nothing really. Han Fei's mouth fell open. He bumped his back into the wall, and the words tumbled out. Sir, don't you feel like you've been carrying a lot lately?
Chapter 175.
What do you mean? I feel just fine.
Li answered.
Don't you feel a bit uncomfortable?
Han Fei was shocked. He looked at Li, who was basically a moving mountain of ghosts.
No. If anything, I noticed that you are looking incredibly pale. I know you care about the students, but you have to take care of yourself too.
Draped in dirty stuff, Li, who was tailed by a lingering spirit, started to show concern for Han Fei. It was surreal to say the least.
Well, as long as you feel fine.
Han Fei tried to adjust his breathing. As a professional actor, this would be a great challenge. He needed to ignore the smell that drifted off Li and the monsters, as well as ghosts that latched onto Li. He needed to present himself as a normal person, like Li.
You still haven't explained why you are here. What exactly has happened at this school that got you worried?
Oli pressed. He did not trust Han Fei fully simply because of the working ID. Han Fei's original intention was to show Li Su Mingting's diary, specifically the entries that were related to the guard. Based on Han Fei's observation, every mission at Yiming Private Academy was interconnected. The diary might help Li recover his memory. His idea was good, but just as Han Fei attempted to take out Su Mingting's diary, the things on Li started to go berserk. They did not seem like they'd want Li to recover his memory. If Han Fei insisted on taking the diary out, there was no telling what the ghosts might do.
A ruffian has sneaked into the campus at night. He used to be a student here.
Han Fei did not bring up anything related to ghosts and placed the diary back into his inventory. Only then the things around Li started to calm down.
Why would he come back to school at night? To steal stuff or to commit vandalism?
Li took a seat on the single bed. The resentment of the dirty things that surrounded him was strong enough to cover the entire room. Han Fei, who could not stand the smell, politely shuffled away from Li.
The boy's name is Zhang Guanqing. He comes from a poor family. His father is a drunk and would beat him for no reason. Zhang Guanqing.
Li repeated the name like it was familiar to him.
Have you seen him before? No. I patrol the grounds every night, and you're the first person I've ever met.
Li scratched his head. The ghosts around his head allowed Li's hand to phase through their bodies.
You've not seen anyone other than myself on your patrols.
Han Fei took another step back. This whole thing smelled fishy. Li appeared to see a different world from what Han Fei was experiencing. He was a very unique presence.
When do you go out for your patrol normally? I have no place to call my own at my old age, so the school allows me to stay here. In return, I will help them look around the grounds at night. Each night, I'll make 3 patrols on average.
Li answered honestly.
3 patrols every night?
Han Fei was surprised. To do that and survive until now, Li must have been incredibly lucky or powerful.
Sir, sorry if I appear to be intruding, but can your body handle such taxation?
Looking at the dirty things crawling all over the old man and the lingering spirit who still refused to leave, Han Fei's question had a different meaning to it.
It's just 3 patrols. It's nothing. Furthermore, the headmaster came from the same village as I do, so he is particularly kind towards me. He is willing to trust an old man like myself, so I shan't disappoint him.
Li clearly misunderstood Han Fei.
Anyway, I believe I remember this Zhang Guanqing. Come, I'll help you look for him together.
Li's situation was very complicated. He not only had lost his key memories, he had even awakened some unique powers. The monsters that crawled over him were the manifestation of that power. Technically, Li was being possessed by these things, and his vision was distorted by the ghosts that made his body their host. However, different from normal possession, the ghosts who surrounded Li did not mean to harm him. If anything, they shielded him from the truth because they wanted him to live a simple and uncomplicated life. Li was a good man, so Han Fei believed it would be good for him to follow the old man for now.
Then, I shall thank you in advance.
Watching the surveillance tape was the simplest hidden mission Han Fei had ever completed, and the biggest reason for that was Li. Due to his encounter with the guard, Han Fei could feel his luck changing. Ever since he entered Yiming Private Academy, his luck was horrible. Today, he even got separated from the Shadow and Zhang Guanqing. For a moment, he even wondered if the system was doing this on purpose because of his -9 luck. Han Fei stood up and pushed open the security room door. He did not want to stay in there even for a second longer. After he left, Han Fei glanced at the mission interface.
Notification for player 0000. You've completed Grade G Hidden Mission, Surveillance Videotape. Obtained 1 free skill point. Friendliness level with Li Jingye increases by 10.
Since the mission completion rate is lower than 50%, there is no extra reward.
You've challenged 4 Tales of Horrors. Grade F Hidden Mission. Jin Sheng's Tales of Horror completion rate, April 7th.
The main mission was already halfway through. Han Fei planned to head towards the 4th floor of the education block to find Jing Sheng directly. The monster that resembled Ma Manjiang was also around the campus. Han Fei got to meet Jing Sheng before he reunited with that monster to understand what had really happened at this school.
Li, aren't you afraid to patrol such a large school alone at night? Well, of course. There is fear, but that won't stop me from doing my job.
The things that latched onto Li formed a cocoon around the old man as he walked down the corridor with Han Fei.
Furthermore, I personally do not believe in ghosts. You know what? Me too.
Han Fei very casually glanced behind the old man. The woman, who was 2 meters tall, was still following behind old Li on her tiptoe. Her ruined face was practically breathing down old Li's back. The man would see her the moment he turned around. All the ghosts were doing their part to protect old Li. Han Fei wondered what would happen if he tried to expose old Li to the truth. Would the ghosts make him disappear instead? Old Li was a ghost who could not see ghosts. In old Li's world, Han Fei was the only person he could meet. With the protection provided by the mobile ghost lair, Han Fei felt perfectly safe. The only downside was the horrible smell. Without any accident, they arrived at the 4th floor of the education block. The 1st to 3rd floor consisted of normal classrooms. The 4th floor had the labs and extracurricular rooms.
The student you mentioned is hiding here?
Oli leaned on the window to look into one of the rooms. The ghosts around him did the same. Han Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. If Zhang Guanxing was really hiding here, he'd be scarred for life seeing Oli. What exactly is this guard's special power? Han Fei had never encountered a ghost like Oli before. He shook his head to clear the question out of his mind. Without more clues, it was pointless to fixate on that problem. Instead, he turned and walked towards the room at the end of the corridor. Chapter 176. Jin Sheng was the key person at Yiming Private Academy. All the ghost stories were related to him in some ways. For example, he was the one who foretold the deaths in real life and embellished them as ghost tales to warn the victims. Even though the tragedies were ultimately not avoided, at least the boy had tried. Han Fei went down the corridor and opened the door of every single room he passed. The monster who resembled Ma Manjiang might return at any moment. Hesitation would be no different from wasting away his own life. Since he had no key, Han Fei relied on brute force. He knocked down the doors. Courtesy was no longer that important when a person's life was on the line. Han Fei eventually reached the last room. This lab had a huge lectern. There was a cupboard slid underneath the lectern. It looked like it was used to store lab equipment.
Jin Sheng?
Han Fei called out softly, but there was no response from inside the cupboard. Han Fei reached over to open the cupboard, and once he did, balls of rolled-up papers tumbled out. Han Fei bent over to look into the cupboard. Jin Sheng was not there. There was only a pile of waste paper. I've checked all the rooms on the 4th floor. Where could he be? Picking up some random balls of paper, Han Fei spread them open to take a look, but once he did, he could not move his eyes away. Strings of sentences were written on the back of these papers. When arranged properly, they made up one after another ghost stories.
I see the school guard patrolling at night. He is the only nighttime guard. I reminded him to stay away from the canteen and hostel, but he refused to heed my advice. Now his physical condition is getting worse as more ghosts climb onto his body.
I see the 3 children trailing behind Ma Bo. They are his dead elder brothers. The doctor said he suffers from schizophrenia, but I know that he is not crazy. He is wiser and more cunning than most of us.
I see the wild hound outside the school trying to grasp the attention of the spring blossom. Unfortunately, spring will eventually pass, and the hated wild dog might not survive the harsh winter.
I see a ghost roaming the girl hostel. He will only appear after the hostel manager is gone. Like the snake, he is there to trick Eves to take a taste of the forbidden fruit.
I see Teacher Ma walking around with 2 faces, one looking like a human, the other like a ghost.
There were many similar stories. All of them started with "I see," written in the first-person view. These are probably left behind by Jin Sheng. All of his ghost stories have been brought to life at this school. Or rather, the tragedies that occurred in real life have been recorded by Jin Sheng as ghost stories. Reading through the stories, most would assume these were a child's harmless nightmare. But for Han Fei, who knew the horrible truth about Yiming Private Academy, Jin Sheng's ghost stories were already the family-friendly version of what really happened. Jin Sheng used a child's perspective to describe everything. All the gore and cruelty were given a disguise of a horror tale. Han Fei unfolded all of the paper balls and used his impressive memory to memorize down all the stories. He wished to find a solution among them. When he reached his upper body into the cupboard to haul out the deeper pile of paper, the system suddenly announced in his mind.
Notification for player 0000. You found a broken grade G cursed object, Jin Sheng's exercise book.
Han Fei turned to the tip of his fingers and realized there was an exercise buried underneath the mountain of paper. The book was heavily torn and only a few pages were left. Jin Sheng hid inside the cupboard and wrote down the ghost stories in this particular book? Since he has torn out most of the pages, why didn't he go all the through? What's so important that they are left on the last few pages? Han Fei's curiosity easily trumped everything. He opened the book, and what he saw made his stomach turn. The last few pages contained a message of self-reflection.
Dear Teacher Ma, I wrote this self-reflection with deep regret and shame. I should not have come up with those stories and definitely should not have lied. This is a deep lesson that I have learned. I will not tell ghost stories to scare the other students again. I will not claim that the stories are real to gain attention. I hope that all the teachers and students will forgive me. I also pray that no one will make the same mistake I did. I was wrong. I am sorry. I apologize to everyone again.
All the ghost stories were torn away and rolled into balls. Only this self-reflection remained. The person he apologized to was really Teacher Ma. Looks like the man noticed that Jin Sheng has found out about his secret, but instead of using corporeal punishment, he uses his power of authority to torture and humiliate Jin Sheng. What Ma Manjiang did to Jin Sheng reminded Han Fei of what the butterfly did to the kind homeless drifter. Just what is the connection between the butterfly and Ma Manjiang? Jin Sheng was not inside the cupboard, and Han Fei had no idea where he went. His only clue was the exercise book. Han Fei flipped through the pages of enforced apology, and his heart burned. Just as he thought there was nothing worth reading from the book, he found something else at the very last page. It was written at the corner of the last page, and the handwriting was even and firm. The writer must have put a lot of thought before he decided to write this down.
It is dark all around me. I can't see anything. There is no light here, but there are the occasional pills which dropped around me. I could see myself falling asleep, but soon all those people appeared inside the cupboard.
They demanded an explanation from me. Since I could see them, why didn't I reach out for them? I didn't know what to answer. Were my stories real? I don't even know anymore.
After reading the last sentence, Han Fei's emotion was complicated. In the end, Jin Sheng himself became one of the school's ghost stories. He sighed, but the search for the boy had to continue. From what he wrote, Han Fei picked up a keyword, cupboard. According to Jin Sheng, he was inside a dark space, and the characters in his stories appeared around him. That means that he is probably still hiding inside some kind of cupboard. There is no light, but there are pills? Could he be at the infirmary? Han Fei now had an irrational fear of opening cupboards. He was afraid that he'd open one and find a dead body inside.
Oli, where's the school's infirmary?
It's on the second floor at the office building.
Oli took in the pile of rubbish.
Is this one of that student's pranks? We'll go to check out the infirmary first.
Han Fei flattened the papers and stuffed them inside Jin Sheng's exercise book, for that would be easier to carry than lugging around balls of paper. But to his surprise, the system added,
Notification for player 0000. You've repaired the grade G cursed object, Jin Sheng's exercise book.
Jin Sheng's exercise book was the gentlest and kindest cursed object Han Fei had ever encountered. It radiated no malice or resentment, but one's heart would brim with inexplicable sadness when holding it. Chapter 177. Han Fei tried to place Jin Sheng's exercise book in his inventory, and he succeeded easily. This kid's cursed object is quite unique. Han Fei spent quite a bit of time reading all the stories written by Jin Sheng, so he needed to pick up the slack. Han Fei called after Oli and prepared to head towards the office building. Han Fei hurried out from the lab, but he soon stopped when he reached the corridor. From the window, Han Fei could see clearly that the hostel's front door had been opened and a man with a horrifying presence was making his way towards the education block. Ma Manjiang. Han Fei knew he did not have much time left. He waved at Oli, lowered his body, and scurried towards the office building. In real life, Jin Sheng's body was found inside his hostel bedroom's cupboard. Is that why Ma Manjiang has been patrolling around the hostel? Han Fei would never underestimate his opponent. It was why he managed to survive until now.
Oli, keep your head down. Don't look out the window. What's wrong? Has someone dangerous infiltrated into the school?
In spite of his age, Oli was physically agile. He quickly followed Han Fei's example and squatted beside the window. However, the woman who trailed behind him still stood at the corridor. She showed no sign of hiding herself.
Never mind. I need you to stay here. Do not let anyone get into the last room.
Oli was too big of a target. Concealment was not his strong suit. Han Fei had no choice but to abandon him and head to the office building alone. Han Fei stayed to the wall and crawled towards the office. Ma Manjiang has been keeping the hostel on lockdown, but now he has exited with his kids. This means that he probably has scoured all the corners of the hostel, or he has realized Jin Sheng is hiding somewhere else. With this thought in his mind, Han Fei got increasingly nervous. I've already completed a mission and stayed longer than 3 hours. I can quit the game anytime I want. At least I'll have that option in case I run into him. Ma Manjiang was moving with surprising speed. When Han Fei looked out the window again, the shade had already entered the education block. Yiming Private Academy's education block was connected to the office building. Han Fei made his way to the office building and hid in the corridor to prevent direct confrontation with the thing. The corridor was dim and was a perfect hiding place for other creatures of the dark, but facing such a big threat in Ma Manjiang, Han Fei had no time to hesitate. He focused his attention on the landlord's ring. When he sensed even the smallest chill, he'd run off and take the other path. Through his masterful hiding and scouting, Han Fei managed to get to the second floor of the office building. It was then that the sound of glass breaking came from the 4th floor of the education block. Is that Ma Manjiang? Han Fei was worried about old Li, but he had something more important at hand. The infirmary was beside the corridor connecting the two buildings. In just a few steps, Han Fei would reach his destination. There were growls from the 4th floor. The ghosts around old Li appeared to be caught in a fight. Han Fei used this opportunity to run towards the infirmary. His eyes were locked onto the door. His 10 points in stamina burst with their full potential. 10 meters. 5 meters. Suddenly there was a howling wind, and the air dirted with the smell of blood. 3 meters. When he was 2 meters away from the door, a bloody face appeared at the corner of the corridor. It carried a giant body behind him.
Ma Manjiang.
Han Fei's eyes were red. He was running on such high speed that he could not stop within 2 meters. From the size of Ma Manjiang's body, he was probably the same level as Little 8 in her complete form. That meant that even if Han Fei wanted to escape, it was not possible. At that moment, many thoughts crossed Han Fei's mind. Instead of slowing down, he accelerated further. The ghost tattoo glowed as Han Fei raised his arm. Just as he rammed into Ma Manjiang, the hand connected with the latter's bloody face. Endless malice yawned like a black maw. Despair, greed, luck infiltrated Han Fei's mind like a mist, and in the center of that mist, Han Fei saw a fluttering, deep blue butterfly. No one had dared to attack Ma Manjiang like this before. His body started to split open, and the seams moved to consume Han Fei. Han Fei had no other choice. He glanced at the infirmary door from the corner of his eyes and chose to quit the game. Blood froze the world, and Han Fei's consciousness detached. Holding his pounding heart, he had a hard time calming down. There is a blue butterfly deep inside Ma Manjiang's soul. It looks like some kind of brand. Guzzling down several bottles of cold water, Han Fei collapsed onto his bed. What should I do when I log in next? With Ma Manjiang's cunningness, he'd stay guard around the infirmary. The room is on my left, and it was only about 1 meter away. The next time I log in, I'll have to unleash the paper doll, kick down the door, and shuffle into the infirmary. After I find Jing Sheng, we'll both jump out from the window inside the infirmary. Han Fei kept replaying the reconstructed scenario in his mind. Even if there was no accident, Han Fei put his survival opportunity at 30%. This Ma Manjiang is going to be a huge threat. In spite of the weighing tiredness, Han Fei crawled towards the computer and recorded all of Jin Sheng's ghost stories. He could not guarantee he would be alive after his next gaming instance. Normally, a person would use this time to write down their will, but Han Fei was not a normal person. Instead of a will, he put down all the information he had found on Yiming Private Academy, as well as Jin Sheng's ghost stories, and sent them to Li Shui. Han Fei never claimed to be a good person, but in the face of death, his will was meant to help the police. Making sure that he had not left anything behind. After he was done, it was already dawn. The man could not continue anymore. He slumped on the table and slept. Even though death was a veritable threat at night, Han Fei managed to sleep like a baby. His mental constitution was impossibly strong. It was the result of his training with the Iyashikei game. He slept until 3 p.m. The first thing Han Fei did was to answer all the questions Li Shui had about his email. Then Han Fei turned to the other unread messages. Director Jiang was used to having his calls to Han Fei unanswered, so instead, he fired several video messages to Han Fei. After he clicked on them, Director Jiang's excited voice echoed inside Han Fei's room.
Han Fei, I have with me a rare opportunity. Earlier you rejected Director Zhang because you aren't able to leave Xian Lu, so the senior director has decided to come to Xian Lu for his movie. He plans to shoot the side characters' parts while he is here.
This morning, Director Zhang called me to ask about you. Please do not say no to the man again. This is the first time Director Zhang is attempting a thriller. He is very careful with his production and casting. He is serious about using you. Please return this call when you have the time. I've helped you read through the script. It is about a thriller surrounding a character with 9 different personas. You'll be playing the most complicated persona. It's perfect for you. I've already given Director Zhang a yes on your behalf. You'll be reading for the role at Xian Lu's Yaji Theater tonight at 8 p.m.
Brother, why haven't you answered your calls yet? You're not going to stand Director Zhang up, are you? I've put my reputation on the line for you here.
Director Zhang looked so anxious in the videos. He would reach out through it to grab at Han Fei if he could.
9 kinds of personas? A thriller movie?
It was indeed a waste to not take up such an opportunity, which would be a dream for most actors. After having his late lunch, Han Fei took up the books to read since there was still time to the meeting.
What is education? A low-level teacher will show the students the truth, while a good teacher will help guide their students to find their own truth. At 7:50 p.m., Han Fei arrived at Yaji Theater. This was his first time visiting a place like this. Once he got down from the car, he was identified by the worker and was led to the backstage.
Mr. Han, please wait here for a moment. I'll give you part of the script at 8 p.m.
Part of the script? Director Zhang wants to see which actors will assume the character best, so we will provide random parts of the character's script and have you all play different segments of the movies.
The worker explained patiently.
There's other actors coming for this reading?
Han Fei's brows raised.
I'm sorry, but I have other engagements at night, so I won't be able to stay here for long. Many companies sent over their actors when they heard Director Zhang has come to Xian Lu to cast a character for his film. It is rude for us to reject them, but personally, I think you suit the character the best.
The worker was a smooth talker. He opened the door to the waiting room and had Han Fei go in to prepare. Since he was already there, Han Fei couldn't really complain about it. After he entered the room, the previously rowdy room instantly became silent. Han Fei was the last to arrive. There were already several young actors waiting inside the room, and Han Fei knew 3 of them. Ah Chung, who quit Flower of Sin, Wooly, who was nominated for the Best New Actor, and the main character for Urban Secret Romance, Li Tianlan. The 3 of them were friends, so they formed a group and were happily chatting until Han Fei walked in. After they saw Han Fei, their expression dropped. Silence blanketed the room. Han Fei was used to this. He walked silently to the corner and sat down.
Why is he here? A new actor with only 1 movie and he wants to try out for Director Zhang's script? Who does he think he is? Ah Chung voluntarily gave up the main character role for Twin Flower, or else he wouldn't even have the right to be here. I heard that Director Zhang personally came to Xian Lu for casting because Director Zhang was impressed with Ah Chung's acting. Ah Chung agreed to the invitation, and it was why he surrendered the character in Twin Flower. Now everything makes sense. No wonder he gave up on that project. He has a better one waiting for him. This is how the industry works. Certain people are lucky enough to earn the scraps and survive.
The actors whispered among themselves, but Han Fei ignored them. At 8 p.m., the worker returned to the room with different scripts.
Guys, thank you for your patience. This is the script Director Zhang has prepared for you. Please familiarize yourself with it, and we'll start the reading soon.
After he got the script, Han Fei poured his soul into it. He flipped through it quickly, and the words were stamped into his mind. After 2 readings, Han Fei put the script down, closed his eyes, and slowly got into the character. The other actors were just halfway through the script. When they saw this, they couldn't help commenting.
Such a show-off. Nah, I believe he has already given up. He's not even studying the script anymore.
A few minutes later, Han Fei opened his eyes, and there was a suppressed madness and an inexplicable loneliness in them. Standing up, Han Fei walked out the door without taking the script.
You're going already? Do you really feel that superior compared to the rest of us?
Ah Chung hated Han Fei a lot. His eyes dripped with disgust.
We haven't even decided on our performance order yet, and you're already cutting into the queue. Isn't that a bit rude?
The main character from Secret Urban Romance chided.
We're all in the same profession. At least have some professional respect. I believe there is some misunderstanding here.
Han Fei scanned the rest of the room and shook his head.
I respect each and every one of you. I merely am short on time.
Chapter 178. Han Fei was telling the truth. He needed to return home to play the game at night. His life literally depended on it. He came only to give face to the two directors. However, for the other actors, to be able to be a part of director Zhang's movie, even if just for a small part, it was an honor and recognition. It would help greatly in their future career. Therefore, they could not understand Han Fei at all. In their ears, Han Fei's words sounded like mockery. They felt insulted. In their minds, Han Fei emitted arrogance and harbored a great ego. Even a normal person would be offended when affronted like such, much less these young actors who were well loved by their fans. They were young and handsome. Be it at their companies or at events, they were the center of attention. All they ever heard were praises. They had never been so humiliated in their lives. Granted, everyone had their online detractors, but no one had dared to say anything unbecoming towards them in real life. The room dropped into a freezing silence. No one said anything to counter Han Fei, but everyone was burning with fury inside. Some turned back to study their scripts, while others scoffed with derision. They were waiting to see Han Fei make a fool of himself. Of everyone present, only Wu Li lowered his head in awkwardness. He was there at Twin Flower's celebratory dinner with director Qian. He knew the real actor that director Zhang had his sights on was Han Fei. So when he heard Iyashikei boasted that he had voluntarily surrendered the main character role in Twin Flowers because he had already been handpicked by director Zhang, Wu Li was already feeling embarrassed on the man's behalf. However, he did not expose Iyashikei. He merely chuckled along. When he saw Han Fei leave the room to try for the role without even taking the script with him, his supposition was further confirmed. The character was tailored for Han Fei. Most of the people in this room were there just to provide a background. Honestly, Wu Li did feel rather defeated internally. He was nominated for the Best New Actor that year, but it was merely a nomination. He didn't even get the chance to show his face on stage. Now, the feelings of being an extra returned to him. Han Fei did not take another look at the other actors and walked out from the room. Wu Li was slightly envious of the man's presence and nonchalance. Han Fei did not care about making small talk and casual relationships. He put his whole attention into honing his craft.
Wu Li, should we decide on our order now? We'll go out following the order. It'll be sure to leave a good impression on director Zhang. Sure. When he left the waiting room, the worker outside the door was quite surprised. Mr. Han, you're done reading the script. Yes, let's begin the reading.
With the worker leading the way, Han Fei walked out from the backstage and onto the theater stage. In the large auditorium, only 5 seats in the front row were taken. The thin Zhang director, in spectacles, sat in the middle. He was reticent and gave off a serious aura. However, when he saw Han Fei, a small smile lit up his face.
This is the first time I've managed to get to know an actor through social news. You have something about you that the rest of them don't. I hope you'll be able to show that to us tonight.
Director Zhang was a senior figure in this industry. Even though he had not come up with any new products in recent years, no one could challenge his clout in the business.
You should have read the script, right? Our movie is based on an urban legend who existed about 1 decade ago. This man was a thriller writer, but he never caught his big break, so no one really knew much about his stories.
Our team has visited plenty of places and people before we managed to piece together some of his background. His brain has been purchased by Immortal Pharma at a very high price from the writer's own adopted son. He was the only schizophrenic patient in human record to have been able to murder all of his other personas.
The stories that he penned are very symbolic and very hard to understand, but once you dig deeper into them, you'll realize the grotesque scenes are actually mirrors of real life.
For example, in the book, Cattle Alley, the sins in humanity were manifested in forms of livestock. It gave the readers a rare chance to glimpse the world through the author's eyes. In its sister book, The House of the Butcher, the author recorded in details how he managed to murder his other 8 personas. The man was a walking mystery. Even his pen name, Spider, appears to be related to a known supercriminal.
Director Zhang personally explained the background of the movie, and Han Fei listened patiently. Incidentally, there was a cattle alley in the cryptic world, and Han Fei had to go there to unlock the hidden profession, Midnight Butcher. This thriller writer, Spider, might be related to the cryptic world. Director Zhang was very satisfied with Han Fei's attitude. He noticed Han Fei not only listened to his description, he took them in and tried to digest them to help his performance.
The character I need you to play is Spider's main persona and the biggest villain. You'll slowly take out your other 8 personas one by one.
Director Zhang valued Han Fei and assisted, as much as he could.
This movie needs 9 very good actors. They will come from different age groups and professions. I've already casted the other 8 actors, but I have been having trouble finding a suitable actor to play the main persona. I hope you'll be able to surprise me.
After that, he nodded for a man to get on stage.
I've tailored the script just for you. I didn't put much limitation in it. I want you to be able to express and show your skills as freely as you can. Chapter 179. Han Fei's understanding of fear was far better than anyone present. He had lived through the deepest despair. His experience was branded inside his mind. In this story, he was the victim and the murderer. He needed to manifest 2 types of fear. The first was the fear of the killer, and the second of the fear of death, the respect a killer would have towards the enveloping darkness. He was familiar with all the personas, their strengths and weaknesses. He needed to outsmart and outmaneuver 8 individuals inside this apartment so that he would be the last one standing. Cattle Alley was his worldview, and the house of the butcher deep inside the alley was his mind brought to life. All his 9 personas lived there. They had gotten used to one another, but one day, the peace was shattered when one of them was murdered. Opening his eyes, Han Fei turned to the male actor before him. He placed himself back inside the haunted apartment, playing a game that he could not afford to lose. Towing the line between life and death, he danced at the edge of the abyss. He placed himself fully into the mindset of the main persona. He needed to pick up the blade and murder the 8 different versions of himself. He needed to kill to save himself. Each meticulously planned death was the swan song for each persona. Just with 2 readings, Han Fei memorized all the lines. The male actor on the stage with him started to pour with cold sweat. Han Fei's presence overshadowed him. This scene was meant to be one where the main male character started to question the intention of Han Fei's character. Through indirect questioning, he planned to draw information out from Han Fei, but gradually, he realized his lines appeared so weak and powerless before Han Fei. He involuntarily moved his eyes away. His brain warned him that the man standing before him was going to kill him, but the scariest thing was, he had no evidence to prove that. Originally, the reading was supposed to last only for 5 minutes, but no one dared to stop the scene until it was over. The tall male actor's face was rather pale. As an experienced actor, he had not been so nervous in a long time already. Being on the stage with Han Fei, he needed to be 200% present to keep up with Han Fei's rhythm. Once the scene was over, the people in the audience seat whispered among themselves. They were mightily impressed by Han Fei's performance. The more director Zhang got to know Han Fei, the greater his satisfaction. It was like Han Fei was born to play this role. Director Zhang had a good eye for talent due to his years in the business. He already had his eyes on Han Fei when he watched Twin Flowers. Before he met Han Fei, he felt there was just something missing in the other actors who came to read for this role. It was not that they were not good enough, but they simply lacked something that later director Zhang realized was unique to Han Fei. To ensure his project's perfection, director Zhang even made this special trip to Xianlu. After watching Han Fei's audition, director Zhang knew that his trip was not wasted. The 9 personas had different personalities, careers, and backgrounds. Even though the main persona was ultimately just a side character, he was also the key that kept the whole machine running. Only by having a solid main villain that the other characters would have the chance to shine.
Han Fei, do you mind sharing with me your perspective on this character?
Director Zhang, who was famed for his sternness, was smiling all the while he was conversing with Han Fei.
Come, I feel like we have many things to talk about.
Walking down the stage, Han Fei did not hide anything. He shared his own opinions with director Zhang. They chatted for half an hour, and director Zhang already decided to cast Han Fei for the role. When he found out Han Fei was not attached to any company, he called his personal assistant over to draw up a contract for Han Fei.
Even though this movie has conventional main male and female actors, every single actor has their own weight to carry. All 9 personas are played by professional actors. I aim to shoot for the Oscars with this film.
After watching Han Fei's performance, he felt like he had found the last missing piece for his project.
Director Zhang, I really cannot leave Xianlu. If you're concerned about that, I will add this extra clause in the contract where all of your parts will be completed in Xianlu.
Director Zhang showed great understanding. He believed only Han Fei was able to bring his character to life.
Thank you, Director Zhang.
Han Fei read through the contract, but he did not sign it instantly.
Do you have other questions? Is it the pay? We can negotiate that further. No, sir, I'm very satisfied with the pay. It's just that I won't be able to participate in the shoot from midnight to 5 a.m. But I will do my best to complete my job before midnight.
For any actors, shooting overnight was incredibly common.
No problem.
Director Zhang agreed easily. Seeing how easily the senior director caved, the other male actor was unable to hide his shock. If this was someone else making the demand, Director Zhang would have walked off already. After making sure there was no problem, Han Fei signed his name and then used his ID to scan the e-contract.
It has been a journey to gather all 9 actors. You should go back home to take some rest. We'll call you to meet the rest of the crew in about 3 days. Okay.
Han Fei was going to be a part of a big movie, and it was in cooperation with Director Zhang. He would not even dare to dream of this in the past. Han Fei left after signing the contract. It was by then just past 9 p.m. After he left, Director Zhang made to leave as well, but he was stopped by his assistant.
Sir, we still have a few other actors here for the reading. Aren't you going to stay to look through their performance?
The assistant said helplessly.
They are all new actors from powerful companies. It'll be quite rude to tell them to leave without even giving them the chance to show their skills. You're right.
Director Zhang patted his assistant on his shoulder.
So you and Ol Zhang will stay here to observe their performance. If there's any good talent, take note for me.
Then Director Zhang walked towards the exit. He hummed under his breath. He was in a good mood.
Ever since Director Zhang lost that big award, he has not been so plainly happy already.
The male actor who was on the stage with Han Fei commented.
Brother Zhang, I'll leave the readings of the other actors to you. I need to go and figure out how to reply to their representative companies.
The assistant hurried to chase after Director Zhang and left the male actor at the scene.
Hey, don't do this to me. I have my own schedule too.
Rubbing his hands nervously, Ah-chung tried his best to memorize his lines. However, he could not stop images of Han Fei from appearing in his mind. Just you wait, you're not snatching this role away from me this time. Popping a gum into his mouth, he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 9 p.m. when the worker walked into the waiting room.
Is it our turn?
The actor from Secret Urban Romance stood up with the script.
We'll take the stage according to our decided order. Guys, like what we said earlier, no matter who gets it, we'll be happy for him.
After the young actors lined up in a row, they looked expectantly at the worker. Ah-chung, who stood at the front, already had the image of a defeated Han Fei in his mind. His desire to defeat Han Fei was so pronounced that the script in his grip bent out of shape.
You've even decided on an order already?
With the pairs of anticipatory eyes on him, the worker found it difficult to force out the words that he was told to deliver. He pursed his lips awkwardly before adding in a whisper.
I'm sorry, but the role has already been set. I'm here to tell everyone that you are free to go home now.
Chapter 180. The role has already been set. The young actors in the waiting room looked at each other. Even as professional actors, some of them could not summon the professionalism to control their expressions. They had worked hard over the past 1 hour. Some had thrown back 2 cans of energy drink, and now the worker was telling them to go home.
It's already over?
Ah-chung, who stood at the front of the line, stared at the worker dumbly. He almost swallowed the gum he was chewing.
But how can it already be over when we have not even started the readings? None of us has taken the stage yet.
When a person was delivered bad news, they would normally go through stages of disbelief, bargaining, and finally acceptance. Ah-chung was now in the first stage. He staggered a few steps forward, which caused the worker to move away from him.
The selected actor is Han Fei, who took the stage earlier. To be honest, the director has already decided on his pick beforehand. Han Fei is the main reason Director Zhang is even in Xian Lu in the first place.
The worker said to console Ah-chung, hoping that the man would not take offense. But when Ah-chung heard the words of consolation, his face burned even redder.
Didn't you guys say that you'll give blessing to whomever that is selected earlier?
Noticing the drawn expressions on the young actors' faces, the worker quickly changed subject.
In any case, we're closing down the theater soon. Please leave if you have no other business here. We need to clean up the place already. That's impossible. Something must be wrong. Why is it him? An unknown actor? One who has no talent at all.
Ah-chung gripped the script tighter. He did not turn to look at his other colleagues. His face was purple like someone had given him several slaps.
Ah-chung, there are still many other opportunities out there. Wu Li tried to comfort Ah-chung out of sympathy, but before he could say anything, Ah-chung huffed and stormed out from the room. The other actors stared awkwardly at each other. Staying would not make things better, so each of them made their own excuses and left the theater. Han Fei went on his merry way home. He couldn't care less about the other actors in the waiting room. He worked hard for what he got. He did not owe anyone anything. The pay for a big movie is definitely something else. After director Zhang sent me part of the advancements, I should have enough to purchase the gaming hub. Being an actor was like gold mining. If you struck the motherlode, then congratulations. But before that, an extra salary might be lower than a normal convenience store worker. Furthermore, they had to work harder and be under greater pressure. Also, not everyone would be rewarded for their hard work. Therefore, 90% of hopeful actors eventually left the business without making a blip on the scene. However, once your fame arrived, then everything would change, the most obvious being the income. Han Fei was starting to taste the sweet fruit of success. The moment his name got on the actors' ranking, his life changed. To be able to be a part of director Zhang's movie and play one of the main characters, Han Fei was practically skipping with joy as he headed home. However, all that joy evaporated the moment he crossed the door into his home. Han Fei chuckled mirthlessly when his eyes landed on the gaming helmet on the table.
I can already envision tomorrow's headlines. Rising actor found dead in his own home.
As beautiful as his projected future was, he needed to be alive to enjoy it. Han Fei noticed that after he obtained the gaming helmet, his life did change like the game promised. He started to have anticipation towards tomorrow. He'd begun paying attention to live a better life. Is it really as they say? You'll never miss something until you have lost it. Many people spent their lives just slaving away through chores, but once that life was being given an expiration date, one would do everything to make every single second that much more meaningful. Reaching out to touch the sticker on the side of the helmet, Han Fei felt like his life had been intricately bound with this game. Is there really a perfect life out there? The clock on the wall ticked away. Han Fei adjusted his emotions. He pulled out the layout of Yiming Private Academy's infirmary from the internet and remembered every corner of that room. Ma Manjiang might still be there waiting for his return. Therefore, Han Fei planned to enter the infirmary, pull open the cupboard door, and leave with Jin Sheng through the window the moment he logged into the game. Han Fei rehearsed the scenario many times in his mind until he could get every single step down to the minute details. Time passed until it was finally midnight. After connecting all the wires, Han Fei put on the helmet. Blood descended. The moment the robotic voice rang out to welcome him, Han Fei leaned his body to the right. The stinging smell of decay, the hair-rising presence of malice, the frost that came from his finger, all these stimuli came at once. Without any hesitation, like he had practiced in his mind, Han Fei kicked the door to the infirmary down. He charged towards the cupboard where they stored the medicines. Since most medicine could not be exposed to direct sunlight, the cupboard was placed in the deepest corner of the room. Almost the same time as Han Fei darted into the infirmary, several blood-red arms slammed into his earlier position, causing thundering tremors. Blood splattered everywhere. Han Fei knew something was on his heel, but he did not have the time to stop to examine his pursuer. For Han Fei, every second was invaluable. Before the person attempted the second round of onslaught, Han Fei fired off like a bullet towards the cupboard. He gripped the handle and yanked the doors open.
Jin Sheng.
Han Fei was betting with his life. He had no other choice. Then doors painted black were pulled open, and when Han Fei turned to glance inside the cupboard, the system announced in his mind, "Notification for player 0000. Since you're in possession of Grade G Cursed Object, Jin Sheng's exercise book, you've successfully triggered Grade F Manager Mission, Yiming Private Academy's Patrolling Teacher."
Yiming Private Academy's Patrolling Teacher, Grade F Manager Mission at the school. The teachers are the students' caretakers. Your responsibility is to love and cherish every student while respecting their individuality. Help mold their moral, mind, and physique. While you carry out your duty, you have to murder anyone that aims to harm the students.
Warning: since the mission difficulty is too high for the player's current level, the system will provide the player with additional hints.
Warning: each manager mission is manufactured and constructed from the previous manager's memory and past. In other words, during this mission, you will enter the manager's memory. There is no death penalty here, but with each death, you will lose part of your own memory.
Warning: completing all the tales of horror at the school will greatly lower the manager mission's difficulty. Jin Sheng's Tales of Horror's current completion rate, 4 out of 7.
When the robotic voice came, a wounded arm reached out from inside the cupboard. Han Fei instinctually reached towards it. Han Fei wanted to pull the boy out, but to his surprise, the arm was much stronger than he expected. Han Fei was yanked forward, and he tripped and fell into the cupboard. Before Han Fei hit the ground, he turned to look behind him. Dragging endless malice behind him, the mad Ma Manjiang dominated the corridor. Mouths split on his body, and they all roared at the cupboard. It appeared like only those who possessed Jin Sheng's exercise book could trigger the secret inside the cupboard. Ma Manjiang's expression darkened as his heart tore open, showering blood everywhere. Just as the cupboard doors were about to close, a blue butterfly wreathed in resentment floated out from Ma Manjiang's chest and fluttered into the cupboard alongside Han Fei. Chapter 181. Han Fei opened his eyes to pitch-black darkness. The smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. Small pills scattered the ground around him. Am I inside the infirmary's cupboard? Han Fei remembered this very scene from Jin Sheng's exercise book. His hands searched in the dark and slowly eased the cupboard doors open. The dim light showered on Han Fei's face. It was like a gray fog had infiltrated the world outside the cupboard, lowering his visibility. Crawling out from the cupboard, Han Fei did not dare to move too recklessly. He checked his status before he did anything else. The exit button was grayed out, and the character ID showed that he was in a unique state. The very same thing happened when I did the manager mission last time. This means that I am probably inside Jin Sheng's memory. There was no death penalty when one died in the middle of manager mission, but each death would cause the player to lose their memory until eventually they forgot about themselves. Han Fei did not plan to challenge the manager mission so soon, but he had no other choice. Ma Manjiang was right on his tail. If he hesitated a second longer, he'd be dead by now. I need to be more careful this time. Uttering a small sigh, Han Fei shattered the cup on the table. He used the shard to carve out his name on his arm. He gritted his teeth from the pain, and his eyes darkened. Remember the pain. Remember why I'm doing this. Hopefully I can clear this mission without any death. Han Fei looked around the infirmary. The clock was stuck at 1:05 a.m. This time was exceptionally meaningful to Jin Sheng. It was a time that he would never forget. Closing the cupboard doors, Han Fei scoured the infirmary. Based on his previous experience, Han Fei knew that he could not stay at a place for too long. After a quick search, Han Fei came to the infirmary door. When he put his hand on the door, the robotic voice said,
Notification for player 0000. You need to find Jin Sheng at this school.
Each manager mission was different. The Happiness Neighborhood's manager mission required Han Fei to kill all the ghosts and save all the humans, but at Yiming Private Academy, the mission only required Han Fei to locate Jin Sheng. This mission sounds deceptively simple. Pulling the door handle, Han Fei jumped back into the room once the door opened. The previous manager mission had left a lasting impact on Han Fei. Any kind of ghost could be hiding behind every door. Any of his steps could be his very last. The light gray fog rolled into the room. Children singing drifted down the corridor as well. Han Fei poked his head out and looked down the corridor. Yiming Private Academy in Jin Sheng's memory was similar to the school in real life. The only noticeable difference was the ever-present gray fog. The boy's world was submerged in a layer of fog. The fog was odorless, but Han Fei found them to be strangely suffocating. Jin Sheng lives in such constant suffocating pressure. The moment Han Fei stepped out from the infirmary, he heard the footsteps. Han Fei turned towards the sound, and a man about 3 meters was walking down from one side of the corridor. Instead of eyes, the man had 2 smaller mouths inside the ocular sockets. His bare stomach was split open in a big gap, and it had many faces inside it. They were the faces of the same person, but they wore different expressions. Some of them had genial smiles. Others were dominated by madness and hatred. However, the thing that alarmed Han Fei the most was the butterfly that settled around the monster's heart. The bright blue of the butterfly was a stark contrast to the overall grayness of the world. Ma Manjiang. When the manager mission was triggered, Han Fei saw clearly the blue butterfly fly out from Ma Manjiang's body. The butterfly appeared to have entered Jin Sheng's memory world by following Han Fei. Cold sweat covered Han Fei's face, and the pressure pressed down on him further. Now he not only had to deal with the ghosts inside the mission, he needed to be cautious of that blue butterfly. A monster with many faces. This should be how Jin Sheng envisioned Ma Manjiang. Han Fei had no idea why Ma Manjiang took on this specific monstrous appearance in Jin Sheng's memory. However, He was certain the butterfly had followed him into Jin Sheng's memory and had attached itself to this world's version of Ma Manjiang. There were two outsiders in Jin Sheng's memory world. This introduced plenty of extenuating factors in this manager mission. The monster is moving too fast for a normal shambling ghost. He's clearly coming towards the infirmary. I bet the butterfly is controlling it. It probably wants to kill me while we're inside Jin Sheng's memory. There was no death penalty in a manager mission, but multiple deaths would make the player forget everything, and they'd be trapped inside the memory world forever. When Han Fei discovered Ma Manjiang, the monster spotted Han Fei as well. He reached into its stomach to pull out a grimacing face. He pasted the face around his chest, and then charged at Han Fei like a mad bull. The same rules should apply to all the outsiders here. If I can somehow kill Ma Manjiang here, the blue butterfly's memory will be impacted as well. Ma Manjiang was the scariest presence in Jin Sheng's memory. The blue butterfly had all the advantages it could have, but Han Fei would not give up so easily. I won't win the butterfly in hand-to-hand combat. The thing is like a tank. Han Fei's gaze chilled. This night would be the most dangerous night he had even spent in the game. Without the protection of the previous building manager and the help of his neighbors, Han Fei had to face this butterfly alone. Ma Manjiang went down on all fours like a beast. He crawled down the corridor with impossible speed, closing the distance between himself and Han Fei. I'll surely die if I face it head-on. To have even a chance, I'll need to rely on the other ghosts in Jin Sheng's memory. Manipulating his enemies to turn against each other was something Han Fei was familiar with. Without wasting time, he turned down the other side of the corridor, the side where the children's singing came from. Han Fei raced down the corridor and only stopped when he reached the source of the singing. He kicked the classroom door open. Inside the small classroom, a few students without ears were singing some kind of strange tune. Han Fei had no time to figure out why the other students looked this way in Jin Sheng's mind. He yelled into the classroom, "A monster's coming." The students turned towards Han Fei. Their eye sockets were bleeding and their eyes were missing. The monster was approaching, but the students did not heed Han Fei's warning at all. If anything, they continued to sing their strange song merrily. Han Fei had no choice but to abandon them and continued his escape. When the monster passed the classroom with the singing students, he paused for a moment. He tore down the maddened face from his chest and then pulled out a kind face to replace it. When the students saw Ma Manjiang, they did not show fear. Instead, they moved to follow behind Ma Manjiang to chase after Han Fei. Have these students lost their mind? Han Fei ran for his life. It dawned on him why the other students looked the way they did. They had no ears because they would not hear Jin Sheng's warnings. They had no eyes because they could not see the plain truths exposed before them. They were tricked by Ma Manjiang and became the monster's accomplices. The whole school is smothered in a gray fog, and everyone is turned into monsters. Is this the despair Jin Sheng once felt? Regardless, I need to find a way forward to cut through this haze of despair. Chapter 182. At this foggy school, no one was willing to believe Jin Sheng. In the boy's memory, they were all monsters. When everyone around him became ugly monsters, and they were the majority, those who were not monsters would appear so out of place. They might even choose to voluntarily assimilate into the ranks of the monster for the sake of self-preservation. Han Fei raced down the corridor. Ma Manjiang, who was 3 meters tall, chased after him like a beast, and close behind him were the students with no eyes. The students technically had no idea what was happening. They were quite literally blindly following behind Ma Manjiang, because the teacher was always right. Everyone at the school was twisted in Jin Sheng's memory. The place looked like a normal school with a simple and idyllic shell. Who would have thought something so disgusting and horrifying would be lurking within? The dim corridor appeared to stretch indefinitely. Han Fei could hear Ma Manjiang catching up to him. Han Fei was slower, weaker, and smaller than Ma Manjiang. This was exactly how Jin Sheng would have felt back then. Is there really an exit around here? Han Fei still carried a bit of hope at the start of the mission, but now, after having a taste of Jin Sheng's experience, despair started to grow in his heart like wild grasses. He was helpless on his own, and he could find no ally in the people around him. None of the students he met was willing to believe him. If anything, they all turned against him by helping Ma Manjiang. As Han Fei made his desperate escape, the more people he met, the greater the hatred was directed his way. Everyone wanted him to perish away silently. Just how despairing that must have been. Turning to look behind him, The two mouths in Ma Manjiang's eye sockets yawned large. They could not wait to consume their meal. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. If Han Fei did not find a solution soon, he'd be caught up and bitten into pieces. Ma Manjiang has absolute power of authority at the school. This bastard is an expert at disguise and manipulation. He has used his many different faces to swindle everyone at school. To get the other students and staff's help, I will need to first expose Ma Manjiang for the true monster that he is. Han Fei turned back around. He believed that once he stopped, he would be killed. He would not even have the chance to struggle. The power level difference between them was too big. Inside the isolated school, a new transfer who was ostracized and hated aimed to expose a well-loved and well-respected teacher, who also happened to be the biological son of the school's headmaster. How was he supposed to accomplish that? Han Fei was not given much time to solve that conundrum. This was not a fair battle, it was a one-sided onslaught. If no one at this school is willing to believe Jin Sheng, then there wouldn't be 4 victims in the case of the foretold murders. In other words, at least 3 other people were willing to trust Jin Sheng at this school, and they ultimately sided with him. Han Fei pulled up the memory of the 3 other victims. They were Wild Hound, Zhang Guanxing, the security guard, Oli, as well as Jin Sheng's class teacher. If Han Fei was to find any help at this school, it would come from these 3 people. The butterfly is controlling Ma Manjiang. Instead of doing what he should be doing according to Jin Sheng's memory, he is directly coming after me. This is the easiest way to kill me, but it also provides a breather for the 3 other victims. If there's something that I can contribute to ease someone's misery, then this is all worth it. Han Fei's brain did not stop spinning while his legs moved. Even in a death chase, his mind was very calm. I should try to locate the other victims as soon as I can and get them to help me. Together, we might be able to find Ma Manjiang's weakness. Han Fei was reliving Jin Sheng's despair, but he ultimately was not Jin Sheng. Even in this most disadvantageous situation, he still aimed to kill Ma Manjiang. As an outsider in Jin Sheng's memory world, Han Fei would lose part of his memory every time he died. The same rule should apply to the blue butterfly, since it was an outsider as well. The blue butterfly's goal was probably to demolish Han Fei and then capture the real Jin Sheng. Similarly, Han Fei's goal was to murder the blue butterfly again and again, to grasp information about the real butterfly from it. Flying down the corridors, Han Fei headed to the first floor. His first destination was the security room. Yiming Private Academy in Jin Sheng's memory world had the same layout as its counterpart in real life. The infirmary was on the 2nd floor of the office building, and the security room was on the 1st floor of the education block. The two were not that far, but the journey was extremely treacherous for Han Fei. Any of the windows and doors could open at any moment to pull Han Fei into them. Tentacles of arms hid inside every classroom. They grabbed at Jin Sheng. They wanted to dig out Jin Sheng's eyes and cut off his ears to turn Jin Sheng into one of them. For Jin Sheng, being normal required paying a really high and bloody price. With experience from his previous manager mission, Han Fei stayed away from places where he believed danger might lurk. The density of ghosts at Yiming Private Academy was not that high. That was the only good news so far. Evading the danger, Han Fei finally arrived at the stairwell. At the landing between 1st and 2nd floor, there was a bespectacled teacher who was lecturing a group of students. Just from appearance, the teacher looked no different from a normal human. Li Sun. When he laid his eyes on the male teacher, information about him appeared in Han Fei's mind. He was a former staff member at Yiming Private Academy. He was Jin Sheng's math teacher. There was nothing too special about him, and he was not featured in any crime stories. Why would he appear in Jin Sheng's memory world, and in the appearance of a normal human? Regardless, Han Fei could not afford to stop. He moved down the stairs and kept his eyes away from the students and teacher. Han Fei did not once ponder the possibility of asking the math teacher for help. His instinct told him things were not that simple. When Han Fei passed the teacher, he suddenly picked up his speed. But the math teacher had been keeping his eyes on Han Fei when he first appeared, and now he removed his glasses. Strings of black threads shot out from his empty eye sockets. They bound around Han Fei's body, preventing him from moving. This man is on Ma Manjiang's side. For a student, seeking help from a teacher when one was in trouble was something that could not have been more normal. However, the teachers in Jin Sheng's memory were not to be trusted. They looked deceptively like humans, but black lines would erupt out of their eye sockets to bind and constrain Han Fei. Jin Sheng probably has approached Li Sun in the past, but the latter did not believe him. Instead, the teacher kept a watchful eye over Jin Sheng because Jin Sheng presented himself as a problem student who was out to slander a fellow staff's reputation with nasty rumors. From Li Sun's perspective, he was only doing his job of preserving the school's order and apprehending those who dared to cause chaos. But honestly, he did not really solve any problem. His disregard for Jin Sheng's warning signs only increased the already heavy despair on the young student. Jin Sheng's pleas for help went unanswered. The other students looked at him with heavy annoyance. Even the teachers refused to take him at his words. Han Fei's body was entangled and pierced through by black threads. Han Fei could feel his energy leaving his body. He tried his best to struggle, but the ending seemed inevitable. Chapter 183. Ma Manjiang, who was controlled by the butterfly, came closer. A kind and honest face was stuck to his chest, and a trail of muddled students followed faithfully behind him. Seeing the cunning smile on Ma Manjiang's face, Han Fei knew it was game over for him, at least this time. He took out the sharpest glass shard he kept from the broken cup and sliced his neck.
Ma Manjiang, I'll be waiting for you in the depths of hell.
As blood poured out from his artery, Han Fei's heartbeat slowed. Han Fei knew that dying by his own hands would be a greater and faster release than being captured by Ma Manjiang. Opening his eyes, Han Fei's hands flew involuntarily to his neck. Ma Manjiang is definitely coming to this place. I mustn't waste any more time. Crawling out from the cupboard, Han Fei shattered the cup and carved out his name on his arm as fast as possible. Then he snuck the shard inside his pocket. This time, he did not leave through the infirmary's front door, but instead locked it from inside, buttressed it with the table, and then went to unlock the window. The infirmary was on the second floor. Technically, it was not that high up from the ground. Jumping over the edge, Han Fei's empowered stamina came in useful. By grabbing the pipe that was beside the window, he slid smoothly down the wall. Han Fei had lost Ma Manjiang for now, but there were other dangerous ghosts in the school. One wrong step, and the price to pay was death. This time, I'll have to figure out a way to deal with Ma Manjiang. The pain from having his neck sliced was still fresh in Han Fei's mind. The game was too real. Every pain was simulated down to the smallest detail. If he did not deal with Ma Manjiang soon enough, Han Fei would have to taste death again and again. After Ma Manjiang gets the infirmary door open and realizes I'm not inside it, he'll make the security room his next destination. I'll have to get to Old Li before he does. Different from the other monsters and ghosts in Jin Sheng's memory world, Ma Manjiang was controlled by the butterfly. Han Fei must not underestimate the man's cunningness. Time was of the essence. After Han Fei ran for about 10 meters, he heard the sound of the infirmary door being slammed in. This reminded Han Fei of the situation from his previous loop. It won't take long for him to realize I'm not there anymore. Han Fei knew that there was another teacher inside the corridor to the left of the security room. Therefore, he purposely avoided that route and entered the education block by jumping through a first-floor window. He raced to the security room. He called Oli's name softly, but there was no answer. He pushed the door open and the cold light from the computer screen landed on his face. Compared to the other rooms, the temperature inside the security room was considerably more normal. This small room provided Han Fei with a rare warmth. Does this mean that Jin Sheng has once experienced warmth from Old Li? Han Fei knew that Ma Manjiang would be over here soon. He looked around the room for anything useful. The clock on the wall stopped at 1:08 a.m. and 9 minimized surveillance video windows were shown on the computer screen. What is the significance of these videos? And why is the time stopped at 1:08 a.m.? Han Fei turned to look at the calendar on the wall. Today is April 8th, a Thursday. Wait, that was the day when Old Li died. All the tragedy started with Old Li's death, so Jin Sheng's memory appeared to be frozen on this day. Old Li's time of death was after late midnight, and his body was found at the school's back mountain. That means I still have the chance to save him. But why would Old Li be targeted by Ma Manjiang? Is it simply because the security guard has chosen to believe Jin Sheng? Han Fei's eyes scanned the security cameras. Then something caught his eyes, and he leaned closer to the screen. Thanks to the earlier hidden mission, Han Fei had gotten himself familiar with the location of all the cameras. Now he noticed that there was a new security video cam footage. It was unclear whether this was unique to Jin Sheng's memory world or the camera had been destroyed in the cryptic world. In any case, this camera was located at the corridor that connected the field and the back door of the education block. If one intended to head towards the gym, one would have to pass this corridor. Han Fei quickly rewound the footage back to the day before. When the timestamp was adjusted to 1:05 p.m., Ma Manjiang and Chu Xiao were shown clearly walking towards the gym together. The gentle and kind face was featured on Ma Manjiang's chest. Chu Xiao beside him had many cracks on her body, like she had been pieced together after she was shredded into pieces. This is the incriminating evidence that would have caused Li to be killed. Han Fei first copied the footage and moved the original files into a hidden folder. Then he turned his attention back to locating Li. He should be able to gain Li's trust with this footage. After Li agreed to help him, Han Fei would have more wiggle room. A large thud came from the second floor. Ma Manjiang probably had realized Han Fei was no longer inside the infirmary. Pulling the guard patrol duty record off the wall, Han Fei turned to leave the security room. I need to make use of this opportunity. Ma Manjiang still has no idea where I am. The record had the details of the school guard's work schedule. However, Han Fei did not have the time to stop and examine it. He leaped out from the window and exited the education block. Keeping his head bent low as he ran through the bushes, Han Fei raced back to the office building. Ma Manjiang should be on his way to the security room, so Han Fei purposely chose this timing to return to the office building. The only teacher that Jin Sheng had shown trust was his former class teacher. I wonder how she'll appear in Jin Sheng's memory world. Han Fei climbed up the stairs while scanning through the guard patrol duty record. Li and the other guards are given the duty to reinforce the fence that separates the school compound from the back mountain. The fence is there to prevent the students from skipping school and sneaking into the mountain. The mountain is very far from where I am now. The office for Primary 1 class's teacher is on the office building's 4th floor. Coincidentally, it was also where the female ghost in the videotape first showed herself. Actually, now that I think about it, could the ghost who had been following behind Li be Jin Sheng's class teacher? The woman ghost on the 4th floor was covered in blood and her face was heavily ruined. She harbored deep resentment. It contorted her appearance and body frame. Han Fei had no clear identifiers to clarify her identity. Ma Manjiang still doesn't know my exact position. This is a good thing for me. A bright light crossed Han Fei's eyes. He had the passive ability, hide and seek. It would lower his presence when in hiding and increase his sensitivity when he was looking for others. This seemingly useless ability had provided Han Fei with immense help. As long as he did not make too much noise or voluntarily approach the target, the ghosts inside the classroom would ignore his presence. Different from Jin Sheng, since Han Fei knew that these students literally had no discerning eyes and ears, there was no point for him to appeal to them. At such moments, Han Fei knew the importance of keeping his mind clear to protect the people he should protect and kill all the ghosts he should kill. Ma Manjiang got into a rampage because he could not find Han Fei. The more angered he was, the more careful Han Fei became. Han Fei made his way carefully to the 3rd floor of the office building. He glanced out through the window towards the back mountain. The gray mist rolled over everything. The visibility was low. Han Fei could not see anything. Oh well, at least I know that he's there. Han Fei pulled his gaze back. Just as he was about to continue his climb to the 4th floor, a female teacher appeared in the corridor. Chapter 180 for the female teacher who appeared looked around her 50s. She wore a gray suit and had a slight hunchback. It was too late for Han Fei to go into hiding now. Before Han Fei realized it, the teacher had already appeared by Han Fei's side.
Cough, cough. With her hands on her chest, when she passed Han Fei, she started to cough heavily. It was only at such close distance that Han Fei noticed what was wrong with the woman. The aged teacher had her eyes and lips sewn shut with golden threads and blobs of black blood were stuffed into her ears. She could sense Han Fei's presence, but she did not do anything towards him. She just kept on coughing and stayed a great distance away from Han Fei like the latter was some kind of cursed object. Li Jingmei. This teacher was Li Sun's big sister and also the most experienced teacher at Yiming Private Academy. She did not intend to either harm or help me. It is like she can't even see me. Li Jingmei's information appeared in Han Fei's mind. This teacher was pulled from a public school by the headmaster with a tempting salary. She was already at a retiring age. Her eyes and lips are sewn tight with golden threads. Is that a sign that she was forced to keep her senses sealed because she has taken some form of bribery? Everything in the manager mission was based off of Jin Sheng's memory. The boy's impression of the world was very different from normal. It was grotesque, but highly symbolic. Li Jingmei should know part of the truth, but she chose not to side with Ma Manjiang, nor did she possess the courage to help Jin Sheng either. She represented the greater silence at this school. They detached themselves from the tragedy unfurling before them until they were caught in the fire. The female teacher shuffled past Han Fei. After she left, Han Fei continued his climb to the 4th floor. The temperature in the corridor suddenly dropped. This appeared to be a horrible place in Jin Sheng's memory. Is there no one around? Compared to the busy education block, the office block was strangely deserted. Any sound would be heavily amplified. Based on his memory, Han Fei found his way to the teacher's lounge. He tried the office door and realized it was locked. Then he knocked on the door lightly. The resounding knocks traveled far down the corridor. Almost the next second, a hurried footstep came from the stairwell. It sounded like a huge beast was crawling on all fours towards him. That has to be Ma Manjiang. Why is he here so soon? Did Li Jingmei tell on me? With no time to waste, Han Fei hurried away from the door and down the corridor. He planned to leave through the other staircase. However, when Han Fei reached the end of the corridor, he stopped. This was because he heard footsteps coming from this side of the staircase as well. The other party had purposely made their movement light, but Han Fei still picked up on it. Damn, I'm cornered. Han Fei once again tasted Ma Manjiang's cunningness. After knowing Han Fei's location, Ma Manjiang pretended like he was coming right after Han Fei, but actually he had first mobilized the other monsters to cut off Han Fei's escape route. A normal Ma Manjiang shouldn't be this clever. This is all that butterfly's doing. The footsteps approached. Han Fei was about to be cornered. Feeling helpless, the man staggered blindly backwards and knocked into a solid door. He turned and realized he was before the headmaster's office. This office was situated at the far end of the corridor. Han Fei tried the door, and to his surprise, it was not locked. Once the door eased open slightly, the sound of conversation drifted out from inside. Instead of facing Ma Manjiang, Han Fei would rather take a chance with the unknown headmaster. He opened the door further and flitted into the headmaster's office. A scent of decay lingered in the air. Han Fei took a good look around, and his eyes twitched. Seated behind the desk was an old man who was sickeningly obese. His body was stuck inside the chair, and his rotting fat drooped over the table and chair. The old man was truly a monstrous sight to behold. This is the headmaster? Why would he appear in this state in Jin Sheng's memory? The old man was unable to move. Just keeping his eyelids open appeared to drain the old man deeply. In front of this glob of a man stood a young female teacher who was primly dressed. A bloody necklace hung around her neck, but strangely enough, despite the blood, the necklace gave off a sweet smell. The female teacher was surrounded in a sweet-smelling haze. Her young face was pretty with a smile. I found her at last. This female teacher was Jin Sheng's class teacher. Teacher. Han Fei ran over and shouted. The female teacher who was conversing with the headmaster was startled. She turned and saw Han Fei. Young man, how can I help you? The warm words smoothed Han Fei's heart. This was the first time someone had talked to him since he started this manager mission. Inside this school surrounded by gray despair, after being chased after by monsters and ghosts, finally, he found someone who was willing to listen to him. The footsteps from outside were approaching. Han Fei knew he did not have much time left. Since the monstrous headmaster was also in the room, Han Fei had to be careful with the information he had. He chose to walk up to the female teacher and whisper into her ear instead. Ma Manjiang is lying to you. The animal has raped his own student. Everything you know about him is a disguise. If you don't believe me, you can go and check the video footage in the security room. Han Fei told the teacher the folder where he had hidden the footage. The female teacher frowned. She seemed to consider Han Fei's words when suddenly her expression blanked as the sweet smell in the room thickened. Young man, that is not a funny joke. A second later, she recovered. The female teacher leaned back and lectured sternly. Han Fei noticed that the bloody necklace started to leak out some kind of syrupy liquid. It was this thing that gave off the heady perfume. Teacher Ma is the most well-loved teacher at this school. He is my senior and my example. Han Fei had guessed by now that the necklace was a present from Ma Manjiang. This necklace represented Ma Manjiang's sweet nothings and empty promises.
Because of this thing, whenever the female teacher tried to think independently, she would be distracted by that smell.
Teacher, the necklace around your neck is casted from grave wax. You need to open your eyes.
Hanfei knew time was running out. He reached out to grab at the necklace, but his hand could not phase through the invisible wall of sweetness. The female teacher still had blind faith in Ma Manjiang. Hanfei thought back to the events that transpired to the female teacher in real life. She only started her own investigation after Old Li's death. In other words, she only believed Jin Sheng when she saw the bloodshed and death for herself. Changing tack, Hanfei took out the shard to slice open his palm. The bloody hand finally phased through the wall. Hanfei closed his fist around the necklace and pulled. The moment the perfume disappeared, the teacher gasped when she saw the ghastly blood stains around her necklace.
Teacher, please remember what I said.
Hanfei shoved the necklace into his pocket so that Ma Manjiang would not have the chance to use it again. By then, the footsteps already reached the office door. The headmaster's office door was shoved open. The monster Ma Manjiang, who had the honest face pasted to his chest, appeared at the door. After losing the necklace, the female teacher's gaze that landed on Ma Manjiang filled with previously missing fear. To be fair, she already had her suspicion about Ma Manjiang beforehand, but she had been fooled by this master manipulator.
Cough, cough. The hacking came. Li Jingmei shuffled into view. A few more golden threads appeared in her eyes.
I knew it was you. As a teacher, how could you betray your own student? Chapter 185 Bang. Hanfei's body landed squarely on the external installation of the air conditioning unit. His back was soaked in cold sweat. Even the most experienced stunt double would think twice before committing to something like this. Furthermore, Hanfei was doing this without any safety measure. How did I end up in this stage? I only wanted to be a comedy actor. Even through his pounding heart, Hanfei could still hear Ma Manjiang roaring about him. His calves weakened. The gray fog rolled in around him. The chill wind crawled into his shirt. Hanfei tried to move, but the old air conditioner creaked dangerously. It sounded like it could fall at any moment because it won't be able to support Hanfei's weight for long. Hanfei now had no other choice. Easing his way to the edge of the casing, Hanfei once again did another jump downwards. Somehow, this aspiring comedy actor had done things that most action actors would not dare to challenge. When he first leaped out from the headmaster's office, Hanfei's heart was quivering, but for the second jump, he was prepared. However, it did mean that the fear was diminished. For the last jump, which was from the second floor to the first floor, perhaps now that the ground was within his view, Hanfei did not feel that fearful anymore. Hanfei reached the first floor without problem. Ma Manjiang's angered roar echoed around the fourth floor. Hopefully Ma Manjiang will keep his focus on me. That way Jin Sheng's class teacher will have time to go and check out the security room. Due to the fog, Hanfei could not see what was happening on the fourth floor. He could only rely on Ma Manjiang's raging howls to determine his location. Taking a detour to the other side of the office building, while Hanfei kept his ears peeled to Ma Manjiang stomping down the stairs, Hanfei crawled into the mist and into the bushes. The school is covered in this gray fog, lowering visibility. This is not good for me. Despite Ma Manjiang's size, he could keep his movement silent if he wanted to. He would only cause tremendous trembling when he was running at full speed. Therefore, if the man had discovered Hanfei and decided to sneak up on him, Hanfei would have no way of telling. I can't just stay there and wait for him to come get me. I can't linger at the same spot for too long either. Hanfei eventually found his way to the edge of the school campus. It was surrounded by a cement wall that was almost 3 meters tall. There was no way of escaping. In Jin Sheng's eyes, the school is probably like a prison that has lost all control and is dominated by its inmates. With grasses crunching under his feet, Hanfei kept his body lowered as he moved through the bush. The manager mission required him to find Jin Sheng. Based on Hanfei's prediction, Jin Sheng was most likely still hiding in his own bedroom. After all, Jin Sheng's dead body was found inside the cupboard of his own hostel bedroom. Just as Hanfei confirmed his next location, he heard arguments coming from a spot about 10 meters in front of him. Other than the other victims, the people in this world are all enemies. I better stay away. Hanfei had just escaped from Ma Manjiang's pursuit. He did not want to expose his location so soon. But just as he was about to turn, the sound of dog barking came from the gray fog before him. Why would there be a dog barking in Jin Sheng's memory? This unusual sound caught Han Fei's attention. He moved silently forward. At the end of the garden was the school back door. Several large adults were beating a wild dog with bats and sticks. The adults appeared like the parents of some students. They were all dressed differently, but they were all large and powerful. They kept cursing. To Han Fei's surprise, the adults had no nose. Instead, they had very large mouths and a giant eye that dominated 1/4 of their faces. Booming, shrill insults and abuses tumbled out from their big mouths. The single eye reflected not the bleeding and wounded dog on the ground, but instead the images of their own children. The sticks kept falling. The wild dog did not surrender that easily. Instead of avoiding the blows, it took them head-on, while coming after the adults and the children in their eyes. It would appear like the adults were merely protecting their own children from the rabid dog, but Han Fei knew that in Jin Sheng's world, things were never that simple. He took a few steps forward and realized the wounded dog had a human face. Zhang Guanxing? How did he turn into a dog? Han Fei would not have expected Zhang Guanxing to take on this appearance in Jin Sheng's memory world. But once he gave it some thought, he could find the reasoning behind it. Before Zhang Guanxing met Han Fei, he was reckless, rebellious, and self-abasing. No one had truly loved him, not even his own father. He was like a homeless rabid dog. In the fight against the adult, the dog was definitely the victim. He had the chance to escape, but he refused to. He insisted on staying to fight the figures of authority until the bitter end. The result was he was beaten until his bones broke and his skin tore open. The adults hated this unruly dog more and more. They only stopped when the dog's spirit broke, and he could not stand up from the ground anymore. The adults dropped the sticks, wiped away the blood, and placated the children in their eyes. They congratulated each other, and then wandered into the fog together as they headed towards the office building. After the adults left, Han Fei hurried out from the bushes. He picked up the dog from the ground and pulled him into the bushes. Why didn't you run? Han Fei had nothing on him that could stop the bleeding. But the dog appeared to have gotten used to the beating. The pain was nothing for him. Tearing out a piece of his clothing, Han Fei helped him with a simple bandage.
When I met you in the cryptic world, I knew life was hard, but I have no idea how hard it really was until now.
Han Fei patted Zhang Guanxing's head kindly.
The other students at least retain their human forms, but you have been turned into this vulnerable state in Jin Sheng's memory.
Han Fei tried to communicate with Zhang Guanxing, but the latter only whimpered weakly. Despite having a human face, he could not be communicated with normally.
Did you fail to heed the advice that Jin Sheng gave you?
Even though Zhang Guanxing had been turned into a dog, he could still differentiate between good and bad people. When Han Fei worked on his wounds, he did not resist, and the vicious glow in his eyes disappeared. Probably because he was beaten often, the wounds on Zhang Guanxing healed quickly. Soon he was able to stand again. Not counting Jin Sheng, there are only 3 people who can help me at Yiming Private Academy, and one of them has been turned into a stray hound. Just as Han Fei considered ways to communicate with Zhang Guanxing, the latter suddenly darted away, as if smelling something in the air.
Where are you going?
The fog was thick, and Han Fei did not want to stray too far from Zhang Guanxing. He trailed behind the human-faced dog and eventually arrived at the school field. Chapter 186 Yiming Private Academy's field was quite big. It even had a spacious gym with many exercise equipment. In terms of infrastructure, the school had done well. Why did Zhang Guanxing bring me here? The field was empty, and it offered nothing to hide behind. Walking into the field would definitely expose Han Fei to Ma Manjiang. Han Fei stopped. Realizing that, Zhang Guanxing surprised Han Fei by turning around and barking as if urging him to follow him. You have something to show me? After Zhang Guanxing was turned into this form, he was unable to speak, but he seemed to retain his human mind and personality. Sticking close to the wall, Han Fei took the risk of following Zhang Guanxing through the field and towards the gym. When they arrived, Zhang Guanxing suddenly raced forward as if sniffing something in the air. His target was clear. It was a pile of equipment at the northeastern corner of the room. Hidden inside this small corner, a girl whose body was cracked was silently crying. She hugged her knees and curled behind the furthest corner of the equipment. Fractures ran through all her body. A small touch, and she'd break. Her face was buried deep inside her knees, and the tears kept falling. She did not want to show her tears before others, so she chose this secluded corner to cry herself out. Zhang Guanxing wagged his tail as he circled the girl. He even used his head to brush against her arm. In this school, Zhang Guanxing was a rabid dog who was hated by everyone. However, this girl student did not seem to harbor any hatred towards Zhang Guanxing. She allowed him to get close to her even in her vulnerable state. Zhang Guanxing tried his best to cheer up the girl by making funny faces, but the girl ignored him. She continued to cry and did not once lift her eyes to look at him. Sensing the girl's pain, Zhang Guanxing whined sadly. He wanted to share in her pain, but he was just a stray dog. He could not understand what had happened to the girl. The only thing he could do was to bark to get a response from her. The louder he called, the harder the girl cried. Zhang Guanxing wanted to comfort the girl, but he ended up making her feel sadder. Perhaps Zhang Guanxing's barks were too shrill for the girl's ears, or his small bumps were injuring her body. The weeping girl gently pushed Zhang Guanxing to the side. Zhang Guanxing yelped pleadingly, wanting to stay with the girl, but that only made the girl's tears flow harder.
Perhaps we should give her a moment.
Han Fei reached out to pat Zhang Guanxing on his head. The image of the porcelain girl and the man-faced dog was strangely realistic. The girl with the fragile body had to be Wildhound's girlfriend, Chuxia. In real life, Zhang Guanxing probably sensed the pain in Chuxia as well. He wanted to help Chuxia share in the pain, but he was himself a child deprived of love. Therefore, he too did not know how to love and heal someone. He was unable to connect with his girlfriend no matter how hard he tried. He did his best to make the girl happy, but the effort only ended up hurting both parties. Chuxia was taken advantage of by Ma Manjiang. Zhang Guanxing probably did not know about that at the start. He only knew that Chuxia was constantly feeling under the weather. Han Fei guessed Zhang Guanxing did not handle the situation well. Sensitivity was not a virtue he'd see the young man possess. Zhang Guanxing probably pushed Chuxia to tell him the problem, and that had only exacerbated her pain. It was most likely Jin Sheng, who later told Jin Sheng the truth. It was why Zhang Guanxing had sneaked back into school at night. Perhaps he wanted to apologize or take revenge on his girlfriend's behalf. In any case, it ended with his own death. In Jin Sheng's world, Zhang Guanxing was indeed like a homeless stray who had been through various kinds of hells. Holding Zhang Guanxing back and silencing him, Han Fei walked to stand before the girl. Her skin was covered in small fissures. Just as Han Fei approached, the girl involuntarily curled her arms protectively around herself. She was like a baby who had been spooked. She bawled into herself, the action giving her some semblance of security. Chuxia was a student who was violated. Her body was literally cracked. Empty words of consolation and brusque demand for the truth would only cause a second layer of damage. Zhang Guanxing did everything he did out of concern, but in these moments, Chuxia had to be handled with care. What she needed was support and company. She needed to understand that no matter what happened, there would be someone standing beside her, giving her strength.
I'm a new teacher here at the school. No matter what happens, I will help you.
Han Fei said in a gentle voice. This was not his nature, but to calm the girl, he could play the role.
There is no need for you to say anything now. If you ever feel afraid or need to talk, you can come and find me at any time.
While Han Fei said that, he was closely watching the girl. Chuxia's body was cracking in many places. It represented her pain and fragility. She was in a very insecure place. The fear had literally splintered her skin. Han Fei did not want to put too much pressure on Chuxia. He was patient, kind, and gentle. About 10 minutes later, Chuxia finally stopped crying. She used her arms to wipe at her tears. When Chuxia lifted her head, Han Fei saw something that made his heart tremble. Under the girl's cracked skin, chaos, fear, and self-deprecation flowed. However, wrapped underneath all these emotions was a pair of scissors that radiated an immense amount of hatred. It sat right around her heart. The heart pumped weakly as Chuxia's body was too fragile to need any support anyway. The only thing solid within her was the scissors that were pointed and sharp. Han Fei had a guess why the hatred in Chuxia would appear in the form of scissors. Jin Sheng's world was highly symbolic, yet still suffocatingly real. I was unable to find any weapon so far. Even though the goal was to kill Ma Manjiang, I had no weapon to do so, but now. Han Fei studied the scissors inside the girl's heart. The scissors gave off an intense hatred that was directed at Ma Manjiang. It was molded into being just to kill Ma Manjiang. Chuxia was violated by Ma Manjiang in real life, so to bring the animal his deserved punishment, the best solution was to have Chuxia expose his crimes. Therefore, in Jin Sheng's memory, Chuxia carries the weapon that can injure Ma Manjiang. However, this weapon is stuck deep inside Chuxia's heart. To gain access to this weapon, it will definitely cause a deeper injury on Chuxia. If Chuxia was to stand forth and pinpoint the culprit, then it would mean she'd have to face the trauma again. In a world rife with victim blaming, and where the offending party was also the party with authority, many things could go wrong for Chuxia. It explained why Chuxia did not take out the scissors in real life, and allowed Ma Manjiang the freedom to harm other people. However, this was naturally not Chuxia's fault. Ma Manjiang was related to the butterfly. He had plenty of resources to toy with these kids. They were not even on the same level. Everything made sense in a grotesque manner. Reality and memory overlapped. Before Han Fei started this manager mission, he had no idea this would be how Jin Sheng viewed the world around him. Chapter 187. Han Fei decided to remedy the things that failed to happen in real life. He would kill Ma Manjiang here again and again. The blue butterfly has followed me into Jin Sheng's memory. If killing it can cause actual damage to the butterfly, then it'll be perfect. After knowing the location of the tool needed to kill Ma Manjiang, Han Fei appeared less panicked than before. Unlike Zhang Guanxing, he slowly approached Chuxia to gain her trust. The girl hid her deepest wound inside her heart. To take out the scissors from her heart, she would have to willingly open her heart to share with Han Fei her anxiety and pain. The cracked body trembled. The fear of Ma Manjiang had stolen her ability of speech. Han Fei did not push her. Certain things could not be urged. Han Fei was not a professional psychiatrist. He was merely a patient who had been to many counseling sessions. But he understood he had to be careful with the words that he used. One wrong statement, and it would cause Chuxia to collapse quite literally on the spot.
It's not safe here around the field. Why don't we swap for a different place?
The gray fog covered the school. Ma Manjiang was cunning. He did not make any noise, and silence blanketed the campus. Han Fei had no idea where Ma Manjiang was. He could appear at any time. Under such circumstances, it was too dangerous staying at Ma Manjiang's previous crime scene. With encouragement from Han Fei, Chuxia finally stopped crying and slowly climbed up from the ground. Han Fei had no idea what kind of method Ma Manjiang had used in real life to prevent Chuxia from speaking against him, but to prevent accidents from happening. He had to stop Chuxia from meeting Ma Manjiang. Before Ma Manjiang discovers Chuxia, I'll have to retrieve the scissors from Chuxia's heart. After stopping for a moment at the field, Han Fei noticed the fog around the school had thickened. The visibility was even worse, but more than that, there was this light stench in the air like something had started to rot. Signaling for Zhang Guanxing to keep quiet, Han Fei led him and Chuxia along the edge of the wall and came to Yiming Private Academy's back entrance. The entrance was locked and the wall was tall and reinforced. The rusted iron gate had a sign that warned students from jumping over it. Where would Li be? Yiming Private Academy's first victim was Li, but Han Fei had not encountered him in Jin Sheng's memory world yet. When they passed the iron gates, footsteps came from further down the fog. Han Fei and his group scurried to hide. Han Fei could see about 3 people shuffling their way. They appeared to be students of the school. The students should be inside their classrooms. Why are they here? Did Ma Manjiang send them out to look for me? Ma Manjiang literally had many faces. He was good at manipulation and disguises. The students and staff members at the school trusted him blindly. To be honest, if Han Fei was in his position, he would make use of this advantage as well. The school is only so large, with all of the members of the school acting as Ma Manjiang's informant. It's only a matter of time until I'm found. A normal hide-and-seek would have many hiders and one seeker, but ever since Han Fei started this Iyashikei game, he realized he would be the only hider against a horde of ghosts in every hide-and-seek game he had participated in so far. Since discovery is only a matter of time, I should try as many methods as I can before I am discovered to see if I can kill Ma Manjiang. Han Fei turned to look at Chuxia. He remembered everything that he told her. Han Fei knew which kind of approach would lower Chuxia's guard and what kind of tone to employ to bring him closer to Chuxia. These were the results of his careful probing. In a way, this was another evidence of perfect life being an Iyashikei game. If Han Fei was unable to heal Chuxia, then he would not be able to gain access to any weapon. If he could not heal the victim, then he'd be torn into pieces by ghosts and monsters. Han Fei kept using words to slowly win Chuxia's trust. By then about half of the student body had left the education block. They were everywhere. Their facial expression was twisted as they dragged their broken body around to search the school ground. Before Han Fei's group was captured, Han Fei led Chu Xia and Zhang Guanxing back to the hostel building.
I'll go in to take a look first.
Han Fei stopped to take out the necklace he swiped from Jin Sheng's class teacher. He hung the necklace dripping with Ma Manjiang's sweet nothings around Zhang Guanxing's neck. Zhang Guanxing's nose twitched. When he was hit by that wall of sweetness, the young man gagged.
If Ma Manjiang comes close, you'll bring Chu Xia and run. Do not ever take this necklace off. It is the only way to protect Chu Xia, understand?
Han Fei looked into Zhang Guanxing's eyes. Only after Zhang Guanxing barked that Han Fei left. The hostel's front door was not locked and the hostel manager was missing. This appeared like such a good opportunity, but Han Fei felt things were too easy. The hostel building was too peaceful for his liking. There are students roaming all the other spots at the school, but this place. Han Fei did not enter the corridor. His eyes scanned the window of the hostel manager's office. He caught a mirror inside the room, and the mirror reflected someone hiding behind the office door. The figure had 4 disfigured heads. That's Ma Manjiang's son. Han Fei hurried backwards. Ma Manjiang was not at the hostel, but he had left his son behind to guard the place. He probably knew that I would come to this place because there's a high chance that Jin Sheng is hiding here. Ma Manjiang predicted that Han Fei would come to the hostel, and Han Fei knew that Ma Manjiang would lay down an ambush inside the building. They had both guessed the other's intention. However, the difference was Ma Manjiang was the hunter and Han Fei was the prey. A direct conflict is not going to help. Since he could not use the front door, Han Fei would find another entrance. He sneaked his way back to reunite with Chu Xia and Zhang Guanxing.
I'll climb up to the 2nd floor. I'll need you to follow after me.
Han Fei tore up his shirt and tied the stray dog onto his back. And then he climbed along the anti-theft net onto the 2nd floor. Putting down Zhang Guanxing, Han Fei reached his hand out the window.
Hold me hand. Trust me.
Chu Xia hesitated. In this situation, Han Fei could not speak too loudly. He could only give Chu Xia the most trusting smile he had. After some time, Chu Xia grabbed hold of the net and started to climb. As he promised, Han Fei held her close and eventually pulled her into the 2nd floor. The weapon to kill Ma Manjiang was inside Chu Xia, so Han Fei would never let her go. While they progressed, he kept consoling and asking after Chu Xia, easing his way into Chu Xia's heart.
Stick close to me.
Han Fei pushed the bedroom door open a gap and looked around. In the foggy corridor, there was a middle-aged woman in a flower-patterned gown and had bright paints on her face. She was tough and large, but her mind did not seem to be there. She tumbled up and down the corridor, holding the keys to all the bedrooms. That is the hostel manager. Why is she acting like a madwoman in Jin Sheng's memory world? Chapter 188. This was the 2nd time Han Fei encountered the female hostel manager at Yiming Private Academy. Before he started the manager mission, he met the manager in the cryptic world already. At the time, Han Fei did not think much of this hostel manager, but now that he thought about it, there was something strange here. In the case of the foretold deaths, the hostel manager was not one of the victims. When Jin Sheng died, the hostel manager was still alive, or else she would not have appeared in human form here. Probably like Ma Manjiang, she also faded off the public eye only years after the incident at the school. Did the hostel manager know the truth? Is this all an act to fool Ma Manjiang? Or she was slowly driven insane by Ma Manjiang? The fact that she had appeared in Jin Sheng's memory world meant that she was a key character in this case, but Han Fei found little information on her. The police barely mentioned her. At the cryptic world, Ma Manjiang's sons wanted to kill her and even wrote cursed letters to her and hid needles in her food. From that, it's observable that at the very least, Ma Manjiang's sons are not on good terms with the hostel manager. Han Fei had Chu Xia and Zhang Guanxing stay inside the bedroom. He eased the door open and sneaked out. The hostel manager in thick makeup stumbled her way down the corridor. She sang an old song from decades ago, her hands gesturing along with the tempo. However, one thing that caught Han Fei's attention was when the hostel manager passed room 204 on the 2nd floor, she would snap back to normalcy. With light movement, she leaned on the door of room 204 to listen to sounds from inside. What is she doing? Jin Sheng's original room was room 204, but he was transferred to room 104 after complaints about him were made by his former roommates. Jin Sheng kept telling ghost stories to scare them. Just as Han Fei watched the hostel manager in this strange behavior, the door to room 204 suddenly opened. A tough and brawny arm reached out to grab the hostel manager by her neck. It then slammed her heavily on the floor. Ma Manjiang. That bastard is hiding inside Jin Sheng's bedroom. When the arm shot out, Han Fei flinched. After he saw Ma Manjiang's sons downstairs, Han Fei assumed that Ma Manjiang had gone to patrol around the school. Who would have thought this cunning monster was also inside the hostel? If the hostel manager did not step on the trap on his behalf, Han Fei would be the one in Ma Manjiang's grasp. Han Fei quickly calmed down and analyzed the situation. Ma Manjiang did not go for the kill, but instead aimed for the neck. He wants to keep his prey alive to shake them for information. The thought of this chilled Han Fei. If he fell into Ma Manjiang's hand, even death would be a luxury. Han Fei silently retreated. The hostel manager collapsed on the ground. She shook her head like crazy. Touching the heavy paint on her face, she kept apologizing to Ma Manjiang. A growl emitted from inside the bedroom, as if sending the hostel manager away. After getting Ma Manjiang's permission, the hostel manager finally broke into a smile. The man had just heavily injured her, and blood was oozing down her face, but she chortled heartily. The hostel manager probably did something similar in real life. She walked into Ma Manjiang's secret, but only managed to escape the monster's viciousness by acting a fool. The door to room 204 closed again, and it was then that the woman stopped laughing. Instead of wiping the blood off her face, she waddled towards Han Fei's hiding place, while still in her crazy persona. When she passed the bedroom where Han Fei was hiding in, the hostel manager shook her head dumbly. She stopped and danced around without much reason or sense. When she came close to the door, she whispered,
The person that you're looking for is in the bedroom, but he's not inside the cupboard, but inside the stomach.
Almost the same minute the statement was uttered, the door to room 204 was shoved open. The 3 meters tall Ma Manjiang crawled out from the room with deep resentment. The face on his chest was dark with cruelty. The 3 mouths on his head yelled at the same time.
I've got you now.
This Ma Manjiang was controlled by the blue butterfly. It was harder to deal with than the original Ma Manjiang in Jin Sheng's memory. With the blue butterfly's memory, Ma Manjiang knew the hostel manager was not really crazy. He pretended to go along with her act, and the woman fell for his trap. The hostel manager wanted to give Han Fei the hint, but had inadvertently exposed Han Fei's location. The 3 mouths growled. Lowering on all fours, Ma Manjiang rushed towards the room where Han Fei was hiding. Han Fei made a decision in that instant. Chu Xia and Zhang Guanxing moved too slowly, so he could not escape with them. The best solution was to use himself as bait to lure Ma Manjiang away. Pushing open the door, Han Fei raced down the other side of the corridor. Once he was out of the room, he kicked the door close behind him. Ma Manjiang ran at his fastest speed, but to Han Fei's consternation, when the monster reached the bedroom Han Fei just vacated, he stopped.
If a person is hellbent on escaping, he wouldn't have cared about closing the door. This means that there are other people inside this room.
Ma Manjiang's face grinned wickedly. He gave up chasing after Han Fei and rammed into the bedroom door.
Motherfucker.
Han Fei stopped moving. Ma Manjiang was the most difficult creature he had ever met ever since he started this game. The man could read all of his thoughts. His intellect was far higher than a normal ghost. Is this the influence of the blue butterfly? Based on the hostel manager's earlier hint, to prevent Han Fei from meeting Jin Sheng, Ma Manjiang had swallowed the young man whole. How does one fight against an enemy like this? Seeing as the hostel door was about to be broken down, Han Fei placed the shard on his neck. I can't let Ma Manjiang discover the scissors inside Chu Xia's body. That is my only chance to win. Ma Manjiang had all the advantages, but Han Fei had the ability to reload the game, but it came with a hefty price. His eyes flew open. Han Fei charged out from the infirmary cupboard. Shattering the cup, he carved down 3 lines and his own name on his arm. Then Han Fei went to open the curtain and window. Just as he attempted to leave through the window, Han Fei felt chill run up his spine. He turned his head up to look, and Ma Manjiang's scary face was looking out from the 4th floor of the same building. This time Ma Manjiang did not charge towards the infirmary, but waited at the window for Han Fei to appear. He knows that I'm going to leave through the window. His memory has not been reset. Is it because the blue butterfly is an outsider as well? This was the worst possible outcome. In the manager missions, the natives in the manager mission would lose all of their memory and reset whenever the player died. In contrast, when an outsider died inside a manager mission, they would lose only part and not all of their memory. Ma Manjiang remembers the details from all my previous loops. As my death count increases, he'll be more familiar with my available tactics. Due to the appearance of the blue butterfly, the difficulty of this manager mission had reached a new height. Han Fei, who leaned on the second-floor window ledge, shared a look with Ma Manjiang, who was controlled by the blue butterfly on the fourth floor. They saw the unbridled desire to kill in each other's eyes. Chapter 189. Only by killing Ma Manjiang that Han Fei had the hope to clear this mission. Coincidentally, that should be Jin Sheng's biggest wish as well. As the chill wind crawled into his sleeves, Han Fei stared darkly at Ma Manjiang's monstrous face. Compared to Han Fei, Ma Manjiang appeared perfectly at ease since everything was within his control. Han Fei was like a bug caught in his palm. No matter how hard he struggled, he was not going to escape. Using different faces, Ma Manjiang has managed to gain the trust of most people at this school. Be it physical strength or number of supporters, he has the advantage over me, but... With bloodshot eyes, Han Fei stared daggers at his nemesis. Ma Manjiang could kill Han Fei as many times as he liked, but as long as Han Fei still had shreds of his memory left, then he would have the chance to turn the table around. I need to prepare adequately before I launch my attack, because that single attack has to be fatal. I need to use every resource available to me to construct a stage that will leave Ma Manjiang dead. The fear faded away. The more Han Fei got to know Jin Sheng's memory world, the greater Han Fei's desire to kill Ma Manjiang. This bloody monster deserved this punishment. Footsteps came from outside the infirmary. Ma Manjiang was still staring at Han Fei from the fourth floor, so it had to be someone else.
Teacher Ma said that there is a thief hiding inside the infirmary. Guys, come with me. We have to protect our school. We mustn't let him get away.
Li Sun and a few students' voices came from the corridor. After hearing that, Han Fei jumped out the window and slid down the pipe. This place was not safe anymore. When he landed on the ground and looked up, despite the gray fog, Han Fei was certain that Ma Manjiang had moved away from his post. The manager mission requires me to locate Jin Sheng. To stop me from doing that, Ma Manjiang would definitely head towards the hostel and consume Jin Sheng first. Of course, that is if the hostel manager was not lying to me earlier. Han Fei ran away from the office building. He knew Li Sun and the students would reach him soon. He gave himself about 10 minutes. Chu Xiao should be still at the gym. To get there, I have to pass the back entrance. Perhaps I'll run into old Li this time. To confuse his pursuers, Han Fei leaped into the education block, raced down the corridor, and came out from the other side. Then he headed straight towards the back entrance. This time Han Fei finally encountered old Li. The gentleman was in his guard uniform. Despite his age, the guard was well-dressed and radiated warmth. The old Li in Jin Sheng's memory is not much different from old Li in real life. Only this old Li looks much younger. Considering Jin Sheng's age, I guess every adult will look younger than their actual age. In the gray and dim world, old Li's appearance was like a ray of light.
Sir, I'm a new transfer teacher at this school. I need your help. What is it?
The guard stopped his work and turned attentively to Han Fei.
Were you in the security room around 1 p.m. yesterday? I was supposed to be there, but Teacher Ma had me go and fix the school fence. Many students like to skip over it to head into the back mountain. It's too dangerous. Ma Manjiang was purposely sending you away. During that time period, he has assaulted a female student.
Han Fei told old Li the truth directly.
You'll understand once you take a look at the security recording of that time. Now, Ma Manjiang is looking all over for me to prevent me from telling on him. Impossible. Teacher Ma will not do something like that.
Old Li shook his head vehemently. In his mind, Ma Manjiang was a very honest and upstanding human being.
The girl cannot even summon her courage to return to her classroom now. She has to find a secluded corner because she doesn't dare to face other people.
Han Fei dragged old Li towards the gym. They soon discovered Chu Xiao.
Don't say anything, just follow my lead.
Without Zhang watching around, Chu Xiao was conspicuously harder to approach, but thankfully Han Fei had dealt with the girl before. Using his photographic memory, he repeated every word that he told Chu Xiao in his previous loop. He knew which terms to use to endear himself to the girl. They only conversed for a while, but Han Fei's every word seemed to land on Chu Xiao's heart. The girl's heart slowly opened, but it was still difficult to retrieve the pair of scissors.
Old Li, is there any place that is good for hiding at this school? Everyone at this school has gone crazy. They all fell for Ma Manjiang's trick, and we can't let them harm this girl any further.
Only by gaining access to Chu Xiao's scissors that Han Fei had the chance to injure Ma Manjiang. To do that, he needed more time. After meeting Chu Xiao in person, Oli finally believed Han Fei.
How about you leave the school grounds for now? It's unwise to stay around. Leave the school?
Once Han Fei heard that suggestion, even his tone changed.
But Teacher Ma has confiscated the key to the back entrance. The key to the front gate is with another guard. I can go help you get it from him.
Oli claimed like this was nothing big, but it had gained Han Fei's great attention. Something's not right. Jin Sheng views this school as a prison. He only chose death because he found no other way to escape the butterfly's torment. Then it dawned on Han Fei. The manager mission was built on the manager's memory. To complete the mission, the player had to fulfill the manager's wish and undo their regret. The building manager's mission required Han Fei to kill all the ghosts and rescue all the humans. That was the building manager's biggest wish when he was young. Jin Sheng was trapped inside Yiming Private Academy and placed under the butterfly's constant torment. His biggest wish was to tear off all of Ma Manjiang's fake faces and deliver punishment onto this monster. After that, he yearned to leave this horrible place behind. I believe I understand how to go about this manager mission now. After meeting all the victims, a complete plan formed in Han Fei's mind. The key to this plan was on Chu Xia. Only after he retrieved the scissors that the rest of the mission could carry on. Ma Manjiang thinks everything will go smoothly after he consumes Jin Sheng and stays guard around the hostile building. However, I will make use of this confidence in him to undermine his plan from within. Han Fei turned to Oli.
Sir, can you go and get the front gate's key first? I'll bring Chu Xia to go hide for now. We'll meet around the front gate after another half an hour. Okay.
After Oli left, Han Fei led Chu Xia to the school cafeteria. He revealed his gentlest side to Chu Xia and tried many different methods to provide Chu Xia with strength to heal the wounds on her. The psychology books that he read finally came into good use. Han Fei was able to empathize deeper with Chu Xia as they conversed further. However, soon the other students arrived. From Ma Manjiang's perspective, he was the king at this school. He was free to do anything he wanted to hear. He had no idea there existed something at this school that could harm him. To ensure that Ma Manjiang was not made privy to the secret within Chu Xia, the moment they were in any kind of danger, Han Fei would choose his own death to end the game. His third death was because they were surrounded inside the cafeteria by the students. His fourth death was because Han Fei was captured by Li Sun when the latter was patrolling around the school. His fifth death was because the students' parents were persuaded by Ma Manjiang to hunt down Han Fei. They eventually found Han Fei among the bushes. His sixth death was because Han Fei was captured by Ma Manjiang's sons. His seventh death was because Chu Xiao and Han Fei had accidentally come across Ma Manjiang, and Chu Xiao screamed. To protect her secret, Han Fei had to kill himself. His eighth death was because Han Fei got his leg broken by another security guard when he was trying to save old Li, who was in trouble. The deaths brought with them intense and real pain. But after each death, Han Fei would reappear before Chu Xiao like a guardian angel. He'd smile at her like he had all the time in the world for her. His every rebirth was like a repeat counseling session with Chu Xia. Death and rebirth had never walked so close before. After the 15th death, after experiencing 15 heart-rending pain, Han Fei once again appeared before Chu Xia. He was still as kind as ever, but even his body started to crack now. Chapter 190. The sharp scissor blades were stained with blood and emanated a bone-piercing hatred. Just from holding it, Han Fei felt prickly pain down his skin. It was hard to imagine that such a weapon had been stuck inside a girl's heart.
Leave the rest to me.
Han Fei had the girl stay in her hiding place. When he exited the gym, the kindness on his face fell off to be replaced by a numb, murderous intent. The man's right arm was carved with bloody gashes, each of them representing death and intense pain. After numerous deaths and rebirths, Han Fei had forgotten many things. He lost genuine happiness and laughter. His good memories were removed. Only some names remained in his mind, names like Wei Youfu, Huang Yin, and Su Qin, but he was unable to match the names to any faces. They were like strangers in Han Fei's mind. What was forgotten was lost. He hid the scissors inside his sleeves. Han Fei was in a state of absolute rationality. He had forgotten many things about his real life, but he missed not one thing related to the manager mission. He remembered clearly each of the steps he was required to take. He found Chu Xiao inside the gym, obtained the scissors from her, and then hurried to the school's back entrance to meet up with Oli. Han Fei had repeated this sequence many times, so he was able to gain Li's trust easily. He then separated from Li. Each of them had their own goal to accomplish. Li hurried to steal the key from another guard while Han Fei ran through the education block with the horde of students to head towards the office building. Ma Manjiang is probably at the hostel building, now eating Jin Sheng. For Ma Manjiang, after he consumed Jin Sheng, Han Fei had no way of winning. Han Fei would have to encounter him to get to Jin Sheng, and whenever Ma Manjiang came across Han Fei, it would be the latter's death. At least that was what Ma Manjiang believed. While the students and staff members searched for Han Fei all over the school, Han Fei sneaked his way to the 4th floor of the office. Han Fei wanted to locate Jin Sheng's class teacher, but he was too late. Jin Sheng's class teacher had already been murdered by Ma Manjiang. She collapsed on the ground in a pool of blood. Whenever I reset the mission, I'll start at the 2nd floor infirmary, while Ma Manjiang will start at the 4th floor teacher's lounge. That means that he won't be far from the female teacher. The bastard truly had no humanity left. He knew that the female teacher might end up helping Han Fei, so he killed her beforehand. I've reset the mission for about 10 times already. It means that the female teacher has been brutally murdered by Ma Manjiang for at least 10 times as well. Han Fei used his bloody fingers to remove the necklace around the woman's neck. The necklace with Ma Manjiang's sweet nothings was kept in Han Fei's pocket. Among all the victims, the female teacher was the most unique. She shared a close relationship with Ma Manjiang and was a respected teacher at the school. She was well liked by the student body. Han Fei really could have used her help. Han Fei's plan was to bring the female teacher to the security room to watch the footage and convinced her to expose Ma Manjiang's sin before the rest of the school. Han Fei had no idea whether her words would have any sway on the eyeless and earless students or not. But at least she would have been able to convince the parents and the other teachers to leave Han Fei alone. The parents with the giant eyeballs literally only had their children in their eyes. After they heard about Ma Manjiang's crimes, they would start to have second thoughts. After all, they won't be as easily fooled as the students. Unfortunately, Ma Manjiang was able to envision any plan that Han Fei could come up with. Of all the victims, the biggest threat to Ma Manjiang was Jin Sheng's class teacher. They were both staff members, so Jin Sheng's class teacher's words would carry weight. Therefore, Ma Manjiang did not hesitate to kill her to keep her silent. The only people he can trust have been picked off one by one. That was the exact despair Jin Sheng has once experienced. Since the students were all around the school looking for Han Fei, the education block was a lot quieter than usual. With his passive skill, hide and seek, Han Fei safely found his way to the infirmary. He stared into the thick gray fog with cold eyes. Ma Manjiang will go after the female teacher the moment the mission resets. He has no mercy and is extremely cunning. If he fails to find me, then he'll make the other victims his target. He will kill all the people who might threaten him at this school. Feeling the scissors in his pocket and the hatred that radiated off it, Han Fei knew he could not drag this out anymore. He had already forgotten many things. If he continued to die, he would be lost here forever and become one of Ma Manjiang's mindless puppets in Yiming Private Academy. Han Fei sneaked out from the infirmary. Since he had memorized the routes of some students and parents, Han Fei evaded them while he cruised through the bushes to find the injured wild hound, Zhang Guanxing. After applying a simple bandage on Zhang Guanxing, he led him to the front gate of the school. Li, with his good-naturedness, managed to borrow the key from the other guard and tricked him to go on the patrol. During the whole process, the other guard did not question Li at all. Han Fei had Li open the front gate, but they did not leave. Han Fei put Ma Manjiang's necklace around Zhang Guanxing's neck. During his previous few loops, Han Fei realized that Ma Manjiang would be able to pick up the scent of the necklace whenever he was within several meters of it. Han Fei wanted to make use of this point to distract Ma Manjiang. After all the preparation was done, Han Fei led Li and Zhang Guanxing towards the hostel building. The time had come. Jin Sheng was inside Ma Manjiang's stomach, so to clear this mission, Han Fei had to first slice open Ma Manjiang's stomach. For now, the only advantage Han Fei had was that Ma Manjiang had no idea Han Fei had a pair of scissors which could injure him. Overconfidence on Ma Manjiang's part would benefit Han Fei. Climbing the anti-theft net, Han Fei's group entered room 206. A light smell of blood lingered in the air. When Han Fei pushed open the bedroom door, a shriek echoed down the corridor. He instantly turned to look. Ma Manjiang's sons were beating up the hostel manager near the mouth of the second-floor staircase. There was blood everywhere as they dragged the poor screaming woman down the stairs. Ma Manjiang's sons and the hostel manager will be on the first floor, so there's a high chance Ma Manjiang is still on the second floor, but there's no telling which room he'd be in. Ma Manjiang usually hid inside room 204, but with his cunningness, he would switch around with each reset. Han Fei eased the door open and released Zhang Guanxing with the necklace out from the room. He signaled for the dog to go down the corridor. The naive Zhang Guanxing followed his order. He turned and raced down the corridor. When he was about 1 meter away from room 206, the door to room 205 suddenly shoved open. Two wiry arms reached for Zhang Guanxing, and then Ma Manjiang's horrible face loomed inside the corridor. This time he hid inside room 205, just right next door to Han Fei. Both parties saw each other. Ma Manjiang's 3 mouths dripped with blood. The shreds of the female teacher's clothes were still stuck between the jaws. He growled, and then charged madly at Han Fei. Chapter 191. They were so close that Han Fei had no chance to react. The only thing he could do was to close the door to room 206. Trundling footsteps came from the corridors. Ma Manjiang's snarl was like a signal, and it summoned the other monsters who had been hiding inside the building. Echoes of shouts came from outside the building. The entire student body had surrounded the hostel. With the experience from before, this time Ma Manjiang left no chance up to fate. He put up layers of trap to deprive Han Fei of the choice to even commit suicide. Bang! The lock on the door loosened. The door was too fragile to withstand something as large as Ma Manjiang. The time for hiding is over. Han Fei's face was void of normal human emotions. He had Li hide in the upper bunk while he turned towards the balcony. Among the thick fog, twisted figures flicked in and out of sight. All the monsters had been called to the hostel building. A normal manager mission should not be this difficult. This was all that blue butterfly's fault. It had made use of its advantage to its maximum, refusing to give Han Fei any chance to survive. For this rebirth, I've found everything I need. It's pointless to commit suicide now. It'll only make me lose even more memories. Han Fei gripped the cup shard tightly in his left hand. He stood on the balcony of room 206. Inside the building, outside the building, everywhere he turned, there were howling souls and distorted monsters. Bang! The wooden door was slammed through. The door banged hard against the wall. When Ma Manjiang saw Han Fei, he did not hesitate and charged at his target immediately. He needed to prevent Han Fei from killing himself. This time, he would slowly torture Han Fei until he got the information he needed from the man. Dark red blood oozed out from Ma Manjiang's chest. The blood crawled over the giant body to form a creepy pattern of butterfly wings. The blue butterfly inside Ma Manjiang's body flapped its wings excitedly when it saw Han Fei. Han Fei only managed to press the shard against his neck when Ma Manjiang reached the space before him. The 3 mouths on his face yawned like 3 abysses. Ma Manjiang did not go for Han Fei's vitals. He needed to keep Han Fei alive. The man probably even realized that Han Fei carried the secret of the black box. The startlingly white jaws bit into Han Fei's arm. They crunched through the bone. Han Fei's hand that held the sharp weakened. Ma Manjiang swung his head about like a beast, trying to tear Han Fei's arm apart from his body. Then he would work on the rest of Han Fei's limbs. The point was to incapacitate his victim. He couldn't care less about the pain and despair he'd cause in others. This was the purest sin in humanity. While Ma Manjiang was fully distracted by Han Fei's offending left arm with the glass shard, Li, who was in the upper bunk, jumped out. He picked up the wooden chair in the room and slammed it against Ma Manjiang's head. The wood splintered and the chair cracked, but it left not even a scar on Ma Manjiang. Nothing that came from this school could harm Ma Manjiang. However, Li did not give up because of that. With bloodshot eyes, he jumped on Ma Manjiang's back and applied a chokehold on the monster from behind.
Young man, go. Leave.
The silver hair mixed with blood. Li howled as he slammed his fists repeatedly into Ma Manjiang's ugly head to get the monster to let go of Han Fei.
Damn you. I never wanted to kill you in real life, but you've been seeking death.
The face on Ma Manjiang's chest grimaced in hatred. He gripped behind him and shook his body violently. Then came the sound of bones snapping. Han Fei's left arm was cracked, but he had also gotten close to Ma Manjiang. With Li providing the best distraction, this was the opening Han Fei was looking for. His uninjured right hand took out the scissors draped in hatred. All of the deaths and sacrifices were made for this moment. The chill exploded in the room. When Mom Manjiang's face turned around, he seemed to see a demon that crawled out from hell. With blood all over his body, Han Fei's face lit up with a mirthless smile.
It's time for you to die?
The blades easily cut through Mom Manjiang's leathery skin. The tough exterior was vulnerable before the scissors. The human face at the chest was punctured. Gripping the scissors by the handle, Han Fei slid it further down. Ma Manjiang finally had a taste of pain after so many years. His black blood splattered around the bedroom. As a countermeasure, Ma Manjiang bit further into Han Fei's left arm. Ignoring Li, Massachusetts Manjiang's burly arm swung at Han Fei again. However, Han Fei already had the next step of his plan in place. He peeled the scissors out from Ma Manjiang and then aimed it right at his left shoulder. The arm was a bait to distract Ma Manjiang. It had already accomplished its mission. After dying for more than 10 times, the pain from live amputation barely registered in his mind anymore. After abandoning his left arm, Han Fei crawled through Ma Manjiang's split stomach and into the monster's body. Inside Ma Manjiang's horrible-smelling, atrocious-looking stomach, there were many different faces. They had different expressions, but whenever they saw Han Fei, they would bite madly at his body. With wounds all over his body, Han Fei gritted his teeth and waved the scissors around. Ma Manjiang's pained wails echoed around the school. He slammed his body into the wall, and his big arms reached into his own stomach. Blood and flesh rolled about. When Ma Manjiang caught Han Fei's legs, the latter also found a human head trapped inside scabs of dried blood inside the monster's stomach. Jin Sheng. The human head's eyes were closed, and the expression was pained. It was covered in blood, but Han Fei still managed to identify the young man with one look. Han Fei reached out to hug the human head while he was being pulled out by his legs. As Ma Manjiang dragged him through the folds of flesh, Han Fei tried his best to poke the scissors right at Ma Manjiang's heart, because that was where the blue butterfly was residing. Even if he had to lose both of his legs, Han Fei had to hurt that butterfly. Compared to Jin Sheng's head, the butterfly was clearly more concerned about itself. Even though it controlled Ma Manjiang carefully, half of its wings were still clipped by the scissors. The strange pattern that covered Ma Manjiang's body faded by half. The blue butterfly went berserk. It was determined to drag Han Fei out from Ma Manjiang's body, but Han Fei's determination to kill was not to be trifled with either. He did not mind losing all of his limbs, but this loop, the damn blue butterfly inside Ma Manjiang's heart, had to die. Han Fei knew very well that this kind of chance would not come ever again. This was an opportunity that he had traded with multiple deaths. The battle was gory and primitive. Han Fei's femurs shattered, but the butterfly was not doing so well either. The blood of both parties dyed the room red. Just as Han Fei aimed another plunge at Ma Manjiang's heart, the large monster trundled towards the balcony. The thing wanted to fall through the building and used its weight to crush Han Fei inside him. Blood showered the wind. Bang! The body slammed into the ground and bones and guts damaged from the fall. Crimson red blood coughed out from Han Fei's lips. He was dying. Other than his right hand, he could not feel the other parts of his body anymore. Ma Manjiang was not faring much better than Han Fei. His stomach was spliced right open, but more importantly, the butterfly was heavily injured. The pretty blue butterfly wings were clipped in many places. It lost the energy to fully control Ma Manjiang. The gray fog around the school rolled away, and the visibility became much better.
Let's go?
Li slid down the pipe from the second floor. He picked up Jin Sheng's head and tried to carry the injured Han Fei.
The back entrance key is in Ma Manjiang's pocket.
Even at that moment, Han Fei's mind was thinking clearly. There was only one last step to his plan. Li took out the key from Ma Manjiang's pocket. He shouldered Han Fei and prepared to run, but the other monsters were closing in. The heavily injured Ma Manjiang slowly crawled up from the ground. His ugliest face was pasted on his chest as he stared darkly at Han Fei.
You're not getting away that easily.
Ma Manjiang's sons dropped the dying wild hound to the ground. Then, he led his friends out from the hostel front door. From the education block, the bespectacled Li Sun and Li Jingmei, who was silenced and blinded by golden threads, rushed over with the students. Everyone's face was twisted in hatred. Their eyes glowed with intense hatred for Jin Sheng and Han Fei. They were surrounded.
Get to the field.
Han Fei whispered to Li.
Try to lure them there.
The ghosts were closing in. Oli had no choice but to follow Han Fei's order. He dragged Han Fei and hurried towards the field. Going to the open field was no different from suicide. Ma Manjiang slowly steadied himself. He rubbed his stomach and controlled all the ghosts in the school to chase after Han Fei. In just a few minutes, Oli and Han Fei were cornered. They were trapped in the middle of the field. After Ma Manjiang was heavily injured, the oppressing gray fog had faded greatly, but that only gave Oli and Han Fei a clearer view of their imminent deaths. Almost everyone at the school was standing against them. All the faces were twisted beyond rationality.
Ma Manjiang is the real killer. He has raped that poor girl.
Oli exclaimed futilely. The students had no ears to listen to him. Li Sun and Li Jingmei already knew the truth, but they chose to side with the monster. Snap! The cracked Chu Xiao was shoved out from the crowd. Li Sun yanked her up by her hair and forced her to look at Ma Manjiang. The girl was so afraid that her body was trembling. Facing the three adult teachers, she just wanted to hide. The cracks on her body started to fall. Her once beating heart died. Light departed from her eyes. She finally slumped her head and collapsed to the ground. Wild Hound. Zhang Guanxing wheezed helplessly among the bushes. The 60-plus-old Li shielded Han Fei as he forced the students back. But eventually blood gashes appeared on his body. The ending was determined. The female teacher was murdered. Wild Hound was dying. Old Li was overwhelmed. Facing the endless ghosts and monsters from the school, Han Fei held the head in his chest.
Is it because of these that you have chosen death in the end?
Despair, helplessness. There was no one Jin Sheng could trust and rely on in his world anymore.
Your deaths have not changed anything.
Ma Manjiang, who was controlled by the blue butterfly, stood among the crowd. His broken face was colored with venom and condescension.
Other than these few dead ghosts, no one will believe Jin Sheng. He will never escape from this school. Never. And you will stay here forever as well.
All the monsters had gathered at the field. There was no escape.
Even with the gray fog gone, the world is so despairingly oppressive. Is that why you still refuse to open your eyes?
Han Fei looked around. All the monsters at the school, including Ma Manjiang, were encroaching on him and old Li.
I can understand your pain now, but I wish to tell you one more thing.
He had old Li shove the back entrance's key into Jin Sheng's mouth, but the key was stuck inside the thick blood scab. It barely touched Jin Sheng.
Even though the world might be horrible, as long as we never give up, there will be people who are willing to believe in us.
Han Fei raised Jin Sheng's head in his right arm, and his face deepened with unbridled madness.
I'll prove it to you.
Blood rained as his consciousness entered the menu. Han Fei held Jin Sheng's decapitated head high, and his bloody lips uttered the two words.
Spiritfarer.
The menu was submerged in red. It creaked open like the door of hell. Ghost faces with names between their bites rushed out. After Han Fei attempted and failed to control the sea of ghost faces, he grabbed a passing empty face and wrote down Huang Yin's name. The blood sea boiled. Jin Sheng's world shook. In an extremely short amount of time, a ghost face leaped out from the sea and escaped from the door. Han Fei kept his eyes on the ghost face. The summoned spirit would appear anywhere 100 meters around him. Han Fei could not control the location. Han Fei prayed that the person would land far away from the crowd of monsters. After the door of hell closed, a figure materialized between the field and the front door. Huang Yin landed on his butt, and then he heard Han Fei's screeching yell.
Huang Yin.
Using his last bit of strength, Han Fei lobbed Jin Sheng's head over the crowd towards Huang Yin.
Run. Take it, and leave this school.
Han Fei had no other option left. He was in the middle of a manager mission. His menu was grayed out. He could not quit the game or access his inventory. Of all his active skills, only Spiritfarer was usable because it too was a manager talent. The plan was to use Spiritfarer to mobilize a greater demon from the Sea of Blood, but Han Fei was still too weak to manipulate the sea. In the end, he placed his last hope on Huang Yin instead. There was no hurdle on the field. He was able to spot Huang Yin easily. The school's front gate was open and the back gate's key was in Jin Sheng's mouth. No matter where Huang Yin appeared, be it near the front or back door, he would be able to escape easily. Han Fei had done everything he could. He would leave the rest to fate. Huang Yin was stunned. When he turned to Han Fei's voice, he saw the man who was barely in human shape anymore. He had no idea what happened, but in that moment, he chose to believe in Han Fei. Jin Sheng's head fell near him. If he was not a doctor, he would have run away in fear already. Picking up Jin Sheng's head, Huang Yin's face was drained of blood. When Huang Yin lifted his head again, the monsters on the field were already moving towards him. Without another order from Han Fei, he knew what to do. Hugging Jin Sheng's head, Huang Yin charged towards the school's front gate as fast as he could. Chapter 192. Huang Yin's mind was buzzing blank. He did not dare to even turn around. Every single cell in his body was giving him a singular command: run. Running at the top of his speed, a cloud of monsters surged towards Huang Yin. Frantic footsteps, spine-tingling shrieks, and angry roars. The whole school of ghosts was trailing behind him. Due to Ma Manjiang's heavy injury, the gray fog had faded by a lot. Huang Yin was like the first ray to shoot through the dark clouds. He hugged Jin Sheng's head and came closer and closer to the front gate. Yiming Private Academy's students and teachers chased behind the man, but they were lagging behind. Ma Manjiang shoved the students aside brutally out of anger and desperation. Seeing Huang Yin was about to get Jin Sheng's head out from the school and escape from this cage, Ma Manjiang emitted an earth-splitting growl. His body melted into black blood. All the negative emotions and despair wrapped around a blue butterfly that flew out from his heart. The butterfly flapped its broken wings and flew above the crowd. It rapidly closed the distance between it and Huang Yin. Noticing this, Han Fei knew that they had the blue butterfly cornered. The butterfly was cunning, cruel, merciless, and crazy. With it having the full advantage, it did not expect Han Fei to tip one over it. From its perspective, Han Fei was doing an impossible mission, but somehow Han Fei had carved a bloody solution out of it. The tattered wings thrashed, the malice cutting through the fog, forming strange patterns in the air. The butterfly swooped towards Huang Yin. When Huang Yin was 1 meter away from the front gate, the butterfly caught up to its target. A waterfall of malice poured down around Huang Yin. The moment the blue butterfly landed the man's head, Huang Yin also managed to take the first step out from the front gate. The curse of the inescapable cage was shattered. Jin Sheng had successfully escaped from the school that was made from his despairing memories. The moment Jin Sheng's head left the school compound, the young man's previously closed eyes fluttered open. The scabs formed by dried malice and despair dissolved. The eyes frozen in pain finally saw the world again. The scenario in Jin Sheng's memory world started to shift. Black curse and red blood gushed out from Jin Sheng's decapitated neck. These curses and blood congealed to form his new body. The blue butterfly knew when it had been beaten. When the manager woke up, all the power would go towards him. Remaining inside this world would only mean a tortured death. It flapped its wings again, causing the pattern on its blue wings to change once more. The pattern started to take on the shape of Huang Yin's face. The blue butterfly was imprinting Huang Yin into its memory. This time it had lost because of this man. In other words, Huang Yin was the first man to have ever defeated the butterfly. When Jin Sheng reached out towards the blue butterfly, the wings exploded and the body dissolved in blue dust and disappeared into nothingness.
I'm surprised that someone can walk out from my despair.
Jin Sheng turned to glance at Huang Yin and then strode back towards the field. The students and staff members molded from his memory faded away like the wind. In the end, only Huang Yin, Han Fei, and Jin Sheng were left on the empty field.
See, as long as we don't give up, there is always hope.
Han Fei laid on the ground. His left arm was severed. Both his legs were snapped. He had bone fractures all over his body, and he suffered internal bleeding from the fall. Whenever he spoke, blood spurted out from his lips.
Why did you help me?
Jin Sheng looked just like the picture of himself in real life, but his body was made from curses and blood. He was a very special ghost.
Why did Oli, your class teacher, and the rest choose to help you?
With trembling fingers, Han Fei slowly raised his movable right hand.
Now can you help me?
Jin Sheng studied Han Fei for a long time before he grabbed Han Fei's hand. Finally, among the abyss of despair, Han Fei had found the real Jin Sheng. The moment their hands touched, the school grounds fell away. Han Fei's lost memories returned like waves.
Notification for player 0000. You've completed the Grade F Manager mission, Patrolling Teacher. You've obtained triple EXP, 2 basic skill points, and Grade F Manager title. Yiming Private Academy's Patrolling Teacher.
Patrolling Teacher, Grade F Manager title, increase friendliness level with all natives of Yiming Private Academy, by 10 points. Increase friendless level with Jin Sheng by an extra 10 points. Overall curse resistance to school-based cursed objects increase by 5%. You can now freely enter and leave the hidden map, Yiming Private Academy.
Warning. The suggested level for players to attempt grade F missions is from level 10 to 20. Since the mission difficulty was too high for the player's current level, the system will provide the player with additional reward from completing it. You've obtained the extra reward, Talent Upgrade.
Grade F Manager Talent. Spiritfarer has grown to Grade E Talent. The effect has improved.
Spiritfarer, Upgradable Talent. Grade E possess a large chance to summon a player with spiritual affinity in person before the user. The player can decide the rough location where the spirit would arrive. Can only be used twice per night.
Warning. The higher the talent of Spiritfarer, the greater the chance you'll summon something unexpected. Please use this talent cautiously.
Notification for player 0000. You've reached level 9, obtained reward, 1 free attribute point.
The pain brought by the regained memories dulled. Han Fei slowly crawled up from the ground. He stared at Huang Yin, who was gobsmacked, and Jin Sheng, who was still curled inside the infirmary cupboard. He turned to look out the corridor. There was Ma Manjiang unraveling in a pool of black blood. After many dangers, he finally completed the manager mission and exited Jin Sheng's memory world.
Jin Sheng, was it you who killed Ma Manjiang?
Han Fei moved his feet. His soles were already stained with Ma Manjiang's blood.
No, it was that blue butterfly who did this. The butterfly was heavily injured in my memory world. It knew that I had awakened. To regain its power to escape from this school, it drained Ma Manjiang of his resentment and life force.
Jin Sheng looked frail. His body was covered in symbols and words. He radiated a presence that only a cursed object would.
What exactly happened at Yiming Private Academy? Why would Ma Manjiang appear here?
Han Fei had so many questions. Instead of answering Han Fei, Jin Sheng stared at him for a long time before asking.
What is your relationship to Fu Sheng? Fu Sheng?
Han Fei was surprised to hear this name. He chose to go with the truth.
We lived in the same neighborhood. He was the previous manager, but he went missing. One of the big reasons I came here is to find him. He has gone missing?
Jin Sheng slowly explained.
He once promised me to help me silence the despair and pain. I believed him. He sealed up my memory and power. He did many things to my soul, but in the end, I still could not escape from the shackles of my memory. Due to his experimentations, I went berserk. And then what happened? He forced me into this cupboard, and that was the last time I saw him.
Jin Sheng's tone was so even that one would think he was a robot. No shine of humanity could be discerned from the young man. Chapter 193.
So he has tricked you?
Han Fei frowned. The previous building manager had chosen the path to destroy the cryptic world. His attitude towards ghosts was naturally different from Han Fei.
Not really, because you're here. Before he left, he said that if he ever disappeared, someone else would come in his place to help me.
Jin Sheng was trapped in despair, but his worldview was simple and optimistic. However, it went against the barren of emotion that was the boy's face.
Then I guess he did live up to his promise.
Han Fei worked out the kinks in his arms. Thinking back to the near brushes with death in the manager mission, he shivered from fear.
Did Fu Sheng tell you anything else? Like things that he told you to relay to his replacement?
After staring at Han Fei for a while, Jin Sheng slowly spoke.
He said his body has been split into many parts. He told me the location for one of the parts. He said that I should only reveal that location to someone whom I can trust. Someone whom you can trust?
Han Fei believed the parts of the body were the previous manager's memory fragments.
Yes.
Before Han Fei could say anything else, Jin Sheng wrote down the name, Ziggurat, on his arm. From further conversation, Han Fei got to know the deeper history. The previous manager wanted to help Jin Sheng walk out from despair. His intention was good, but he had failed. While Jin Sheng was sealed up, the butterfly led outsiders to take over Yiming Private Academy. The butterfly wanted to gain access to Jin Sheng. The butterfly and its cronies turned the school upside down, but they failed to find Jin Sheng. Meanwhile, the natives at the school tried to keep the outsiders at bay, but it was a losing battle, with the butterfly buttressing up the outsiders with its cunningness. After Fu Sheng mysteriously disappeared, the fight skewed even further against the natives. If Han Fei had come sooner, the natives at Yiming Private Academy might have been fully consumed by Ma Manjiang, and the only tales of horror left at the school would be the one and only Ma Manjiang.
Jin Sheng, can you tell me what exactly happened at this school so many years ago?
Han Fei looked at Jin Sheng sincerely. Jin Sheng, who was numb to everything, told the story without any break in emotion. He reconstructed every single detail of the incidents that once occurred at Yiming Private Academy. Most of the people involved were dead, and the source of all these tragedies was Ma Manjiang. Using a tone that was almost serene, Jin Sheng shared his tales of endless struggle. After more and more people fell to Ma Manjiang's cruelty because of him, Jin Sheng did not choose to surrender to Ma Manjiang. Instead, he chose to end his own life. He walked within the endless haze of despair. He was hated by everyone, but Jin Sheng would rather injure himself than lay a finger on others.
Honestly, I don't understand why I was so hated. Perhaps many people don't really know why they hated me. Maybe they felt that way because their friends did too.
When Jin Sheng said that in a detached manner, Han Fei's heart quivered.
Ma Manjiang is a master manipulator, but he himself is a monster dominated by desire. There is something else living inside his body. I don't know what it is, but I am sure of its existence. You mean the blue butterfly? I'm not sure, but it appears to adopt the form of a fated consciousness. I encountered many instances where Ma Manjiang was talking to himself, conversing with another voice that was only audible to him.
Jin Sheng provided Han Fei with a valuable clue.
But every time, Ma Manjiang would refer to that other existence as teacher. The butterfly was Ma Manjiang's teacher?
Han Fei was reminded of the old detective speculation. They believed the butterfly was in the medical or education field. The killer of the human jigsaw case, Meng Chang'an, was treated by a doctor when he was young, and that doctor was the butterfly who led him into the abyss of darkness. Just how did Butterfly manage to take on so many different personas at one time? Han Fei did not know Meng Chang'an that well. In fact, he had not even interacted with the man. It was mostly Meng Changshi's and the police who dealt with Meng Chang'an. However, Ma Manjiang was Han Fei's direct nemesis in Jin Sheng's memory world. The man was cunning, cruel, heartless, and crazy. Beyond that, he had incredible mastery over human psychology. He was thus far the most difficult enemy Han Fei had ever faced. Han Fei had to put everything on the line to fight for a chance at survival. If everything was to start over, Han Fei did not have the confidence he would reach the same ending. Even a student of the butterfly is so scary, then just how evil the real butterfly must be. Han Fei tightened his fists. No matter how scary this butterfly was, Han Fei would have to face it, because even if he did not, the butterfly would come after him. The fact that the butterfly managed to send Ma Manjiang into the cryptic world suggests that the butterfly has access to a wealth of secrets and knowledge. Perhaps they even know the way to reach the real world from the cryptic world. While Han Fei was parsing these information, Jin Sheng was reminded of something.
If you're that interested in the blue butterfly, you should go and visit the ziggurat. The ziggurat?
Han Fei came across the mention of this location more and more in his adventure. His interest in the place grew.
All the outsiders who align with Butterfly came from the ziggurat, including Ma Manjiang.
Han Fei captured something among Jin Sheng's words. He was stringing those pieces of information into a workable clue.
There should be some straggling outsiders around the school. You can capture them to get them to provide you with more information.
The words and symbols swam on Jin Sheng's skin like blood. His expressionless face started to contort. Jin Sheng's head symbolized his memory. His body was made up of curses and blood. At that moment, the words were crawling towards his cheeks and forehead. The presence around him became colder and colder.
I still don't have the power to stop myself from going berserk. When the curses crawl all over my body, I'll lose control. Even though this school exists because of me, I am not a valid manager.
Jin Sheng gripped the cupboard door. The black words and symbols on his body splattered onto the cupboard walls like actual blood. It was only then that Han Fei noticed the inner walls of the cupboard were filled with words as well, each of them dripping with resentment and curse.
If you come across anything you can't solve at this school, you can come back to find me. I'll force myself to stay sane every midnight.
The words appeared in Jin Sheng's eyes. His small body started to tremble. Maintaining his rationality was taking a toll on him. The cupboard doors closed. At the last moment, the boy stared silently at Han Fei's face. His lips moved as if mouthing, "Thank you." The cupboard doors closed. Han Fei remembered everything Jin Sheng said. He planned to compile them into a file and handed it to the police. The police were the arbitrator of law, not him. The infirmary returned to silence. After dealing with Jin Sheng, Han Fei finally turned towards Huang Yin, who was still in extreme shock and terror. Huang Yin was between the twilight zone of fainting and dreaming. His face was drained of blood, and his lips were purple.
Brother Huang, are you all right?
Chapter 194. He was previously playing an Iyashikei game happily, wrapped up in the warmth of his own home. He was decorating the room with the nurse NPC who came to visit. They talked about his vision for the future. But the next second, he appeared on a hellish field. His familiar friend's legs were snapped at a curious angle. His single arm was missing, and he was covered in blood. Before he could react, a human head was tossed towards him like a baseball. To have fallen from heaven to hell had taken less than a second for Huang Yin. The monsters which could only exist in nightmares rushed towards him, not one, not two, or three, for but a whole horde of them. Honestly, Huang Yin could not explain how he managed to escape. At the time, his mind was blank and his body was acting on instinct. He had no plan other than to run. Thankfully, the front gates were close to where he was. If he was required to get to the back gates, things might have turned out differently. In a way, he had no idea whether he was lucky or not. When Han Fei held the conversation with Jin Sheng, Huang Yin was still trying to wrap his head around the whole situation. He appeared to have wandered from one nightmare to another. Looking at the decrepit room with pill bottles, blood stains, and other medical contraption, he did not dare to even move.
Brother Huang, are you all right?
With a friendly smile on his face, Han Fei reached towards Huang Yin.
I know everything that happened tonight was a bit sudden, but I assure you that it was absolutely necessary.
If not for Huang Yin, Han Fei would be trapped forever inside the manager mission, so Han Fei was deeply appreciative of the good doctor.
I see that you are still in a state of shock. Normally, I should give you more time to take things in, but we do not have that luxury of time.
There were still outsiders at Yiming Private Academy. Han Fei needed to capture them to shake them for information about the ziggurat.
The killer for the human jigsaw case, the frozen body case, and the case of the foretold deaths might have seen you, and we need to plan for that.
Some light finally returned to Huang Yin's dull eyes, and Han Fei slowly gave out a sigh.
We better leave this room first. We'll talk on the way.
He picked up Huang Yin from the floor. Perhaps the warmth from the living provided some normalcy for Huang Yin, as some color returned to his face.
Is there anything you wish to ask me?
Han Fei did not know where to start, so he turned the questions to Huang Yin, and he'd answer any questions thrown his way.
This was the first time Huang Yin ever had the chance to speak since he was summoned to this world. A normal person would have fainted by now. Huang Yin was still conscious because this was not his first time at the rodeo. However, this time, things were a lot more terrifying than the last. There were so many questions in his mind. Huang Yin's lips opened, but he did not know where to begin. He grabbed Han Fei's left arm, which was not supposed to be there. He examined it, and was about to say something when the infirmary door shoved open. The honest old Li rushed into the room.
Are you all right?
Instantly, the smell of decomposition filled up the room. A mobile ghost lair that was old Li stopped before Han Fei and Huang Yin. Old Li reached for Han Fei with worry and concern. He studied Han Fei and the weak Huang Yin for signs of distress. This was supposed to be a concerned look, but it delivered a horrendous blow to Huang Yin's psyche. From Huang Yin's perspective, he just wanted to check on Han Fei's new friend, but from Huang Yin's perspective, he saw a mountain of ghostly visage lean towards him. He landed on his butt. Huang Yin's pants were soaked in blood, and he could feel the sticky liquid cold against his skin.
There are still outsiders at the school. We mustn't let our guard down. We will go capture them now.
Han Fei wanted to borrow old Li's power to apprehend the rest of the outsiders. He conversed naturally with old Li like he could not see the group of ghosts draped over the security guard. Seeing this, Huang Yin panicked even more. Am I the only one who can see the ghosts? It was not surprising that Huang Yin would come to that conclusion, mainly because Han Fei's acting skill was too good. After all, the man was a master actor. Okay. Old Li turned to leave the infirmary. The 2 meters tall bloody woman who stood on tiptoe swept a glance at Han Fei before turning her gaze on Huang Yin.
Brother, there's a ghost following behind him.
Huang Yin gripped Han Fei's sleeves until his knuckles were white. He would give everything to escape from this nightmare. After old Li left the room, Han Fei helped to pick Huang Yin up from the ground.
Can you not see them? His body was surrounded by ghosts. There were at least 10 of them. Can you not see them?
Huang Yin demanded agitatedly.
Of course I can.
Han Fei shrugged. But seeing them and pointing them out are two different things. But why? It's called being courteous.
Han Fei was about to explain further when a loud noise came from the first floor of the education block. Han Fei looked out through the infirmary window and saw Zhang Guanxing fighting with a monster that was formed from Mom Manjiang's 4 sons. Zhang Guanxing was on the losing side, but the young man appeared to have gone insane. Ignoring the wounds that appeared on his body, he threw himself into the battle.
What exactly is Zhang Guanxing doing?
Han Fei felt something was not right. Zhang Guanxing did not appear like a reckless young man. Fighting on all 4, Mom Manjiang's 4 sons joined their bodies together. The surface of its skin was surrounded by a thick blood scab. But most importantly, hidden among the 4 heads was a weakened human face. When he saw that face, blood boiled within Han Fei.
Man, Jiang.
When he woke up from the manager mission, Ma Manjiang in the cryptic world had dissolved into a puddle. Based on Jin Sheng's observation, the blue butterfly had drained Ma Manjiang of all his energy to escape from the school. At the time, Han Fei felt quite a pang of regret, for he was not given the chance to apprehend Ma Manjiang personally. He had been conversing too deeply with Jin Sheng to realize the dead body, which was melting away. It was not until he saw the 4 boys' heads shielding Ma Manjiang's face that Han Fei understood everything. Normally, after a ghost's resentment was fully drained, their body would not slowly dissolve. Instead, they would instantly disintegrate into nothingness. Ma Manjiang left his body behind and covered his body with cuts to fool Jin Sheng. Since he was weakened by the blue butterfly, he was not a match for Jin Sheng. To prevent himself from being discovered, he came up with this solution. Abandoning the body which was formed from negative energy, Ma Manjiang used it to distract Jin Sheng, while his last shred of consciousness escaped into his son's body. He made use of this opening to escape. This cunning bastard managed to fool Jin Sheng, who was at the edge of insanity. Unfortunately, the man was unlucky to have run into Zhang Guanxing in his attempt to escape from Yiming Private Academy. After he sneaked away from the education block, he encountered people whom he once injured. Han Fei died so many times in the manager mission. The bone-piercing pain returned alongside his memory, and it now gushed towards his heart. Han Fei would not forget those pains anytime soon. His eyes were red as he took out the red paper doll from his inventory.
Brother Huang, do you mind waiting for me here? I'll be right back.
Chapter 195. Huang Yin could sense the dangerous presence that radiated off Han Fei. Honestly, he was quite afraid of his friend, but compared to that, he was even more afraid of being left alone.
Brother, please, let me go with you.
When Huang Yin said that, Han Fei already blasted down the stairs. The speed stunned Huang Yin again.
Wait for me.
Huang Yin stumbled his way down the steps, chasing after Han Fei. When he reached the first floor, there was another surprise waiting for him. In the empty field before the education block, there was a child with 4 heads whose body was ballooning. Bulging black veins pulsated on his skin. The whole school could hear the boy's malevolent curses. Huang Yin's feet stopped involuntarily. After that, he quickly scuttled to a dark corner to hide. His body shook tremendously. The smell of blood lingered in the school, draped in darkness. Pitter-patter of unknown things moved in the dark. There was not one place which was safe. He wanted to call out Han Fei's name, but he did not dare to make too loud a noise lest he attracted unnecessary attention. The man who was abandoned could only stay put and pray that Han Fei would return soon. Bang! The window of the classroom just behind Huang Yin shattered. A giant python as dark as ink slithered past Huang Yin. The undulating creature chilled the air around it. What kind of monster was that? Before Huang Yin could recover, a wall of horrible stench hit him. The security, Oli, rushed towards him.
Have you seen Teacher Han?
The ghosts that lingered on Oli stretched their necks as far as they could towards Ma Manjiang's sons. They were all once victims of Ma Manjiang. They were too weak to do anything before but to attach themselves onto Oli. But now that Ma Manjiang was in his weakened state, they could not wait to take their revenge. How afraid they were before equal to how crazy and cruel they were now. They would repay Ma Manjiang's cruelty 10 times, 100 times back to the man. The ghost faces contorted with hatred. The resentment in their eyes was palpable. Huang Yin had never seen something so horrifying in his life. He could not even start to imagine what these ghosts had gone through to collect such intense hatred. Taking steady steps back, Huang Yin's calves were shaking. He had no time to breathe at all. The horror scenarios lapped at him like waves, and there was no end in sight. Ma Manjiang's son had his escape route blocked. Once upon a time, he was the prince at this school, but now he was surrounded by everyone that he once had under his feet. What goes up will eventually come down. Ma Manjiang had been keeping many people in check with his brute strength. Now that he had lost the very thing that instilled his dominance, the former victims of the tyrant rose up against him. This included Wild Hound, Zhang Guanxing. These victims could not care less about their own death. Even if they were to die, they would die bringing pain onto Ma Manjiang. The situation was looking bad for Ma Manjiang and his son. Ma Manjiang's face crawled out from his hiding place and shrieked shrilly. Other than the victims, there were still some outsiders at the school. Some of them were hidden among the student body, others among the staff. These outsiders carried the trace of the butterfly on them to a certain degree. The butterfly used these outsiders to slowly rule over Jin Sheng's school. Now that the butterfly had escaped and the strongest outsider, Ma Manjiang only had his lingering spirit remaining. The other outsiders started to go out of control. Their nature was cruel and merciless. Their deepest sin was evoked by the butterfly. They could no longer be called humans. They were pure monsters that had human appearances. With Ma Manjiang's shrill call, all the hidden outsiders crawled out from the darkness. They stared at everything around them with gluttony and wrath. Just how many things are hidden at this school? Huang Yin was instantly targeted by some of the outsiders. These mad individuals' favorite pastime was to hunt after the weak. Torturing their victims brought them the greatest happiness. Injuries bloomed on their skin in the shape of butterflies. Two outsiders hiding in the cafeteria grabbed their knives and made chase after Huang Yin. The poor man had to start running for his life again. There was nowhere safe at this school. It was filled with crazy people and ghosts. The outsiders helped offset the burden on Ma Manjiang and his sons. The monster with the four heads stepped on Zhang Guanxing's neck. They kicked viciously at his stomach, and the force sent the young man flying to the wall. This scene was right out from Jin Sheng's memory. The dying Zhang Guanxing dropped onto the ground, panting weakly like a heavily injured stray. Seeing as Ma Manjiang's sons were about to leave the school, a strange dripping sound came from the hostel building. Heavy footsteps heralded the arrival of a large woman. She dragged several large black plastic bags behind her. She looked at Ma Manjiang's son with a dumb smile on her face, but her eyes belied an incredible depth of hatred. The hostel manager was privy to all the horrible things that four boys had done inside the hostel, but she never dared to retaliate, until now. She unwrapped the plastic bags, and the girls with broken bodies from room 401 crawled out, like zombies pushing through their fresh graves. With ghastly determination, they pounced at Ma Manjiang's sons. The girls were only lingering spirits. They were doomed for eternal torment, but Han Fei had given them an outlet to vent their resentment. Trailing behind the girls was a puddle of water stain. The water gradually rose against gravity to form the shape of a young woman with a ruined face. Su Mingting. The puddle behind her echoed with the screams of several spirits. The eyes of the girl which looked at Ma Manjiang deepened with hatred. Her death appeared to have to do with Ma Manjiang as well. Before he attempted the manager mission, Han Fei had completed 4 tales of horror at this school, and now all the ghosts from those 4 tales had appeared. They were united in their hatred of Ma Manjiang. The outsiders helped Ma Manjiang and his sons, but the natives of Yiming Private Academy also crawled out from their hiding places. Ma Manjiang had many people fooled when he was alive and had the ghosts of the school shivering under his iron fists after death. Ma Manjiang's sons attempted to escape, but the wounds on their body increased. They were like Han Fei in the manager mission, struggling in despair, but for them, beyond this despair, there was only deeper despair. Blood rained, and soon only one of the heads remained. The 3 heads of his elder brothers were shredded by the girls from room 401. While he tried to evade attacks from Su Mingting and the hostel manager, the female ghost who had been following Li suddenly materialized behind him. The scabs on her body started to peel. There was a bloody necklace that peeked out around her neck. She did not harm Ma Manjiang's son, but instead reached her wounded hand out towards Ma Manjiang's face. Ma Manjiang was originally shielded by his 4 sons' heads, but now 3 of them were gone, and there was no one left to protect him. Ma Manjiang started to plead for mercy. He kept mumbling something towards the woman. While the man's attention was fully on the woman, a small and tiny red paper doll walked up towards Ma Manjiang's son. The doll had an eerie smile on its paper face. It reached out its miniature hands towards Mom Manjiang's son's wounded feet. Blood instantly soaked the paper. The paper doll chuckled as it dissolved into tiny pieces of paper and crawled into the boy's body. Indescribable pain jolted through his body, and the boy tripped and fell to the ground. He realized he was losing control of his own body. He looked around in panic and spotted Han Fei's emotionless eyes staring at him from a barely discernible corner. Hatred grew wildly in his heart. He could not imagine a living person would somehow end up overthrowing his father's glorious empire. Chapter 196. Ma Bo lost control of his body and fell to the ground. Instead of bleeding blood, the wounds on his body started to pour out paper shreds. The boy was flustered. In his panic, he turned to look at his father for guidance. However, when he turned his neck around, he felt a chill coming from his chest and a cold wind that blew through the hollow of his chest. Ma Manjiang chomped on the heart that was formed from resentment and yin energy. The boy watched helplessly as his own father ate up his heart and then dropped his body like yesterday's papers.
Oh, his voice failed him then. The last shred of his energy was stolen away. Ma Bo was unable to resist the paper doll's attacks anymore. Once he opened his mouth, paper would fly out. As he was swamped by paper both inside and out, Ma Bo's eyes were filled with disbelief. By feeding on his own son's heart, Ma Manjiang managed to recover somewhat. However, he was still a wounded, lingering spirit. It was impossible for him to escape on his own. He wanted to latch onto the other outsiders, but the outsiders had just witnessed Ma Manjiang literally had just eaten his own son to survive. Now even the outsiders became guarded around Ma Manjiang. In the end, Ma Manjiang abandoned the hope of getting help from the outsiders. Instead, he turned his attention onto Huang Yin. Of everyone present, Huang Yin looked the weakest. Ma Manjiang aimed to take over Huang Yin's soul, and that way, he would be reborn in a new body. Being chased by two crazed men, Huang Yin was about to lose his breath. Now to make matters worse, Ma Manjiang's bloody face pounced at him. Huang Yin was running too fast to stop. He was practically careening into Ma Manjiang. Huang Yin would never forget that face in his life. He summoned his body to stop, but his legs refused to answer. Humanity's deepest sin shone in Ma Manjiang's eyes. Pieces of his son's black heart lingered in his mouth. Broken wounds popped on his face. Ma Manjiang unhinged his jaw and prepared to swallow Huang Yin's soul whole. Horrible smell of decomposition gushed out from the mouth. Huang Yin watched as the dark maw yawned before his eyes. Suddenly, a side hook slammed into Ma Manjiang's face. The furious fist almost shattered the man's cheekbones.
Hide behind me.
Han Fei nudged Huang Yin to the side. His bloodshot eyes glared as a ghastly face slowly surfaced on his back. The power of the ghost tattoo had been activated. Han Fei launched himself at Ma Manjiang without hesitation. After being forced to commit suicide for so many times, Han Fei aimed to deliver the same amount of despair back onto Ma Manjiang. Han Fei grabbed Ma Manjiang by his left arm. More and more spirits surrounded the scene. Layers upon layers, everyone whom Ma Manjiang had heard arrived to deliver judgment. Chu Xia, Zhang Guanxing, Jin Sheng's class teacher, the hostel manager, and the other spirits at the school. The horrible screams echoed around the school. The spirits tore out the hatred that was pierced through their hearts and jammed it back onto the person who put it there. At Yiming Private Academy, the ghosts were crying for vengeance. Han Fei kept a close eye on Ma Manjiang to prevent the man from dying. At one point where the situation got real dire, Han Fei even had Su Qin's pet feed the man some yin energy. Han Fei felt no pity or charity towards Ma Manjiang after knowing what he had done. But the scenes that unfolded before Huang Yin almost scared the man to death. After the spirits had their go, Ma Manjiang only had his head left, just like Jin Sheng in the manager mission.
Remember you told me that you wouldn't let me die so easily? Well, now, I extend the same promise to you.
Han Fei grabbed Ma Manjiang and came to the second-floor infirmary. He knew Jin Sheng was in an unstable state, but Han Fei could not wait for Jin Sheng to see this. He opened the cupboard, but Jin Sheng was not inside. However, the words on the walls wiggled. They seemed to arrange themselves into tales of despair.
Jin Sheng, I brought a present for you.
The weak Ma Manjiang struggled the best he could. He wanted to escape. He knew what would happen to him once he was delivered to Jin Sheng. After Han Fei said that, the words inside the cupboard walls started to bleed. They then emitted a strong suction power to pull Ma Manjiang's head into the cupboard. The tales of despair crawled around Ma Manjiang's head like ants. The bloody words imprinted themselves on his face. The symbols and words crawled into his mind. Ma Manjiang screamed the loudest he ever had. But no matter how badly he pleaded for mercy, nothing changed. Eventually, the cupboard doors slowly closed. When it did, Han Fei received the system notification in his mind.
Notification for player 0000. Friendliness level with Jinsheng increases by 20.
When the doors fully closed, Ma Manjiang's wails died away. To be honest, Han Fei still had some questions for Ma Manjiang, but it shouldn't matter. Jinsheng wouldn't let Ma Manjiang die so easily, so he'd have more chances in the future. When dealing with a cunning criminal like Ma Manjiang, only by having him experience true pain that he would learn to be honest. Staring at the cupboard, Han Fei decided to take a break when he remembered Brother Huang was still downstairs.
How could I forget about my life savior? That is not the way to treat my guest.
Han Fei hurried out, and once he entered the stairwell, he was greeted by a warm scenario. Li, who was covered in ghosts, sat beside Huang Yin on the steps. The old gentleman tapped Huang Yin consolingly on his shoulders.
Young man, I can see that you carry a lot of pressure on your shoulders, and it might be hard for you to breathe at times. Perhaps you have a family to look after, and you can't afford to show any signs of weakness. I understand that. An old coot like myself might not look like much now, but I can empathize with your situation. There is no need to hide or feel embarrassed. We men have feelings too.
Some of the ghosts on Li's body leaned over to curl around Huang Yin's neck. The grotesque creatures poked and touched the frozen Huang Yin. They examined Huang Yin with open curiosity.
Everything will pass. Come, let it all out. Stay strong, and don't let those things crush you.
Brother Huang. Li.
Han Fei hurried over. He very politely nudged into the space between the two men and turned to Huang Yin.
Brother Huang, are you all right?
Waving his arms, Huang Yin cried chokingly.
I can't exit the game. Where am I? Brother Huang, I really need to thank you this time. I will answer any question that you have. I don't have any questions, I just want to go home.
Huang Yin hugged Han Fei's arm as he stood up unsteadily. When he saw Li walk over to try to help him, tears poured out from his eyes.
Brother, if you still view me as a friend, please let me go.
Seeing the tears, Li took out a handkerchief covered with blood and hair from his pocket. This was a gesture of good faith, but Huang Yin couldn't stomach it anymore.
Okay, I'll go find you after we get offline. I promise to explain everything then.
Han Fei supported Huang Yin as they headed towards the bathroom. When no one was around, Han Fei used the resurrection talent.
Brother Huang, please don't tell anyone about things that happen here, and remember to look after yourself.
Chapter 197. Blood suffused the menu. It slowly opened to the sides like a pair of gates. Huang Yin, who stood facing away from Han Fei, had no idea what happened before he was sent into the gates of hell. Usage of resurrection exhausted Han Fei greatly. It pretty much drained him. After sending Huang Yin back, Han Fei prepared to leave the game as well. He knew there were still other tales of horror left unfinished at Yiming Private Academy. The completion rate of the Grade F hidden mission was only 4/7, but the most immediate thing Han Fei needed to do was to contact Huang Yin and communicate with him. Han Fei exited the bathroom and realized Li was still there. The security guard was worried about Huang Yin.
Your friend looks like he is going through a lot. You need to show him some care. I will.
Han Fei waved goodbye to Li.
In fact, I'll go visit him now. See you tomorrow.
Walking towards the corner of the staircase, Han Fei opened the menu. When he chose to leave the game, he believed he heard Li say,
"Only those who have cried in the silence of the night will have the courage to face the difficulty in the day. If there's a chance, I should befriend that young man. Perhaps I can help him somehow."
Blood froze, and Han Fei's consciousness was pulled from the cryptic world. He removed the gaming helmet and felt sore all over his body. He was extremely tired. He had died more than 10 times in the manager mission, and every death was intensely real. The death memories collected in Han Fei's mind. A normal person would have gone insane already. Their mental institution would have collapsed. Han Fei shrugged on a jacket and grimaced as pain blossomed all over his body. He placed the stun gun inside his pocket and left his rental. He was extremely fatigued and tired, but Han Fei still decided to keep up his promise of meeting Huang Yin. This was his responsibility to his friend. As he exited his neighborhood, he noticed some shadows moving inside a stationary van. Han Fei assumed it was the paparazzi. Han Fei ignored them and hurried towards the intelligent city where Huang Yin lived. Swoosh! Pushing open the door of the gaming hub, Huang Yin, with a paper-white face, tumbled out. His legs appeared to turn into noodles, and he could barely stand up straight. His mind could not function. The moment he closed his eyes, his brain would fill with stuff of nightmare. The scenes were carved inside his head. He couldn't shake them loose no matter how hard he tried. Unable to summon any more strength, Huang Yin collapsed onto the couch. His body trembled. If there was no accident, that would be the last time he logged into perfect life. Raising his finger, Huang Yin tapped lightly on the coffee table. The robot butler bustled over with Huang Yin's favorite drink. She placed it beside Huang Yin and then sat down on the couch and massaged Huang Yin's muscles to help him relax. Everything was programmed and set. The AI butler was Deep Space Tech's latest program. It could read human emotions and understand the change to human psychology. Using them, it could adapt itself perfectly to their owner's requirement and needs. The product had more than 10 preset personalities. When upgraded, it also came with a language system, making it even more authentic in emotional expression and emotional communication. As the AI massaged his back, Huang Yin slowly calmed down. He laid his head on the butler's soft calves and sipped the drink. After a long rest, Huang Yin removed his clothes that were soaked in cold sweat and headed towards the bathroom. The bathtub was already filled with hot water. Huang Yin eased himself into it. The butler guarded patiently beside him. Before Huang Yin even voiced his demands, she would play the right music and send him the items he needed. As he soaked in the warm water, Huang Yin could feel the negative energy wash away, and they were replaced by a sense of drowsiness. It was not until this moment that Huang Yin finally sighed in relief. He activated the voice-controlled screen inside the bathroom and pulled up Han Fei's contact information. He hesitated for a long time, but in the end, failed to get the courage to call Han Fei. Instead, he went online to search for information. Suddenly, he received a private message on his account. Someone with the ID called. The witness sent him a link, and it was entitled, "They had the same experience as you did." After ensuring the link was safe and contained no virus, Huang Yin opened it. It led to a video. The video quality was blurry and dark. The location of the shot was somewhere between the intelligent city and the old city. In the video, there was a man who was holding a camera phone aimed at his own front door. He was talking to someone behind the camera.
This is the second time it has appeared. I have no idea how it found out where I live.
The other person did not answer. The man stared nervously at the door and continued anxiously.
3 a.m. That was the time it appeared last time. But that time it merely roamed around the corridor, as if looking for my home.
Bang! Something knocked into the door. It startled the man in the video and Huang Yin outside the video. With a paling face, the man in the video held the phone with shaking hands. He staggered away from the front door.
It seems to have found out where I live.
The sound only came once from outside the door. It had been quiet ever since. The man turned to the surveillance monitor that was beside the door. There was no one outside his room, only a round, red rubber ball.
A rubber ball?
The red rubber ball bounced against the door and then rolled backwards. From the corner of the video, a pair of hands reached out to pick up the ball.
This is different from what I saw yesterday. There is more than one ghost.
The man with the phone stood frozen beside the monitor. His eyes were fixed to the screen, but nothing else happened. Eventually, he let his guard down and turned his eyes away.
Have they left?
Just as the man was about to sigh in relief, a series of knocking came from the door. His heart skipped a beat. The man clamped his hand over his mouth and turned back to the monitor. His neighbor was slamming repeatedly and urgently against his door. The man did not dare to breathe, much less utter a response. The neighbor knocked for a long time. Seeing that there was no one home, he eventually gave up and left. But seconds later, the man's phone started to vibrate. He answered the call. It was his neighbor.
Yes? Quick, leave your home now. You are inside the house with ghosts. I just saw with my own eyes someone in red leading a child to enter your home.
The neighbor exclaimed anxiously. The panic seeped into the man's marrow, and he looked around his home with great unease. Huang Yin, who was curled inside the bathtub, stopped the video. He felt strangely uncomfortable, like he was being watched. When his eyes turned to the corner of the room, he saw that it was 3:40 a.m. Chapter 198. The warm water worked miracles on Huang Yin's tense nerves. He calmed down and recovered some of his stamina. He minimized the video window and pulled it to the side. Then he pulled up videos of comedy and cartoons instead. Watching the gags, listening to the canned laughter, he finally felt ready enough to continue with the video. He pressed play, and the man in the video turned his phone around to look behind him. The fear on his face was palpable. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead.
They have entered my home.
Picking up the glass ashtray from the table, the man swung around to take a good shot of his home. The person taking the video had been so quiet that it felt like the man was talking to himself.
Can a phone really capture their existence?
The man carefully checked all the rooms through the lens of his phone camera. He found nothing. Huang Yin examined every corner of the video, and he too found nothing.
In that case, why would my neighbor say those things?
The man fidgeted.
Or was that not my neighbor? He's been colluding with them? The ghosts haven't really entered my home, but he wanted me to open the door to let them in.
The man slowly convinced himself.
Yes, my neighbor was trying to scare me. If I really open the door, the ghosts outside will jump in.
The man rubbed his arms nervously.
Thankfully, I didn't listen to him. The phone which was filming suddenly buzzed. The man had to quit filming mode. He glanced at the caller ID and his expression slowly softened.
Honey, why are you calling me at this hour? Why aren't you in bed?
There are so many bugs here in the countryside, I can't even sleep.
The woman groaned resentfully.
When can our son and I return home? Are you sure you saw a ghost in our building? Do you think I will lie about something as serious as that?
The man suddenly raised his voice, but then quickly lowered it as if worried that he might be overheard.
Just stay there for a few more days. We just need to find someone to buy this house from us, and then we can move. Haven't you and our son been meaning to move to the intelligent city? Do we have the money? Stop dreaming. If you ask me, you should take a few days break and go see a doctor. Too much stress, and you'll fall sick. Okay, I'll think about it.
Hearing the comforting nagging from his wife, the man's fears slowly dissipated. He placed the ashtray on the shoe rack that was visible at the corner of the screen.
By the way, you need to hear this. The sound has returned today, and there is more than one of them.
While the man was focused on talking with his wife, something appeared from the edge of the screen. A single arm reached out from inside the shoe rack and silently reached for the ashtray.
I'm telling you, even our neighbor has been possessed. He just came over to knock on our door, saying our house is haunted. But think about it. If he has really seen a ghost, will he stay to warn us about it?
The man walked out from the shot while talking on his phone. His reflection could be seen on the floor tiles.
He wanted to trick me to open the door, but of course I didn't fall for it.
The ashtray on the shoe rack slowly moved until it disappeared from view.
Honey, just stay there for a few more days, I promise. At this point, another reflection could be seen on the tiles. It was incredibly blurry, like the figure had no body. The man on the phone did not notice it, but Huang Yin outside the video saw clearly the blurry figure raise the ashtray and bring it down heavily on the man's head. The attack was relentless. Blood splattered on the tiles and the shoe rack. Then the man's bloody face dropped right in the middle of the shot. His eyes were wide with fear. The angle froze, but the video was not yet over. The man's phone dropped to the ground. His wife's voice kept coming from it. After a while, Huang Yin saw the arm reach out from beyond the screen again. It picked up the phone from the ground and said in the man's voice,
"It was nothing, honey. I just killed a rat. It was probably the thing behind the noises I've been hearing lately."
Then does that mean we can go back home? This place is so dirty and bug-infested. If you really want to, then come back home tomorrow. Really? Yes, I'm sure this has been tough on you. I'll prepare a scrumptious meal to welcome you and our son home.
After the call ended, one after another bloody footprint appeared on the tiles. The previously closed front door eased open, and then knocking came from the neighbor's front door. The video suddenly went black. When it returned, the image was so much darker. The video was no longer taken at the same place. Instead, this time it featured a very luxurious bedroom. Two fair ladies sat by the edge of a large bed. One of them had on a facial mask, and the other was recommending her friend some kind of skin product. Both of them were in their pajamas that showed off their curves. They chatted about female topics when one of them suddenly turned to the wall. The clock showed that it was 3 a.m. The girl's expression changed slightly before she turned to hold the other girl's hand.
Thank you for coming to be my company, Iyashikei. After my husband's disappearance, it's quite scary to live in such a large house alone. Xiaojia, there's no need for thanks.
Iyashikei was not a looker, but she had a kind heart. She could see the distress on Lu Jie's face, so she tried for a joke.
If not for you, I wouldn't have a chance to enjoy such a soft bed in my life. If you like it, you can come over more often.
Xiao Jie hugged Xing.
I'm so glad that you're my friend. We better go to bed, or else these expensive skin lotions will go to waste.
Xing crawled under the bed. She reached to close the light, but was stopped by Xiao Jie.
Can we keep the lights on? I'm afraid of the dark. All right, you're the boss. There's one more thing that I need to tell you. Xing.
Xiao Jie turned to look at Xing seriously.
I seem to have the habit of sleepwalking. If I suddenly move around with my eyes closed, you have to stop me. Sleepwalking? Yes, but that was what my husband told me. I haven't got the chance to confirm it myself. I promise to wake you if that happens. Don't worry.
The two girls pulled up the cover. The bedroom lights were left open. The video suddenly dimmed. When the image returned, the lights in the lavish bedroom were already closed. The clock on the wall showed that it was 3:30 a.m. A strange sound came from the video. It was hard to tell what originated it. In any case, Xing, who was a light sleeper, was woken up by it. She rubbed her eyes and called Xiao Jie's name softly, but there was no reply. When she reached towards the other side of the bed, she realized Xiao Jie's side was empty.
Xiao Jie?
Sitting up in bed, Xing noticed someone had switched off the lights. She tried the switch, but the lights refused to come on.
Did the fuse burn?
Taking out her phone, Xing activated the flashlight function. Xing got down from bed and called Xiao Jie's name. She followed the strange noise out from the bedroom and came to the living room. The noise appeared to come from the kitchen. Xing slowly eased the kitchen door open.
Xiao Jie?
Xiao Jie, who wore an apron, was standing before a cutting board. Her eyes were closed, but she held table knives in both hands. She chopped repeatedly against the chopping block, but strangely enough, there was nothing sitting on it. Chapter 199. Seeing this, Xing was naturally afraid. She wanted to wake Xiao Jie, but didn't dare to get too close. Xiao Jie was like a different person. Even though her eyes were close, her expression was horrifying.
What is she doing?
After a few more chops, Xiao Jie slowly turned while holding the knives. Her eyes were still closed. Xing kept her mouth shut as she slowly moved backwards. Before she could do anything else, Xiao Jie strode past Xing and headed to the bedroom. Standing inside the dark bedroom, Xiao Jie with her eyes closed aimed at the place where Xing had been sleeping and chopped with all her might. The cleaves landed one after another. They were meant to kill. Xing's legs weakened from this sight. If she was not awakened by the sound, she would be minced meat already. The knives shredded the fluffy pillows and bed sheet. Veins pulsed on Xiao Jie's skin and her expression was maddeningly crazy. Xing had not seen that kind of expression on Xiao Jie before. Her impression of Xiao Jie was graceful and sometimes a bit too cowardly. But now it was like some other person was living inside Xiao Jie. Xing abandoned the plan to wake Xiao Jie. She just wanted to leave. If Xiao Jie has done this thing in the past, doesn't that mean she was the one who killed her husband in her sleep? But didn't she say he has gone missing? And where is his body? Xing could not fathom the possibility that Xiao Jie, who normally wouldn't dare to hurt a fly, could dismember and hide a man's body on her own. Just as Xing retreated to the door, Xiao Jie's hands that held the knives suddenly stopped. She appeared to hear something. Her body turned slightly before she stopped to face Xing. Her eyes were closed, but the knives in her hands nudged degree by degree until the points of the knives were accurately directed at Xing. Enveloped by terror, Xing retreated in shock as Xiao Jie strode emotionlessly after her prey. The familiar face looked so strange to Xing then. She picked up her pace and raced towards the front door. She wrapped her hands around the doorknob, but it refused to turn. The door had been locked. Seeing Xiao Jie slowly approaching, Xing finally lost her control. She screamed Xiao Jie's name shrilly. Then something even more terrifying happened. Xiao Jie, who was dreamwalking, appeared to hear Xing's voice. Her eyelids fluttered before they flipped open altogether. Inside those pretty large eyes, there were only pulsating eyeballs and eye white. Xiao Jie appeared positively possessed. However, Xiao Jie did not come any closer to Xing. Perhaps it was the latter's voice that evoked something within her. Instead, Xiao Jie started to rummage around the large home as if looking for something. Xing took out her phone to call for help, but realized that there was no signal. She patted on the front door, but there was no answer. Now her only hope was the bungalow window. However, the window was on the other side of the living room, where Xiao Jie currently roamed. She summoned her courage to move forward. The sound of rummaging entered her ears. When she came closer, Xing was shocked by what she saw. Xiao Jie, who still held the knives, pulled out bags of stuff wrapped in cling wrap from behind the paintings inside the art pieces, under the sofa and so on. Xiao Jian normally was a neat and tidy housewife. Those virtues showed now as evidenced by the fact that extra care was taken to wrap up these things, and cling wrap was used to keep them fresh and secure. Xiao Jie then took out new rolls of cling wrap from some hidden corner of the living room. When everything was ready, Xiao Jie turned back to Xing.
We should have enough storage space now. With a little squeeze here and there should be enough space to fit the two of you.
Xiao Jie, who was definitely not her usual self, lunged at Xing. The clock ticked. Xing's screams slowly died away. At 3:42 a.m., Xiao Jie, who was bathed in blood, appeared in the middle of the screen. She was still holding the knives. Her body was contorted in crazy angles. It was as if there was something inside Xiao Jie who was controlling her to do these inexplicable things. Xiao Jie, who stood in the living room, slowly turned her pupil-less eyes around like she was studying the room. Eventually, her eyes landed right at the video screen. It was as if she had spotted Huang Yin, who was watching the video. The eyeballs pulsed viciously. She gripped the knives and started to move towards the screen. And then, the video went black. This time, the video was halted for quite some time. When the video returned, Xiao Jie had already collapsed to the ground. Her expression showed a girl serenely asleep, but there was a trail of bloody footprints that led away from her. The footprint was facing towards the screen like someone was walking towards it. The video ended then. Huang Yin glanced at the time at the corner of his phone. It was 3:43 a.m. It matched the time which was inside the video.
Is this some kind of prank?
Huang Yin closed the video and intended to PM the user who sent him the link, but when he checked the ID, he realized the ID had been turned into a string of unrecognizable code. When he clicked on it, the system said that the user did not exist.
That's impossible. I remember the user's name was the witness.
Huang Yin's fear slowly returned. He quickly deleted the video and cleared his files. Huang Yin stepped out from the bath. The temperature regulation unit appeared to have broken. He felt strangely cold that night. Wiping away the water, Huang Yin grabbed a robe and exited the bathroom. He scanned the dark room and felt suffocated by it. After turning on all the lights, Huang Yin still felt quite uncomfortable. Fatigue and drowsiness claimed him. His brain felt heavy, but he could not sleep. Something niggled at his mind. The thing wouldn't have really come out from the video, would it? Huang Yin tossed and turned on his king-sized bed. He eventually rolled to his bedside table and pulled open the drawer. He shook out 2 sleeping pills. I must stop scaring myself. That was just a prank, it has to be. Tossing back the pills, Huang Yin went back to bed. The pills worked to pull him under, but his mind was active with images of horrible monsters. Underneath it all, he believed he could hear a series of hurried footsteps. Why is there the sound of footsteps? Huang Yin's eyes flew open, and when he did, an indescribable fear gripped him. The lights inside the bedroom had been switched off. There was a figure moving around his living room before it entered the kitchen. As time moved towards 3:44 a.m., the figure exited the kitchen. Based on the silhouette, it was a woman, and she was holding something in her hands. Chapter 200. Huang Yin laid in bed, and tiredness claimed his body so much that he found it too difficult to even move a muscle. The temperature around him dropped, and he was surrounded by darkness. It was at that moment that a figure strode out from the kitchen. The scene that unfolded before Huang Yin was similar to the last scene from the video. It was as if the ghost had really gotten out from the video to come after Huang Yin. Terror gripped his mind and dominated each of his nerves. The fear was no different from the one he felt inside the game, but Huang Yin knew that he was in real life, and he had no option to quit it, so to speak. Huang Yin was so tired that he could barely find the strength to keep his eyelids open. He knew he had to run away to safety, but his limbs refused to move. It felt like his brain was no longer under his control. It kept flashing him the most despairing and horrifying images. It fed him an impression, one that was not good for his well-being. It is not safe to stay inside the house. The echoing footsteps shot Huang Yin's body with adrenaline. The images from the video he just watched filled up his mind. In the first video, the neighbor knocked on the man's door to warn him, but the man did not believe his neighbor. The ghost was already inside his home. The ghost hid in some secluded corner of the house and could appear at any moment. Fear and pressure mounted as the figure approached. The images from the second video infiltrated Huang Yin's mind. Xing was woken up by some strange sounds. She opened her eyes blurrily and saw her best friend practicing chopping with knives inside the kitchen. When she realized the need to escape, she was already trapped inside the house. The former place of comfort became her prison. If the ghosts had really exited from the video, then they might be watching him from some corner of his house. Indescribable fear swamped Huang Yin's mind. Reality overlapped with fiction. Huang Yin was in a very bad state. His nerve was stretched taut like a twine pulled to its maximum elasticity. One more pull, and it would snap. Huang Yin tried his best to crawl up from the bed. There was a voice within him that urged him to leave. For some reason, he was certain that the longer he stayed, the more painful his death would be. Huang Yin gripped the art piece beside his bed for support to pull himself up. The expensive art decor felt so much heavier like usual, like it was stuffed with human meat pieces. At that moment, everything inside the room felt so unfamiliar to Huang Yin. This place is no longer safe. I cannot stay here any longer. Huang Yin croaked out an order, but the voice-activated lights did not respond. Huang Yin was like a man drowning in a sea of darkness. His voice slowly abandoned him, and he felt extra weight pulling down on his body. The temperature still continued to fall, reaching the freezing point. With nudging footsteps, Huang Yin saw the figure was getting close to him in the dark. She was holding something that she had just retrieved from his kitchen. Leave. Run. Some bodily instinct within him kicked in. Huang Yin grabbed the art piece and threw it at the moving figure in the dark. Then he rolled out from bed and half-crawled his way through the living room and towards the front door. The figure was still approaching him from behind when Huang Yin's hand pressed on the latest anti-theft door. The door had 3 layers of encrypted defense. An outsider would not be able to open it. After Huang Yin's fingerprint was identified, he had to key in the password. By then, the shadowy figure was only several steps behind him. Working against trembling fingers and overwhelming fear, Huang Yin had to use everything he had just to make sure the password was correct. He closed his hands around the handle and pushed outwards. However, just as the door opened a small gap, a gloved hand reached into the room. The hand held the door tightly to prevent Huang Yin from closing it. With a powerful kick, the weakened Huang Yin was knocked to the side. The triple-layer encrypted front door swung open further. A man in black clothes, wearing black gloves, and carrying a black box entered the room. There was some kind of paint on his face. It blurred his features enough that it effectively neutralized the facial recognition security.
Still have 1 more minute.
From the black box came a small unknown machine which was operating. On its small screen, it showed the control panel to all the AI systems in Huang Yin's home. The man in black used this to infiltrate into housing systems. This was not his first time doing something like this. A few choice adjustments later, he peeled off the clothes from Huang Yin and the AI butler. Then he modeled the butler in such a way that Huang Yin was caught in a compromising position with her. Finally, he controlled the butler to strangle Huang Yin. It would look like self-defense in her part.
This is how you will die. Your name will be ruined, and your family will be forever in shame because of you.
The slender hands tightened. Huang Yin's eyes rolled upwards. The butler was ultimately a robot. She was much stronger than a normal human despite her appearance. Furthermore, Huang Yin was already too tired to put up much of a fight. He could feel the air cutting off. Huang Yin's face turned purple. He struggled weaker and weaker.
Your soul will be led by the butterfly to the shore. Be proud because this is not death, but a release.
The hands continued to press. Huang Yin had stopped the resistance. Light diffused from his eyes. He could see death arriving for him. Right at that moment, hurried footsteps came from the previously quiet corridor. This sudden appearance shattered the man's entire plan. He turned back to look at the front door, which was left half a palm wide open. Huang Yin's home had 3-layer lock. Once it was closed, one would have to provide fingerprint, password, and voice recognition to open it again. In other words, if the man in black closed the door now, then he would be locked inside the house and would not be able to leave in the foreseeable future. He only had 2 seconds of hesitation before the unlocked door was pulled open. A young man in normal attire arrived with labored breath. His bloodshot eyes glanced into the room. Once the new arrival saw what was inside the room, the hand that gripped the door pulsed with veins. Without any hesitation, he leaped into a swiping kick aimed at the man in black's head. The man who was already half-crouching evaded at the last moment. The pretty AI butler, though, was not that lucky. Her body slammed heavily into the wall, and her shoulder became crooked from impact. Huang Yin was pulled back somewhat to the present from the loud boom. He forced his eye to open. He saw the young man framed at his front door. Just as death was arriving, this young man held death at bay.